I want to build something iconic.
It's a brand new day.
The magic gods have answered our prayers and the banhammer has liberated best of one. And today, that means we get to try fun cards like Sephiroth. It feels like standard rotation has come early and I am so for it because if you guys haven't heard, there were some huge bans yesterday in standard and it's looking a lot less red, which means I get to play a lot of deck lists that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to make previously because the meta was just too fast. And one of the cards I wanted to check out first was Sephiroth, a card I tried so many times to play this card, guys, and it just never got around to it because it just was not good enough against the fast meta that we have. But it's a really sweet card that allows you to sacrifice another creature when it enters or attacks to drain the opponent out for 1 life. If you can trigger this ability 4 times to drain the opponent, you can flip it over and get an emblem to then drain the opponent anytime a creature dies, which is really, really nice. And you get the 5/5 flying body, which is awesome. This card to me is so cool, but again, it was just too difficult to play in a meta where you were dead by turn 3 and you were dropping a Sephiroth, you know what I mean? So today though, we're playing it in a Mardu deck, but mostly a Boros shell of a deck list that was already very good before, that runs Arabella. Arabella is another really good finishing card here. If you don't get the Sephiroth flip, Arabella is a really good backup win con here today because we've got a lot of tokens that we're going to be generating, which is going to cause a huge draining effect from Arabella. And of course, we're going to be running things that, you know, generate a lot of tokens, things with mobilize that are going to sacrifice the tokens anyways, because the sacrifice triggers off of the mobilize triggers are going to trigger the Sephiroth and dealing that damage and getting it closer to flipping. So if you get a couple of these down and then you know, naturally just sacrifice these tokens, you're going to get a flip on the Sephiroth for the emblem. And then we've got the Windcrag Siege acting as our Delny here today. This is going to be a card to double up on all of our attack triggers, giving us even more tokens. But also this is a really good backup spell if the opponent has sweepers, you know, a lot of removal. This can generate a 1/1 hasty threat every single turn to keep the value going. And what else is there to talk about? Oh, today we're also running the Surveyor. I absolutely love this card. I think it's really sweet. You're able to endure every time it attacks to create a 1/1 body, which is also really good fodder to sacrifice to Sephiroth later, or to trigger, you know, another body on the Arabella drain. It's really good, guys. This deck has been really phenomenal for us. I think we played, I want to say 10 games, and I think we won 8 of them. And the last one was really exciting. We came back from a game I thought for sure we were going to lose. So hope you guys enjoyed this one. We're going to jump into it and we'll catch you at the end. Peace out. All right, guys, here we go. We are playing some new standard, man.
Hello and welcome back. Today we're going to be trying to hold on to our current position as the 5th ranked player on Arena in the post-ban landscape. That's right, it's all gone. Hotfire Hero is gone, Monstrous Rage is gone, Up the Beanstalk is gone, everything is gone. So it's kind of a wild, wild west. And this is one of the decks that 5-0'd the most recent Standard League event, the only event we have with data post-banning. So this is one by like Crazy Monkey, I think his name was. Crazy Gambler played this Rakdos Reanimator deck and 5-0'd it. The other decks that 5-0'd the event, none of them are red deck wins. There's Dimir midrange, which I expect to be very good. A kind of a random black-red aggro brew with like Alicia that looks kind of fun and different and dorky. There was a classic Jeskai control, nothing new there. A Jundit Sidious Roots deck, which also might be shaping up to be a very good deck post-ban. And then also a Naya kind of enchantment overlord deck, but instead of Beanstalk running the Surveil, you know, the new Surveil thing on too, which I like. So I'm excited to play that one too. So yeah, a lot of new stuff, no mono red and no Izzet. Yeah, we're gonna run some Reanimator here. We got some classic stuff. 2 Valgavoth Faithful, which is sometimes a little bit, you know, easy to pick off, but it's very easily refetchable off the Baelmer, which is why it's in there. We got 4 Zombifies, the main Reanimator spell. Tirsa looking really good on 3 here. Discard some cards, hit your land drop setup for Zombify on 4. A single Carnosaur in there, always very nice. Little removal on 3, great Reanimator target. And the big bad boys on top are 2 Valgavoths, 2 Atraxas, a single Atali. And the rest just kind of stitches it together. Sideboard is interesting. We don't really have any Rest in Peace hate. We have no enchantment hate. So if the opponent subs and Ghost Vacuum, we can maybe hit in a Braid. Otherwise, just kind of suck it up. Maybe we transition game plan a little bit. We got a lot of different stuff here. Some more Duresses in here. Some Ghost Vacuums of our own. A single Liliana, which is fetchable off the Baelmerk. A single Sheldred. I don't know if there'll be any red decks to face against, but maybe we'll want some life get in there. Some Pyroclasm. Again, I don't know if there'll be really anyone to sweep, but we got it in there. 3 Preachers of the Schism, just generically very strong card. A Brotherhood's End, another big sweeper. 2 Strangers, a little draw discard action, and a Planeswalker is a little bit more difficult to interact with. So we'll run it down here. The deck that I hit Mythic with is actually Omniscience. I think it's still quite good. Literally the only change is instead of running the 4 mana Abuelo's Awakening,
If you are an NRI, then this video is for you. If your answer to the above question is yes, तो retirement plan करने का बिल्कुल perfect time है with Axis Max Life Flexi Wealth Advantage Plan. Axis Max Life Smart Innovation Fund. अगर आपने इसमें 2005 में 20,000 का मंथली प्रीमियम पे किया होता, यानी कि टोटल प्रीमियम ऑफ ₹24 लाख, तो आपको 2025 में लगभग 6 लाख का मंथली इनकम, वो भी अप टू 100 years of your age and approximately 8.8 करोड़ का फंड वैल्यू भी मिलता, along with life cover, dual tax benefit, unlimited free fund switches and much more. Give your retirement plan a fresh start for a stress-free life. Click on the link below to buy now.
you can run you can just run the 5 mana repair and recharge, and yes, you are a turn slower, but the question is mono red now like 1.5 turns slower? Like net, are you just fine? I think the answer is it's still pretty good. I think it's still going to be a very strong deck in best of 1 at least. I also saw a lot of rabbits yesterday. Rabbits has always been very good, and I think definitely could emerge as a pretty top tier deck as well. But I think the meta will adjust, right? I mean, big sweepers aren't very good against mono red and are pretty good against rabbits. And so if mono red isn't as good, maybe the sweepers will come and take out the rabbits. So we got some testing to do to see how everything shakes out, but should be pretty fun over the next couple weeks for sure. And there's nobody to play against because nobody else wants to queue up with me in Mythic, which is all good. I'm definitely excited for the Naya deck. I think that's cool. I really liked the Surveil thing. It's called Esper Origins. I didn't really think much of it when I first saw it, but I've really enjoyed playing with it. All right, up against Flying Low the Fervent. Yeah, I mean, it's not awful, I guess. I mean, we could use some more gas, but it's actually not a terrible opening hand. Let's see if we just get clowned on the draw. Probably a bit too much land, but I don't think I really want to mulligan it in best of 3. Best of 1, I would mulligan this. Best of 3, it feels like it could be okay. So we got a Surveillant to smooth things out. All right, that's a nice 2-drop as well. We'll keep that. We're going to want that guy. Potentially running up against the mirror here. Shall see. No? I don't know. Okay. We'll run out the Bailmerk here. See if we can get a better discard target. Maybe we cycle the Carnosaur on 3. Nice. Let's leave that down there. Decline. And maybe turn 3 Carnosaur, or just Fear. We have a lot of land. I should hard cast the Carnosaur too. Alright, that is a Trumpeting Carnosaur target. There's no Monstrous Rage to worry about, so I don't know if we just Carnosaur on our turn, or if I think they're going to be the identical deck, but they don't mill anything good. I think we're just waiting for them here. I don't think they're going to screw us over. If there's not a new +1 toughness combat trick they're going to run. Oh, we'll run out the Carnosaur here. Okay. Question, did I have any graveyard hate just out of nowhere? A random Ghost Vacuum main decked. Otherwise, Zombify into Atraxa is fairly devastating. Alright, so maybe they're just kind of like mid-range Erectus. Just a bunch of solid rares, I don't really know. I'm gonna give them the old what for here though, that's for sure. Here comes Atraxa. Okay, creature-wise, yeah, I think Tirsa's pretty good, probably. Upgrade, decent instant. Surveillant is probably more useful than anything else. An extra Zombify, we actually don't hit infinite things, that's okay. Alright, not too shabby. Turn 4 Reanimator. Got an extra Zombify. Having a Braid. Takes a lot of different directions here. Move down to 15. Zombify Carnosaur is not bad. They're probably going to zap the Atraxa. I don't think we need to reanimate Atraxa right now, though. Okay, yeah, I think we'll just Tirsa and Fear Missing Out here. Spin like an extra land or something. I don't think we really need Torch either, for the most part. Yep, we'll go ahead and get in there first. We could hit a land off of Tirsa. It doesn't matter. We have so much value that none of this really matters. All right, we hit a random torch there. That's not so necessary. Go land Fear. I'm still anticipating a go for the throw on the Atraxa. Yeah, makes sense. Actually, we're fine to take the next land here. The torches can still go. And we held on to the Zombify, so we can just run back Atraxa here. 37 cards left. We're not in danger of decking ourselves just yet. Flip the chamber for 5. Alright. I don't have big answers to 6/6s in this deck. I don't really think so. Okay, 7/7 flyer comes back. We could discard Valgaboth, which is going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 could hardcast you next turn, actually, which seems pretty good. That we need. That's our one and only answer, really, here. Take an untapped land, another sorcery, I think is all good. We're missing one sucker here. We can get enchantment as well. I don't know if we need all that yet. I'm done with this. So Bitter Triumph kind of clears the way. That was the removal, so we needed. So, I mean, Duress is going to be good. Lots of things here are good. Like, all this stuff is playable. Question is, how much Ghost Vacuum are they bringing in, and how much do we play around that? The thing is, they only have access to Ghost Vacuum, right? I think Faithful is pretty good, maybe. They're a little bit aggro, right? Like, maybe we trim a little bit of top-end stuff. Harvester not so necessary, right? Torch did also not seem super necessary. Okay, I think this is looking okay. We don't know how much Ghost Vacuum's gonna tear us apart. We'll try to keep the reanimated package alive. See what they do on the draw. They do have a little bit of aggression, feels like. Fear into Tirsa. On the draw, I mean, the Leon is not bad. Triple Tirsa is weird. They go right into one drop. Yeah, they're Rakdos aggro here. Torn Duress is welcome. Definitely looking pretty aggro here. Nothing. They're actually Demon Wall here as well, so... Counters-wise, they have nothing, though, which is very interesting. So it's just there for the Annex, I guess. Unfortunately, Liliana's not going to be amazing. Been the backup Cecil. Okay, there's the Zombify, so that's not awful. Just doing a whole lot of nothing here for a little while, though. Nothing until turn 3 on the draw. What if we get lucky, we go Tirsa? Yeah, that's some aggression right there. Down to 11. No Ghost Vacuum in sight. That's a card! Okay, I mean, we could turn this around very quickly. You can go. Probably backup Tirsa can also go. And just try to hit an untapped land here for turn 4 Zombify. We hit it. Let's block. Let's attempt to block here. Ah! The Cauldron coming in on time. Alright. Was not in the opening hand for Duress. Top deck the Cauldron. So Torch still not looking good, right? They have no 2 toughness creatures, really. Everyone gets in there. I think we just eat the free block on this guy. Take 5. That might also have like a Torch in hand or something. I put a counter on something off of a creature, that's true. But no block is, no block was not going to die there, so either we absorb the damage or not. I think, oof, yeah, it's just a turn too late. We can't get around the Cauldron, and we're just like 2 on the 4 on the back foot. Liliana minus is dead off the Cauldron. Shatter is, again, just a random chump block. I don't think there's really any way to get out of this. Yeah, I just don't see a way to do it. We could surveil something next turn if we could live 1 more turn. I just don't think it's going to happen, really, right? There's nothing to be done here. Yeah, nothing to be done. Okay, pretty explosive start by the opponent there. So they have lethal no matter what, because they shove another creature in the Cauldron. I mean, it's lethal any which way. Okay, I don't know if there's too much to do differently sideboarding. Again, they just put a counter on, I mean, they can do this any which way. They can sack the Light Shatter, they can put a counter off the Cauldron onto the Dark Knight. But yeah, Torch still looking bad. We'll be on the play. We don't know if they'll find Cauldron in the first X cards. Graveyard Height is good against graveyard decks, so we'll see what we can do here. Harvester doesn't look good. Yeah, I think I think our sideboard's about right. Brotherhood's End actually be quite good against them. I don't think Liliana's quite as good if they have 1-drops, right? If they stumble a little bit, she's pretty good. All the Death Touch creatures actually seem like good blockers. Maybe just this. It's a little bit worse with Brotherhood's End in general. It's not too much different to do. We just don't know if they're going to have the Graveyard Hate or not. Yeah. Alright, we got the Abrades. We have the Brotherhood's End as well. That one actually should have come in for the artifact as well. Got that it kills artifacts too. On the play. 2 landers, Surveil land into Fear is pretty good. Into Tirsa, all this is good. It's good. Good enough. We don't have that many 1-drops. It's duress or not, right? So take the third land if we can get it. It's a little bit more awkward. I mean, you really want the untapped land, right? We have Double Fear missing out. I guess you just keep it to be safe. Let's see if they have a turn 1 Cecil again. Turn 1 Duress. We actually have nothing for them this time. So that's the other half of the graveyard hate. Maybe they just take the try to take the Zombify. Okay, Atraxa can go. No untapped land, so we can go Raucous Theater, we can go Fear. Duress again. Wow. Alright, down 2 cards in the scoop. Okay. Yeah, listen, learn that. Brotherhood's End also critical for the artifact hate. I actually forgot that it also could sweep artifacts. That plus a Braid pretty much has to be in there for game 2. Otherwise, you're just at the mercy of Ghost Vacuum. And we have no answer for Rest in Peace, so I don't really know what you can do against Rest in Peace. But alright, well, won the first match there. I feel like we should have a way to sideboard out all of our... I mean, I sideboarded out some of our big stuff. Because games 2 and 3, once Graveyard Hate comes in, it's just not a guaranteed strategy. If you have a bunch of hate drops in hand, do everything. Okay. We'll see what other comments you guys got from the last couple days. While we wait for an opponent to queue up. The Humble Loud says, well, I guess it's time for a new meta and new cards for people to yell about banning. Yeah, my guess for the next card people yell about banning, it could be Yuna. I think it's going to be the Flash Cat, the Enduring Curiosity. I feel like I feel like I could see the next Pro Tour being 40% Demir mid-range. Maybe it probably won't be, but like, I mean, that deck is powerful and versatile and annoying, and it's got Kaito, which is kind of a pain in the ass. It's got Enduring Curiosity, which is kind of a pain in the ass, and it's got the Bat, which is kind of a pain in the ass. Like, it's got some legs to it for sure. And if you don't have to worry about getting clobbered on turn 2 or turn 3 with Hearthfire Hero Mouse, like, it's probably got some staying power to that deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if that one is a terror. Yuna also seemed, I mean, Yuna coming down on turn 5, I've seen lots of people scoop to that as well versus me, so it could also be pretty annoying. I mean, it's just different. It's always going to be something that's good. I think if games go longer, it's probably better for everyone, in my opinion. Here we go, against the Icona Jam. We'll be on the play. Triple Lander. Man, if we don't have a way to discard, this hand's actually totally dead, right? Surveil Baelmerk. Try to hit a 3-drop to discard. It's actually not that crazy a plan. It's a really bad hand, right? If you hit a Fear or a Tirsa, you're quite happy. If you whiff, you just lose the game on the spot, right? You have double Surveillance to get something good, though. I think this is not it. You need lots of different pieces we don't have. I don't think I want to keep that hand. This has no black, but it has Tirsa and a Braid, so I guess we'll keep this one. Because you have no way to fetch the Reanimator piece, so even if you go through the trouble of discarding a big bomb, you still have nothing to do. Unless you top deck a Zombify or top deck the... you could also top deck, you could also Baelmerk into the... whatever it's called. The Valgavoth guy. Could Surveil into a black land, I guess. Gosh. Sure.
Magic's back, and now it's cheaper than ever. So today we're going to crack open a couple of these deluxe commander kits and see if they're worth picking up now that they're 33% off. All right, so let's start cracking these open. Let's start with what I think is the boringer of the two, which is March of the Machines. So March of the Machines, and unfortunately this box is too big to really fit on screen. What do we get? Oh, how do we open this? Oh my god. So it's kind of funny. March of the Machines, I think it's a set that was massively overprinted. Okay, so we get the Commander Precon, which we will open. And then we get, I believe, 3 boosters, if I can open this successfully. There we go. Haha, look at that great opening skill. We get three booster packs, 2 promos. So, hilariously, just recently, Wizards has actually been sued by some investors who claim that they overstocked their products last year and then misled investors about it, which I have no idea how legit that is. That's my understanding of this lawsuit, though, which is kind of funny because it does line up with seeing all these sets from last year showing up at places like Costco at a massive discount. So this was $30 for this, which I think is already kind of like a really good deal, because if you look on like TCG Player or eBay, just this Commander Precon itself in the box sells for like 27, 28, 30 bucks. So essentially you're paying retail price for this Commander Precon, which was like 40 bucks, 45 bucks only a month or 2 ago before this big discount. So you're paying retail price for this Precon. And then you're getting these 2 promos and also 3 booster packs, which kind of sweet. The promos aren't really worth anything. We've seen these before. Johnny and Jace Memory Adept, traditional art. They are in foil, but not really valuable. But you get a couple Planeswalkers for your collection. I guess we'll crack open this deck real quick. I will say, the Commander Precon itself, it sells 30 bucks retail. There's not a huge amount of value. I believe there's 2 cards. Wow, I am butchering this box. I believe there's 2 cards in this Commander Precon that actually have meaningful value. What is this? Look at that. Oh, it's Planes. March of the Machines. Okay, Collector Booster Sample Pack. We get some Planes for Plane Chase, which, honestly, Plane Chase is pretty fun. If you've never played Plane Chase, would I want to always play Plane Chase? No. Do I like having the option to play it once in a while? Yes. It is fun with your Commander play group. So the Commander Precon itself, Kesla, the Broken Halo. It's kind of the Convoke, Jeskai Convoke Precon. Let's open this up real quick. There's 2 cards of note in this deck. So I would say, if you're buying this, you're probably buying it because you like the Precon itself and you want to play with cards from the Precon. But there are 2 cards. I mean, obviously you get like Commander Spheres, some stuff that's actually just like playable in Commander, even though it's not expensive. Spirited Companion, Impact Tremors. Suitor Priest, I think, is like maybe almost $2, which is pretty good for a common. Arcane Signet, playable, obviously. The big winners, though, are, let's see if we can find them. I believe there's a Skull Clamp in here, which, there we go. Skull Clamp. Oh, it gets reprinted all the time, but it's still like $6 or something just because it's so good. It's such a busted card. So that's a win. And then there's also a new Wand of the World. So I wonder, is this card worth playing? It seems like it could be. It does enter tap, but giving your next spell Convoke can be pretty powerful in some sort of like go wide deck. There it is. No, destroying the good card. Nesting Dovehawk. So I did not actually realize this until I was doing a little research for this video. Nesting Dovehawk is like 16 bucks. Good for token decks, populating each turn and growing. So those are the 2 cards of value. Otherwise, I believe, even though there's some good cards in here, Steward Command, Elspeth Sun's Champion, stuff that you'll play with, and a super janky mana base, of course, because it's a Commander Precon. Nothing else that's worth over like $1 or $2. So you're pretty much getting these 2 cards, I think, as far as singles out of the Precon. But remember, the Precon itself is $30. We got the couple of promos. We get this this bonus pack. I don't know. Can you actually get good things out of these bonus packs? I don't know if I've ever opened anything good out of a sample collector booster pack. It is. I like them. I like that it's a little bonus. It makes opening a Precon a little more fun because at least you get a booster out of it. So what are there? 3 cards. Okay, first we get Friday Night Magic. Sweet. Make some new friends. We get Ancient Imperiosar Extended. I remember when this card was like kind of the hotness for a minute. It was never like super good, but there were definitely decks built around it where you just like powered out super quick and just smash people with like a 20/20 trampler. And Rada Coalition Warlord. All the uncommon legends. So nothing super notable there. I don't think Ancient Imperiosar is worth anything. And then we get 3 booster packs. So Commander Master set booster, March of the Machines set booster, Bloomborough Play booster. I think I would rank them in this order. I think Bloomburrow is probably the worst since it's a play booster. March of the Machine set booster next, and then Commander Master set booster probably the best. But really, if you get a $30 Commander Precon, you get 3 booster packs that are what? $3-4 a piece, and then a couple of promos. Yeah, you're kind of getting like $40, $42, $45 of retail value for $30, which seems reasonable, especially if you're going to use the precon. Like, if you're going to actually like upgrade, build, use the precon, then I think this becomes even better. Well, let's see what we get out of our Bloomburrow play booster. So a bunch of comments, not going to be worth anything. Heaped Harvest, playable. Into the Flood Moth, actually very good. Plus, look at that art. Look at that art. Look at that frog. Daring Wave Rider, Sinister Monolith, Shriek Force, rare is a Fountain Port. Okay, that is actually a hit. Fountain Port is one of the best lands in Standard, and I love this card. That is a good one, and a nice island, full border island, and a Stormcatcher Mentor. Okay, so we got a foil, and it's actually not a bad uncommon foil. Stormcatcher Mentor, the combination of being a on-curve prowess threat and reducing the cost of your spells, pretty nice, and a fish token. Can never have too many of those. Okay, that's actually, for being a play booster, hitting a Fountain Port's kind of a win. That is not a bad pack. All right, let's see what we get out of March of the Machines. March of the Machines, this is a set booster. We start with an art card, and, upside down, Schwamp. That is a good looking swamp, though. Cybia Cryptomancer. All right, bunch of, wait, is that uncommon? Wait, how do these packs work? That was like land art card, 2 commons, and now we're into uncommons? And then back to commons? Okay. Little battle action, Invasion of Urgamon. I wish battles were better. I thought battles were going to be better. Rush Me and Ragavan. Not valuable, but kind of a cool commander. Tetsuko Yumizawa. Pretty good in like high toughness, low power commander decks. Tisa Karlov. Showcase treatment. Oh, there we go. Itali Primal Conqueror. This card is so busted. This has got to be one of the most busted commander cards they printed in a long time. Like, 7 mana get to cast a spell for free off of everyone's deck is already wild. And then you can flip it into a one-shot kill Blightsteel Colossus. That card's so insane. I think it's actually worth something too. Honestly, I think we're running well in these packs. Just hitting Fountain Port and Itali, I guess that shows at least that you can get good cards in these packs, right? It's not like these packs, I don't even think it's possible in 2024, but it's not like they're searched somehow or whatever. All right, Commander Masters. Let's see what we get. Eldrazi Spawn. Padim, thankfully an uncommon. Wrath of God. Wrath of God's not that playable anymore. I mean, it's still fine, but it's far enough down the hierarchy of Wrath that I don't usually play it in Commander. Endrickshire, Master Breeder, gonna make some Thralls. Rishkar, Gonti, Havoc Jester, and down to the lower rarity stuff. All right, so Commander Legends, not... Ooh, Kemba. That's a nice... I like the profile cards. They do look cool. And Old Border Island, non-foil, and another art card. All right, well, I will say that was not bad. Like, the Commander Precon is fine, and then the packs that we opened were actually pretty decent. But let's move on to product number 2. This one is interesting to me. So this is the Lord of the Rings Commander Precon. So this commander deck, the Galadriel deck, it was like $70 the end of August. It is now down to like $45. This costs $55. So you're paying $55. What do we get out of this one? Well, let's see if we can crack this open in a way that makes sense. So we get some promos that I think are kind of worthless. See if we can open this up without hitting the camera. All right, so we get a Commander Precon, which we'll look at in a minute. And then we get, a couple of booster packs. These are what? Set boosters from Lord of the Rings. That means we could hit a 1-ring. There is value. 1-ring or Bowmasters. Those are value. And then some promos. Let's look at these promos real quick. So, I'm throwing the packs on the ground. If there's a 1-ring in here and we just damage it, I'm going to be very, very sad. I'm going to be disappointed. All right, so promos. Frodo Determined Hero. So, pack art, but in foil, you get the promo set symbol. Gandalf, White Rider. I believe this Gandalf was an uncommon, right? Was this Frodo also uncommon? The Balrog, Flame of Odin, and Gollum Scheming Guide. So I'm pretty sure I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know this Golem. I'm pretty confident this Golem was uncommon. I'm pretty confident this Gandalf was uncommon. I think these... Actually, I don't know. The Balrog might have been rare. This Frodo might have been rare. There were so many Frodos in the set, in Balrogs, it's hard to keep track. My guess is, and I haven't... Ooh, look at that sword shimmer. That sword looks sweet in foil. My guess is these are not actually worth anything. Like, that's the problem with these mass-produced foils, right? Like, when you mass-produce foils, you end up in a world where everyone who gets this product gets those promos, and then, did I say foils? I meant promos. When you mass-produce promos like that, they end up not being very valuable. They're nice bonuses to play with, although, like, I don't know where you're playing those cards, but they're nice bonuses to play with, but as far as actually being valuable, very unlikely when everyone gets one just for buying the product. All right, so we have our Commander Precon. No bonus. Oh, no bonus booster? Did they not do the... Wait, the envelope? Hey, there we go. Okay, this is going to be the fancy wondering. We get a spin down in there, or not a spin down, but get a life counter in there too. Okay. So let's see what we get here. Let's start with the Precon itself. This deck, if you're going to buy on the secondary market, we talked about this. It's around $44. So this was 55 plus tax. So I think value-wise, the Lord of the Rings bundle actually a little worse than March of the Machines. We're getting in this one a $42 Commander Precon, and then two Lord of the Rings set boosters, which are probably, I don't know, another $10 between the two of them or something. So we're paying about retail prices for this product and hoping we run well. Plus we get the promos. The March of the Machine ones, I think you're actually more plus EV. So, ooh, all right. So what do we get in this Precon? Gandalf, Lord of the Rings stuff. So I think the big winners in here, it is a cool deck. The Lord of the Rings Commander Precons were all really good. This one, I don't know if it's one of the best ones. I will also say, I don't know if you see other options. I think this is one of the lower value of the Lord of the Rings Precons.
MTGCon Vegas this year was a huge success for multiple reasons, especially if one of those reasons was you wanted to buy $40 booster packs, walk 10 feet from where you bought them, and then sell them immediately for $80 cash, no questions asked. That's something you could do at this con. The Final Fantasy set has brought unprecedented hype and attention onto Magic the Gathering, and it has attracted the one thing that no one wants in their hobby, and that is the dreaded Scalper. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. So there was a long Reddit post about bribery and about scalping and how the entirety of MTGCon Vegas was overshadowed by the lack of availability, the length of multiple lines, and the absolute permeation of scalpers buying up everything and people skirting the rules as best they can. Now, the vibe was very different on the actual convention floor than was presented in that Reddit post. The writer of that Reddit post obviously had a very negative experience, and I can understand that. We're going to talk through some of the reasons that I think that happened, but I don't think that it was as negative overall as a convention as that post made it out to seem. The vibes were very high the entire weekend. People were very excited about Final Fantasy. The fact that the prices were just rising was more of a conversation and just a head shaker than anything. It was something fun to talk about, kind of. Chasing those packs and figuring out how to get them from the store was definitely an enormous storyline, and Black Lotus badges definitely had an advantage over the rest of the field. Now, the thing with the Black Lotus badge that it gives it an advantage over the rest of the field is that you gain early access to basically everything throughout the weekend, with the primary two contributors of early access problems, so to speak, being the main show store, the official conference Wizards of the Coast show store and early access to the convention floor so that you're able to go stand in line at booths where exclusives might be sold, such as Ultra Pro. There were three main items that were contributing to the fervor this past weekend that scalpers were targeting, that players were trying to target as cheaply as possible, and that was the Final Fantasy collector booster packs at the main show store, the festivals in a box at the main show store that contain Mystery Booster 2, and the Cloud and Sephiroth playmats that are exclusives that were sold at the Ultra Pro booth on the convention floor. They had the shiny sword that Cloud had and the shiny sword that Sephiroth had, the Buster Sword and the Masamune. Look at me learning some Final Fantasy stuff. Hey, those were shiny on those playmats, and those were selling for double, triple, quadruple. They sold for quite a bit on the secondary market if you couldn't get them there on the show floor. So let's talk about the collector packs first. You could, with the Black Lotus badge, stand in line, go up and buy the pack for $40, which is what they were selling them for. And there were vendors throughout the entire weekend that were offering sight unseen $70, $80 cash per pack for players to just sell them straight to the booth. Now, there was a transactional limit of 3 booster packs on those collector boosters. That might not have been enforced the first day. I've heard conflicting reports, but that's pretty standard. Reed Pop, Wizards of the Coast, whoever does the hiring for their official show store, a lot of times those are local day players that are doing that, and the rules of all of the engagement and who can purchase what and when and how much, that is not really locked in as tightly as it can be, and that's pretty standard for the first day of these conventions. I saw it at Chicago this year, saw it at Vegas last year, and so on and so forth with prior conventions. The first day, especially that first night, that Thursday night when stuff goes live and Black Lotus has the ability to go in and purchase early, that night in particular tends to be more of a free-for-all where the rules get set past that for the rest of the weekend. So for the majority of the time, 3 packs per transaction was the limit. Now, that was not limited on any sort of day basis. You weren't scanned every time you go through, and mostly the workers there didn't care. They're not the pack police. They're just trying to sell stuff to people who want to buy it. And so it was quite easy with the Black Lotus badge, from what I hear, to just go back through the line, buy your 3 packs, go back through the line, buy your 3 packs. I think a good solution here would be still enforce a limit at an individual level, but let's not make it transactional. Let's just say, all right, you get 3 a day, and if you want to, you can go and buy all 9 or all 12, depending on if you're Black Lotus and you also get access on that Thursday. You can go and buy all 12 just at once, at cost, and that's done. Because the thing is Wizards of the Coast has to sell them for MSRP. It would create a very strange situation, I feel like, if Wizards announced what MSRP was on their website, which they did per pack. They didn't announce it per box, but they announced it per collector pack, what the MSRP was for the Final Fantasy set. If they had sold it at any more than that, I think there would have been even more of an outcry, and it's probably illegal. I'm no lawyer, but you've got to have your MSRP, and if you, the store, are selling over that, that probably creates some strange conflict. So it was sort of understood that those packs were going to be sold at that $40 mark. What was unforeseen was the hype and the fervor that was drummed up over the weekend, and how prices on singles and sealed product just continued to shoot through the roof. There was stuff that was up 100% from when I got there on Thursday to when I left on Monday morning. Absolutely insane. You also had festivals in a box. Now, those contain Mystery Booster 2, and buying them through Festival in a Box is the most direct way to obtain that product for individuals or for stores. You'll have a chance to buy them on the Secret Lair website for a limited time, but the best way to get them is at the convention, especially when you start talking about, oh, I can just pay the $200 and not have to worry about shipping or fees or taxes or anything like that. And if you've got the Black Lotus, you're getting a 10% discount on all products, so that's relevant toward the overall cost as well. Now, those festivals in a box selling for $200 were being straight up purchased for $250 cash by vendors like right outside the line. That's what was going on all weekend, is that the vendors, because they're not able to unless they skirt the system, which they don't want to do so that they don't lose their, status with Wizards, they're not able to go right up to the show store and buy stuff from them directly. That's not allowed. But they can offer a little bit more and incentivize people to just continuously go through the line and buy these things and sell them to the vendor. And if that's how they want to take their $900 Black Lotus badge and spend it standing in line all weekend to you know, make some money, rock and roll. That's how you wanted to spend your convention, go ahead. And that's what I mostly saw, is that the people that were really grinding this line, that's all you did. You were a professional shopper all weekend. And so rock and roll. If they've set up the system and you want to do that with your entire time there and not get any games in or see any of the events on stage or go to any of the meet and greets, play, just do anything that has to do with Magic. You just want to flip and sell and flip and sell and buy and sell. And if that's what you want to do, more power to you. And the system was kind of set up that way. I mean, WotC started a gold rush, handed out shovels. It was only a matter of time before people started digging. I saw one commenter on the Reddit post saying that WotC already won because we're all discussing this. And yeah, that is a big point that I want to make, is like, there's no incentive for this system to change. If you want to participate in it, you need to learn the system and go participate in it. Get your Black Lotus badge, learn whatever the rhythm of that con is going to be for selling and buying, because these things change all the time. There's tweaks here and there, but at the end of the day, WotC and Repop are selling through all of their product, which they're a store. That's their entire and only goal. And we're all talking about it after the fact. There's a ton of buzz. You know that no press is bad press is no press. Whatever that saying is, all press is good press, I think is what it's supposed to mean. The thing is that is just going to create more hype for the Black Lotus badges for Atlanta. We're just going to see the fervor continue and build from us even discussing this. And so the fact that they sold through all their product and customers are discussing their product after the fact, I feel like they are getting everything they want, and so there's just no incentive on their side to change anything. I don't think that makes them bad or evil either. They're just trying to sell a product. They can't jack up their own prices, and the convention is set up the way it is. Any system that exists is going to have gamers, and I'm speaking from personal experience. I've run leagues through the Discord, through the Patreon. We've run different events and stuff, and whenever you write down rules, you know, you've seen this happen. I promise you can think about Ricky trying to game the rules and find the loopholes right now. We all know a Ricky. That's going to happen. Anytime there's rules, anytime there's a system, people are going to figure out how to game it, especially when there's money involved, especially when it's as easy as buying a $40 pack, walking 20 feet and selling it for 80 bucks. Done. The other big issue for a lot of people was the Cloud and Sephiroth playmats that were shiny. There is a shiny exclusive playmat at pretty much every convention now. Last convention, it was the lightning bolt that had the shiny red lightning all over it, and that was the one that everybody was wanting to buy and flip. That's just going to be how it is now. There's going to be con exclusives, and those con exclusives are going to be harder to get. I personally knew non-Black Lotus badge holders who easily got them, who went in the morning. You're gonna have to do that. You can't just wait until the last hour of the last day to get the exclusives. That's not how this works. They went there in the morning on the first day and on the second day, and were able to walk right into line and get what they wanted and leave. They didn't have a Black Lotus badge. They did have to wait in a long line, but if you're pursuing an exclusive, you can anticipate that that's going to be the case. These things are going to attract scalpers. These things are going to attract fans that actually want the merchandise, and you need to be prepared for that if you want to obtain these things. And then the biggest topper of all of this is that the Final Fantasy IP has just really exposed that these loopholes really exist for higher level scalpers. There have been scalpers. I was joking in the opening about we finally got scalpers in the game. There have been scalpers. Scalpers exist throughout Magic's history, and all I think that the Final Fantasy IP did was open that up even more. Show scalpers that, hey, here's an opportunity over here for you to buy and resell. And because of the way the system is set up, that's just not de-incentivized. There's no company that's like, we got to figure out how to get around these scalpers. They just sell the stuff, and when it's sold out, it's sold out. The closest I've seen is like LGS's selling booster boxes for the MSRP price, as long as you'll let them like cut and take off the plastic right there in the store. So you're guaranteeing to them that you're not just going to go resell it. But if you want to buy the sealed products still in the wrapping, you got to pay a higher price that's closer to market price. That's kind of the closest thing I've seen. And that's at the store level. That's not at the company level. I've seen people suggest badge scanning. I really like the idea of you buy it for the whole weekend. That's your allocation. You can just buy it all at once instead of standing in line multiple times. hole punch systems I've seen. There's been a lot of suggestions as to how this could be fixed, but anytime I start thinking about it and anytime I see an idea I like, eventually that idea goes to, well, that probably costs way too much extra money and extra time on top of everything to make this happen. There's a reason they're hiring the day players locally, and that's not every employee. There's going to be Wizards employees, there's going to be standard people that have been there forever that know how the system works and are doing the best that they can, but largely those roles I would assume are going to be filled with day players locally because they're going to be hired by the convention, not like shipped in from Renton, Washington specifically to work at the store there. So yes, the situation that this Reddit post exposed did exist, but it didn't contribute to a negative feeling overall for the entire convention, as it were. Vibes were really high. Final Fantasy hype was super high. I've seen other conventions that were like this as well, and yeah, it sucks to miss out on something that you really wanted that was a con exclusive, or it sucks to just be like, okay, I guess I'm paying double on the secondary market what I could have gotten it for. But I think if you're going to go to a MagicCon, you have to decide in advance for yourself. Am I here to chase con exclusives? Am I going to spend the majority of my time doing that? Or am I going to spend the majority of my time playing and engaging in some of the free stuff that the convention has, meet and greets, all the stage stuff, all the free play areas, some of the ticketed events even? Am I going to do that? Or am I going to chase con exclusives? Because doing both will really fill up your weekend very quickly. This discussion is pretty nuanced and complicated, so I'd love to hear your take down in the comments below. If you like the coverage, hitting that like and subscribe button lets me know to talk about stuff like this more, and I'll catch you in the next one. MagicCon Vegas this year was a huge success for multiple reasons, especially if one of those reasons was you wanted to buy $40 booster packs, walk 10 feet from where you bought them, and then sell them immediately for $80 cash, no questions asked. That's something you could do at this con. The Final Fantasy set has brought unprecedented hype and attention onto Magic the Gathering, and it has attracted the one thing that no one wants in their hobby, and that is the dreaded scalper. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. So there was a long Reddit post about bribery and about scalping and how the entirety of MagicCon Vegas was overshadowed by the lack of availability, the length of multiple lines, and the absolute permeation of scalpers buying up everything and people skirting the rules as best they can. Now, the vibe was very different on the actual convention floor than was presented in that Reddit post. The writer of that Reddit post obviously had a very negative experience, and I can understand that. We're going to talk through some of the reasons that I think that happened, but I don't think that it was as negative overall as a convention as that post made it out to seem. The vibes were very high the entire weekend. People were very excited about Final Fantasy. The fact that the prices were just rising was more of a conversation and just a head shaker than anything. It was something fun to talk about, kind of. Chasing those packs and figuring out how to get them from the store was definitely an enormous storyline, and Black Lotus badges definitely had an advantage over the rest of the field. Now, the thing with the Black Lotus badge that it gives it an advantage over the rest of the field is that you gain early access to basically everything throughout the weekend, with the primary two contributors of early access problems, so to speak, being the main show store, the official conference Wizards of the Coast show store, and early access to the convention floor so that you're able to go stand in line at booths where exclusives might be sold, such as Ultra Pro. There were three main items that were contributing to the fervor this past weekend that scalpers were targeting, that players were trying to target as cheaply as possible, and that was the Final Fantasy collector booster packs at the main show store, the festivals in a box at the main show store that contain Mystery Booster 2, and the Cloud and Sephiroth playmats that are exclusives that were sold at the Ultra Pro booth on the convention floor. They had the shiny sword that Cloud had and the shiny sword that Sephiroth had, the Buster Sword and the Masamune. Look at me learning some Final Fantasy stuff. Hey, those were shiny on those playmats, and those were selling for double, triple, quadruple. They sold for quite a bit on the secondary market if you couldn't get them there on the show floor. So let's talk about the collector packs first. You could, with the Black Lotus badge, stand in line, go up and buy the pack for $40, which is what they were selling them for. And there were vendors throughout the entire weekend that were offering sight unseen $70, $80 cash per pack for players to just sell them straight to the booth. Now, there was a transactional limit of 3 booster packs on those collector boosters. That might not have been enforced the first day. I've heard conflicting reports, but that's pretty standard. Reed Pop, Wizards of the Coast, whoever does the hiring for their official show store, a lot of times those are local day players that are doing that, and the rules of all of the engagement and who can purchase what and when and how much, that is not really locked in as tightly as it can be, and that's pretty standard for the first day of these conventions. I saw it at Chicago this year, I saw it at Vegas last year, and so on and so forth with prior conventions. The first day, especially that first night, that Thursday night when stuff goes live and Black Lotus has the ability to go in and purchase early, that night in particular tends to be more of a free-for-all where the rules get set past that for the rest of the weekend. So for the majority of the time, 3 packs per transaction was the limit. Now, that was not limited on any sort of day basis. You weren't scanned every time you go through, and mostly the workers there didn't care. They're not the pack police. They're just trying to sell stuff to people who want to buy it. And so it was quite easy with the Black Lotus badge, from what I hear, to just go back through the line, buy your 3 packs, go back through the line, buy your 3 packs. I think a good solution here would be still enforce a limit at an individual level, but let's not make it transactional. Let's just say, all right, you get 3 a day, and if you want to, you can go and buy all 9 or all 12, depending on if you're Black Lotus and you also get access on that Thursday. You can go and buy all 12 just at once, at cost, and that's done. Because the thing is Wizards of the Coast has to sell them for MSRP. It would create a very strange situation, I feel like, if Wizards announced what MSRP was on their website, which they did per pack. They didn't announce it per box, but they announced it per collector pack, what the MSRP was for the Final Fantasy set. If they had sold it at any more than that, I think there would have been even more of an outcry, and it's probably illegal. I'm no lawyer, but you've got to have your MSRP, and if you, the store, are selling over that, that probably creates some strange conflict. So it was sort of understood that those packs were going to be sold at that $40 mark. What was unforeseen was the hype and the fervor that was drummed up over the weekend, and how prices on singles and sealed product just continued to shoot through the roof. There was stuff that was up 100% from when I got there on Thursday to when I left on Monday morning. Absolutely insane. You also had festivals in a box. Now, those contain Mystery Booster 2, and buying them through Festival in a Box is the most direct way to obtain that product for individuals or for stores. You'll have a chance to buy them on the Secret Lair website for a limited time, but the best way to get them is at the convention, especially when you start talking about, oh, I can just pay the $200 and not have to worry about shipping or fees or taxes or anything like that. And if you've got the Black Lotus, you're getting a 10% discount on all products, so that's relevant toward the overall cost as well. Now, those festivals in a box selling for $200 were being straight up purchased for $250 cash by vendors like right outside the line. That's what was going on all weekend, is that the vendors, because they're not able to unless they skirt the system, which they don't want to do so that they don't lose their, status with Wizards, they're not able to go right up to the show store and buy stuff from them directly. That's not allowed. But they can offer a little bit more and incentivize people to just continuously go through the line and buy these things and sell them to the vendor. And if that's how they want to take their $900 Black Lotus badge and spend it standing in line all weekend to, make some money, rock and roll. That's how you wanted to spend your convention, go ahead. And that's what I mostly saw, is that the people that were really grinding this line, that's all you did. You were a professional shopper all weekend. And so rock and roll. If they've set up the system and you want to do that with your entire time there and not get any games in or see any of the events on stage or go to any of the meet and greets, just do anything that has to do with Magic. You just want to flip and sell and buy and sell, and If that's what you want to do, more power to you. And the system was kind of set up that way. I mean, WotC started a gold rush, handed out shovels. It was only a matter of time before people started digging. I saw one commenter on the Reddit post saying that WotC already won because we're all discussing this. And yeah, that is a big point that I want to make, is like, there's no incentive for this system to change. If you want to participate in it, you need to learn the system and go participate in it. Get your Black Lotus badge, learn whatever the rhythm of that con is going to be for selling and buying, because these things change all the time. There's tweaks here and there, but at the end of the day, WotC and Repop are selling through all of their product, which they're a store. That's their entire and only goal. And we're all talking about it after the fact. There's a ton of buzz. You know that no press is bad press is no press. Whatever that saying is, all press is good press, I think is what it's supposed to mean. The thing is that is just going to create more hype for the Black Lotus badges for Atlanta. We're just going to see the fervor continue and build from us even discussing this. And so the fact that they sold through all their product and customers are discussing their product after the fact, I feel like they are getting everything they want, and so there's just no incentive on their side to change anything. I don't think that makes them bad or evil either. They're just trying to sell a product. They can't jack up their own prices, and the convention is set up the way it is. Any system that exists is going to have gamers, and I'm speaking from personal experience. I've run leagues through the Discord, through the Patreon. We've run different events and stuff, and whenever you write down rules, you know, you've seen this happen. I promise you can think about Ricky trying to game the rules and find the loopholes right now. We all know a Ricky. That's going to happen. Anytime there's rules, anytime there's a system, people are going to figure out how to game it, especially when there's money involved, especially when it's as easy as buying a $40 pack, walking 20 feet and selling it for $80. Done. The other big issue for a lot of people was the Cloud and Sephiroth playmats that were shiny. There is a shiny exclusive playmat at pretty much every convention now. Last convention, it was the lightning bolt that had the shiny red lightning all over it, and that was the one that everybody was wanting to buy and flip. That's just going to be how it is now. There's going to be con exclusives, and those con exclusives are going to be harder to get. I personally knew non-Black Lotus badge holders who easily got them, who went in the morning. You're going to have to do that. You can't just wait until the last hour of the last day to get the exclusives. That's not how this works. They went there in the morning on the first day and on the second day, and were able to walk right into line and get what they wanted and leave. They didn't have a Black Lotus badge. They did have to wait in a long line, but if you're pursuing an exclusive, you can anticipate that that's going to be the case. These things are going to attract scalpers. These things are going to attract fans that actually want the merchandise, and you need to be prepared for that if you want to obtain these things. And then the biggest topper of all of this is that the Final Fantasy IP has just really exposed that these loopholes really exist for higher level scalpers. There have been scalpers. I was joking in the opening about we finally got scalpers in the game. There have been scalpers. Scalpers exist throughout Magic's history, and all I think that the Final Fantasy IP did was open that up even more. Show scalpers that, hey, here's an opportunity over here for you to buy and resell. And because of the way the system is set up, that's just not de-incentivized. There's no company that's like, we got to figure out how to get around these scalpers. They just sell the stuff, and when it's sold out, it's sold out. The closest I've seen is like LGS's selling booster boxes for the MSRP price, as long as you'll let them like cut and take off the plastic right there in the store. So you're guaranteeing to them that you're not just going to go resell it. But if you want to buy the sealed products still in the wrapping, you got to pay a higher price that's closer to market price. That's kind of the closest thing I've seen. And that's at the store level. That's not at the company level. I've seen people suggest badge scanning. I really like the idea of you buy it for the whole weekend. That's your allocation. You can just buy it all at once instead of standing in line multiple times. Hole punch systems I've seen. There's been a lot of suggestions as to how this could be fixed, but anytime I start thinking about it and anytime I see an idea I like, eventually that idea goes to, well, that probably costs way too much extra money and extra time on top of everything. to make this happen. There's a reason they're hiring the day players locally, and that's not every employee. There's going to be Wizards employees, there's going to be standard people that have been there forever that know how the system works and are doing the best that they can, but largely those roles I would assume are going to be filled with day players locally because they're going to be hired by the convention, not like shipped in from Renton, Washington specifically to work at the store there. So yes, the situation that this Reddit post exposed did exist, but it didn't contribute to a negative feeling overall for the entire convention, as it were. Vibes were really high. Final Fantasy hype was super high. I've seen other conventions that were like this as well, and yeah, it sucks to miss out on something that you really wanted that was a con exclusive, or it sucks to just be like, okay, I guess I'm paying double on the secondary market what I could have gotten it for. But I think if you're going to go to a MagicCon, you have to decide in advance for yourself. Am I here to chase con exclusives? Am I going to spend the majority of my time doing that? Or am I going to spend the majority of my time playing and engaging in some of the free stuff that the convention has, meet and greets, all the stage stuff, all the free play areas, some of the ticketed events even? Am I going to do that? Or am I going to chase con exclusives? Because doing both will really fill up your weekend very quickly. This discussion's pretty nuanced and complicated, so I'd love to hear your take down in the comments below. If you like the coverage, hitting that like and subscribe button lets me know to talk about stuff like this more, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hey guys, this is Tono. Today we have Marrow's Edge of Eternity teasers. So these are the teasers for Edge of Eternities. Basically what he does is gives us little snippets from, different card names, what cards do, a whole bunch of different things that kind of teases the new things that are coming with the new set. I feel like these ones were harder than previous ones. However, there is some absolutely banging reveals in here though, some amazing things that we'll get into soon. I do want to apologize, there was no video yesterday because I am insanely unwell, so I'm kind of pushing through it to get this video done for you guys. And if you do like that kind of thing, make sure you guys do subscribe, make sure you share the video around, all that kind of stuff. So let's start off. We've got a repeated activated ability that lets you draw 2 cards and create a 2/2 creature token. There's some of these that are just kind of so vague that it's hard for me to be able to say what they could be or anything. I assume this one's kind of like either a huge spaceship that takes a little bit to get to this and then it's not too expensive, or it's a very costly like activated ability of some kind on some kind of creature, or some kind of drone spitting out thing or something like that. We've got a white card that returns a non-creature, non-land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Abula is great for this. Like, it's very similar to that. I think Abula just got banned, I think, in standard as well. And then we've also got like the builder's talent here that does a very similar thing. When it becomes level 3, return target non-creature, non-land from your graveyard to the battlefield. So maybe something similar to that, like, just reanimating a artifact or something like that, assumedly. Yeah, it's kind of so vague that it's hard to kind of describe as to what it could be. Assumedly, it's going to be very similar to these kinds of things, though. We've got another Arch Charm. We've got the Arch Druids and Arch Mages Charm currently. Maybe this is going to be like a white, like Arch Priest Charm or something along those lines. They were pretty big in the storyline with like the angels and everything, so definitely could be along that line. That's the one I would think of it. Something like, similar to this, where it's got like, it costs 3 of one color. It's going to have 3 different abilities that you choose one of. The Arch Druid's Charm was huge within Markov. Like, it's a great card, great tutoring card. So I assume it's going to be pretty decently strong as well. We've got cards that make you choose odd or even. We've had a fair few of these in the past, like, Lava Brink Venture kind of thing. Notably, however, there is a bunch to do with the Eldrazi that were either choose odd or even, like the Twins of Discord, or specifically hate on even mana values. So it could be like either of those kinds of things. Like, it could be similar to like an Eldrazi, which we'll get into later a bit, or it could just be anything that's just choose odd or even. There's a bunch of different things that choose odd or even, so I don't think it's specific enough for us to say, hey, this is an Eldrazi based card. New artifact token called Munitions. I don't know, maybe like a sacrifice that deal damage to someone. Maybe that would make sense as munitions. Maybe it's like, it's a artifact token that's specifically for like one different card. Like, we've got bananas that are specifically just for Kibo. Something like that, where it's like a big Gatling gun or something like that, and it creates munitions tokens that are then used for it or something. But you think if it was just for one card, they would probably just use counters. I don't know. Like, there's a few different things this could be. It's again vague enough that it's hard to kind of draw too many conclusions from it. We've got a variant on Devour. So we've previously had a couple different variants on Devour, like the Capricomb here, which is a variant, which is just Devour Artifacts. We've got Feasting Hobbit here, which is Devour Foods. My thoughts on this one are Devour Land, right? So it's going to like Devour Land, like Devour Land 3 or something. So it's as it enters, you may sacrifice any number of lands. It gets X, Y, Z, however many, +1/+1 counters on it based on that. That would make sense. And a huge kind of like, you know, as we've seen a fair bit of like, you know, destruction of land and stuff within the set. Yeah, it could just be like, you know, Devour Artifacts again, or maybe it's Devour Munitions, Devour anything. It could be Devour anything realistically. My thoughts are Devour Land though. We've got cards that let you take control of opponent. Again, there's been a whole bunch of these. Emrakul is a famous one here. Emrakul, the Promised End, lets you take control of someone on the next turn. Or there's like the Mindslaver as well. Mindslaver was reprinted in OTJ in the bonus sheet there. But, you know, take control of an opponent happens every once in a while, not a big kind of mechanic. So, assumably this is going to be like a Mythic level card, I think. We've got a legendary 5-color artifact. I think this is pretty safe to bet that it's going to be a spaceship of some kind that you can then, like a legendary spaceship that you can then run as your commander. It does say just artifact, but like, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what it could be? It could be, if it's not a spaceship, it could be anything. But I think it's going to be a spaceship so that way people can run like a 5-color legendary spaceship commander. We've got a poison card. I don't know. Poison shows up every once in a while, so it could just be anything realistically. All right, and then we've got a card that grants an ability to slivers. Now, notably, it does not say that there's going to be a sliver card. It doesn't mean that there's slivers in the set at all. It's just a card that grants an ability to slivers. So if you don't know how slivers work, essentially all of them have either one of two abilities. Either they grant abilities to all slivers, or they grant abilities to just slivers you control. But that's like the whole sliver thing. I assume this is going to be like a thing that produces slivers, like a say like a Maskwood Nexus that spits out slivers, or like not Maskwood Nexus. What is it? Birthing Barrels or something like that spits out slivers and then also grants an ability to those sliver tokens. That's my thoughts on it. Who knows? It could be anything realistically, but it does confirm there is going to be slivers within the set, or at least a card referencing slivers. We've got whenever you play a card or cast a spell, draw a card. Yeah, that's broad enough that could realistically be anything. Assumably it's like a landfall based one, because whenever you play a land too, but I don't know. I think this level of card, like this level of ability, is most likely on a legendary, but I could be crazy about thinking that. We've got, if it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot artifact creature. We've seen stuff similar to this, like this Kenku Artificer, when it comes in, turns up a non-creature artifact into a creature. That's assumably what this is. But again,
Hello and welcome to another MTGarena video. Today we're taking a look at something a little bit different than usual. As you may know, yesterday 7 cards were banned from the standard format, just 1 month prior to rotation. So that's going to have a pretty significant impact on the standard metagame. And in today's video, I want to discuss those banned cards briefly and then present a whole bunch of decks that will now be viable after the banned list announcement. Also looking forward to rotation, so I'll make sure to mention which cards will rotate out, so you can plan accordingly. So first, let's talk about which cards got banned. Will's Awakening, Cory Steelcutter, Heartfire Hero, Hopeless Nightmare, Monstrous Rage, This Town Ain't Big Enough, and Up the Beanstalk. So 7 cards banned from Standard. None of these cards would have rotated out, so they would have stayed in Standard post-rotation otherwise. And I actually made a whole PowerPoint presentation before the banned list announcement that I didn't get a chance to show you in a different video. So now I can show you that presentation, standard, what's wrong and how do we fix it. Well, apparently banning 7 cards will do it. So the standard metagame at the most recent Pro Tour was 40% Izzet decks, 20% Azorius Omniscience, 10% Mono-Red aggro. This shows the play rates of some of the most played cards. Steel Cutter was sitting at 43%, Monstrous Rage 56%, Stock Up 61% of all decks included it. And comparing those numbers to some pretty powerful cards here with Oko and Omnath at 69 and 72% play rate respectively. And as we all know, both of those cards were banned within a few months of being illegal, sometimes even weeks in the case of Omnath. And we can now add Corey Steelcutter to that list, being around for about 2 months in Standard. And then the top 8 was just Mono-Red and Izzet. And then these were the win rates of all the decks at the Pro Tour. So you can have a quick look at that. Maybe that will inform the upcoming format as well. But of course, all the decks here were skewed towards trying to beat the Izzet decks of the format. So we will definitely see a very different metagame now with all the banned cards. And then talking about rotation, this is certainly still relevant for now, as we get to see which sets rotate out coming August 1st. So Dominaria United, The Brothers War, Phyrexia, March of the Machine, and Aftermath will all leave us. But we still have Wilds of Eldraine, which included some of the banned cards like Monstrous Rage and Up the Beanstalk, and every other set here will rotate early 2027, so still a couple years in Standard. And then, of course, Foundations, one of the sets that's a bit of an exception, as it will stay legal in Standard for 5 years up until 2030. And that's maybe also what informed their decision not to ban Omniscience and going for Abuela's Awakening instead. So the previous banned announcement was March 31st, and as we all know, it didn't change anything to Standard. Standard was flourishing, apparently. And then also wanted to talk about the change in Standard rotation, since we did change from a 2-year rotation to a 3-year rotation. So that's going to have a significant impact on the Standard format as well. A lot of the cards that were banned yesterday were cards that they designed before they had the rotation in mind, although Corey Steelcutter is kind of the exception. So that's a card that they would have emergency banned, apparently, even if we didn't have a scheduled ban announcement. And these were my thoughts at the time when they announced the change in Standard rotation, and my thoughts haven't really changed much on the matter. A bigger format means the power level is generally going to be higher, it's going to be more difficult for new cards to break through to the top of the meta, and that's maybe going to affect the variety of the format as well. And as we see now, needing to ban cards is part of that equation, which is never a good thing. If we take a look at the timeline of banned cards in Standard, this is now also updated with yesterday's ban announcement. We can see that there was a period where there weren't too many bans in Standard up until around 2017, which is actually when I personally started playing more paper Standard. My first deck, I remember, was kind of a budget Smuggler Sculptor Madness deck, and then Smuggler Sculptor was banned. Then I started playing more competitively, attending more Grand Prix, and I built the Jeskai Sahili deck, which was a pretty powerful combo deck at the time, relying on Felidar Guardian alongside Sahili. And then Felidar Guardian was banned, so then I moved to playing a Aetherworks Marvel deck, trying to cheat Ulamog into play, and then a little bit later Aetherworks Marvel was banned. So that's now 3 decks in a row that were banned, and back then I hadn't even monetized my YouTube channel, so I didn't have a steady income. And then later I switched to the Teamer Energy deck, and later Attune and Rogue Refiner were also banned, so that's when I pretty much gave up on paper Standard, and I think a lot of people were in a similar boat with all the bannings around 2019, 2020. So I think just banning 7 cards at once like they did yesterday is probably the best approach, as opposed to having to ban after a couple of months and having people basically lose their entire decks time after time. And then now the candidates, which cards were potentially on the chopping block. Of course, Monstrous Rage being present in both the Izzet and Mono-Red decks, already banned in Alchemy. May not seem like a big deal, but it does mean that Wizards internally thinks that the card is maybe winning too many games, since they have more data than we have available. And then the Steel Cutter, as everyone knew, was also on the cutting block as just a very powerful card with temporary lockdown rotating soon. The card's only going to get better, so that was a pretty easy decision as well. Then Omniscience I thought was going to be the more likely candidate to be banned as opposed to A Will's Awakening, but maybe it being in Foundations and without being able to reanimate it on turn 4, it's maybe less of a problem. And looking at the alternatives for A Will's Awakening, the options aren't all that great, and most of them will actually rotate out in 1 month. The Invasion, for instance, is going to be gone. There's the red-white sorcery that can reanimate enchantments for 5 mana. That's going to rotate out as well. So I think we're left with Yuna, which only reanimates end of turn. There's also the Builder's Talent, which you first need to cast for 2 mana and then activate for 5. So the options to bring back Omniscience after rotation aren't all that great. So I think I'm okay with them banning A Will's Awakening instead. Then Up the Beanstalk was going to be a problem after you ban all the red cards and after you ban the Omniscience deck, since then all these kind of rampy Overlord mid-range decks are going to take over, and it's already banned in Modern, maybe also a precedent, so that's another card that eventually got banned. It limits design space, as we can see with some of the upcoming mechanics as well, that are another way to cheat expensive cards into play on the cheap, so that's also probably part of their decision-making. And then I think between Manifold Mouse and Heartfire Hero, most people thought Manifold Mouse was going to be banned between the two mice. I actually thought Heartfire Hero was the more likely candidate, also because it's already nerfed in Alchemy, again showing that internally they have more data showing that Heartfire Hero might be the problem. Being the 1-drop that curves into Manifold Mouse, of course, is the combo that they wanted to break up. So I think one of the two mice was pretty likely to go, ended up being the Heartfire Hero. Also maybe affects the red Leyline builds in Best of 3 Standard, where Leyline of Resonance isn't banned yet. And Heartfire Hero is still a role player in the various Aura decks that we see often in Best of 1. So I'm pretty happy with Heartfire Hero being the target as opposed to Manifold Mouse. There's maybe still a chance you can build a mouse deck without Heartfire Hero, but of course Archetype has taken a significant hit. Then Stock Up was the card technically with the highest play percentage at the Pro Tour. It's a good enough card draw spell to see play in Legacy, so the card is undoubtedly very powerful, but it's also the type of card that's just kind of fun to play with. You're going to have a good card draw spell in Standard, so I didn't think it was likely to get banned, and it did not end up getting banned, so I'm pretty happy with that. I did not think they were going to ban This Town Ain't Big Enough, but of course if you ban Cory Steelcutter, maybe it can become a problem, since the various Pixie decks using Town Ain't Big Enough were among the most powerful in the format before the introduction of Cory Steelcutter, and yeah, it's also a card that leads to some pretty repetitive play patterns with Stormchaser's Talent, so I'm okay with Town Ain't Big Enough being banned. I did not have Hopeless Nightmare on my radar, since I didn't even make a slide for it, but of course in conjunction with Nurturing Pixie, another powerful engine, and nowadays you can also play a black-white Pixie deck without blue, so just having the Kirin and the Pixie to bounce Nightmare and other 1-mana enchantments is pretty powerful, so I'm okay with Hopeless Nightmare being gone, especially since Obstinate Baloth is rotating out of Standard soon, which was one of the better sideboard answers to the Hopeless Nightmare engine, being able to put it in play for free. Still have the Wild Leaf Liege, but it's not quite as powerful for every archetype. So that leads us to the 7 banned cards: Steelcutter, Heartfire Hero, Monstrous Rage, Hopeless Nightmare, A Will's Awakening, Up the Beanstalk, and This Town Ain't Big Enough. So now we can finally move on from here and start discussing some of the decks that will now be functional in Standard. And there's quite a few. I've made a list of 13 decks here, I believe. I'll go over one by one, talking about how the deck looks like after rotation as well, and then what you can expect of the upcoming meta. Let's start with Gruul Delirium. And I've made a video on a very similar list a couple weeks before the Final Fantasy set got introduced. Now we do get to add Terra Magical Adept to the deck as well, as a relatively cheap way to put a lot of cards into the graveyard. Gives you a mana sink as well. And then we also added the Red Summon, a way to give creatures haste is pretty powerful, especially with Fear of Missing Out if you have Delirium enabled, so you can get multiple attack steps in. And then we want to combine that with Violent Urge to deal a ton of damage out of nowhere. Now in my previous iteration I was playing with Monstrous Rage, which of course got banned, so that potentially weakens the combo with Violent Urge a little bit, but we still have a big Trampler with the Wildfire Wicker Folk, and the core of this deck deck are cards from Duskmourn, which are not going to rotate out. In fact, if we take a look at which cards are rotating, it's just Seed of Hope, a cheap enabler that's somewhat replaceable, can always play more copies of Bushwhack, which was present in Foundations, and then Wrenn and Realmbreaker, also not really an essential part of this deck that you can easily replace with additional 3-drops. Now, the mana base does take a pretty significant hit, with Copperline Gorge and half of the fast lands leaving us, and then Karplusan Forests and all of the pain lands leaving Standard, but we've already gotten a small preview of which cards will be in Edge of Eternities, the next Standard set, and that includes half of the Shocklands, and one of those is Stomping Ground, so this deck will get a pretty decent replacement for the mana base at least, so I think this will be a pretty powerful aggro deck for the upcoming format as well. Next up, we have the Blue-Red or Vivi Cauldron deck. I did a version of this that was a little bit more combo-oriented, that was also playing with Geralf. This list is based on the one that did well at the last Pro Tour, so it should be one of the top contenders in the next month before rotation. And of course, the concept is still to use Agatha's Soul Cauldron to give Vivi's ability to your various creatures, so they can also make a lot of mana, and then you can use that mana to cast a bunch of card draw spells, like the Dragon Hunt. There's also a bit of a discard theme to grow the Marauding Mako in this deck, and that can also pick up additional +1 counters, which then in turn synergizes with Vivi's ability and the Cauldron. There's Winter Night Stories to draw more cards, and we can harmonize it out of the graveyard, and then eventually we can set up a combo kill with a Voldaren Thrillseeker once we grow our creatures large enough, since we can also get additional counters from the Eidetic Memory. So this is a pretty cool kind of mid-range combo deck that can go off out of nowhere. We will actually lose Voldaren Thrillseeker with the upcoming rotation, so we won't have that finisher anymore, and then in the mana base we also lose Sheevan Reef, but overall most of the deck's core will stay the same, and we might find something to replace the Thrillseeker with. So I think this will be one of the top contenders for the next month, and then after rotation we'll see where the deck ends up, but you still have that powerful Cauldron plus Vivi engine. Then we move on to the Jeskai Oculus list, which is pretty similar to the Vivi Cauldron deck in that it also has that discard package with Marauding Mako and the Fear of Missing Out. There's Dragon Hunt and Eidetic Memory to grow our threats, but instead of doing stuff with Agatha's Soul Cauldron and Vivi, instead this deck wants to discard Abhorrent Oculus ideally, and then cheaply bring it back using cards like Helping Hand, and at 2 mana there's Recommission, and then there's some other powerful 3-drops here with Light Shatter, the Scholar, and then we can also try Joshua from the Final Fantasy set as another card that can help us discard and draw, and those can also all set up the Eidetic Memory to give us additional +1 counters. So this deck does lose quite a few pieces with the upcoming rotation, mostly in the mana base, since all the pain lands are leaving us, although we can potentially replace those with Starting Town, which is pretty good for these aggressive 3-color decks. Recommission also rotates out, but can pretty easily be replaced by Call a Surprise Witness, which has a very similar effect, just trading +1 counter for a flying counter, so that should be a pretty easy swap as well. So yeah, the main question is, can we make the mana base work with the upcoming rotation? But for the next month, this should be one of the best decks as well. Next up, we've got the Blue-White or Azorius Artifact archetype, and this one's incredibly scary once it gets a Simulacrum Synthesizer going, generating those huge construct tokens turn after turn, and we can also find Synthesizer by sacrificing a 2-mana artifact to Repurposing Bay, and then the addition of United Battlefront from Tarkir Dragonstorm also gave the deck a significant power boost, so this is also one of the main contenders in the upcoming format, and it doesn't lose much with rotation in 1 month, just the Mightstone and Weakstone at 5 mana, which can be pretty easily replaced. And then we've got the Pain Lands, Adarkar Waste leaving us, so that's another card that we can pretty easily do without, but the core of the deck remains the same, just maybe replace the Mightstone with another 5 mana artifact. Next up, we're taking a look at a mono white life gain, which is a pretty fun, aggressive white deck that's pretty good at beating up on other aggro decks, since we've got all that built-in life gain. At 1 mana, lots of life linking flyers, and other ways to passively gain life just by playing out our creatures. And then we can grow our 2-drops, a Chinese Pridemate, and Essence Channeler, picking up additional +1 counters whenever we gain life, so that can be multiple counters in one turn. Sheltered by Ghosts, an excellent removal spell that also gains us life. And then Linden is more cheap life gain triggers, and sometimes we have a broken opening hand thanks to Leyline of Hope, immediately pumping our creatures and gaining us even more life. The deck currently relies on Knight Errant for card advantage by tapping a bunch of creatures for Convoke, and this is the only card that will leave us with the upcoming rotation, so it will need to replace Knight Errant, maybe with the Exemplar of Light, which is another life gain card that can draw cards, so we'll need to find a replacement for the Knight Errant, but if we find a good replacement, I think this deck will persist. Next up is Mono Black Demons, and I featured almost this exact list about 7 or 8 months ago before the release of Foundations, which did introduce Soulstone Sanctuary as a powerful creature land for the archetype, so that was an easy upgrade. Otherwise, it still relies on the same key pieces: Unholy Annex to draw extra cards and maybe drain the opponent if we control a demon, can make a large demon token with a Ritual Chamber, can maybe double its damage output with a Bloodletter, a powerful 4-mana demon from the Lost Caverns, and then the 2-card combo with Bloodletter and Unstoppable Slasher. If we manage to hit the opponent with a Slasher, will still stay in Standard. And then we also have the Disruption from Deep Cavern Bat, as well as Duress, which are also both sticking around, but it does lose a lot of other pieces, mainly at 1 mana. Cut Down, one of the best removal spells in the format, rotates out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a card like Fatal Push being printed in Edge of Eternities. Would be pretty thematic. Someone getting kicked out of an airlock into outer space would be quite a fatal push. But we don't know that for sure. Otherwise, you can always play Stab at 1 mana, giving a creature -2/-2, not quite as exciting. And then our 2 mana removal will also need to switch around as we lose Annoyance to Go for the Throat and Sheoldred's Edict. Still have Shoot the Sheriff as a solid 2 mana option. At 3 mana, we also lose Liliana of the Veil. That one is mechanically more unique, so harder to replace. And then Archfiend of the Dross at 4 mana, another powerful demon, will also rotate out. But we do have some other powerful demons in the format. Final Fantasy added Demon Wall if we want a more defensive option. If aggro decks are popular, could also go for a more proactive card like the Rakshasa, the 5/5 demon, also very good with a Bloodletter. So we do still have some other demons to choose from. Next up is the Green-White Rabbit deck, and this list is pretty much the exact list I featured in the Bloomborough preview event, so not much has changed. I've just updated the green-white mana base a little bit. The mana base will get a little bit weaker with the upcoming rotation, as we lose Brushland and Razor Verge Thicket, but it should still be functional enough. And then another card we lose is the Knight Errant, which was pretty good for card advantage in a deck that's capable of going wide very quickly to tap creatures for Convoke, but it's not an essential piece. Can always add more Evangelists or War Leaders. There are some other powerful rabbits like the Bunnycorn you could include, which will still stick around. So yeah, Green-White Rabbits, still a powerful go-wide archetype for the upcoming Standard. Now, while Mono Red has lost a lot of pieces, it's still not a deck you want to underestimate, and the only card it loses in the upcoming rotation is Monastery Swiftspear, which admittedly is a very powerful card, seeing play in every red aggro deck in pretty much every format, but we still have the powerful Hired Claw at 1 mana, so as long as Edge of Eternities introduces another powerful red 1-drop, this deck could survive, now that it's lost the Mouse package, since I don't think you want to be playing Manifold Mouse without a Heartfire hero, only having the Emberheart Challenger as another mouse, but the Challenger is still very good in and of itself as a 2/2 with haste and prowess, can still activate the Rockface Village to trigger Valiant, and then the Hired Claw can also benefit from the haste, and then Screaming Nemesis, one of the best creatures in these red aggro decks, can prevent the opponent from gaining a life, combos with your own Witchstalker Frenzy if you can target it for maybe just 1 mana to deal 5 more damage after having dealt regular combat damage. So still a very powerful deck, still have the Slick Shot to fly over and deal a lot of damage, might need to rely more on burn spells like Bolt Wave to get the job done, but yeah, there's quite a few flex slots as well. So that's Mono Red aggro. Next up, we have a Dinosaur Reanimator, and this one you could go in a lot of different directions, but the main card I want to highlight as being a main role player in Standard is Zombify. 4 mana to return a creature from our graveyard to the battlefield without any drawbacks is a very powerful effect. And while we still have Invasion of Argamon in Standard, this deck can potentially win as early as turn 3 if you're incredibly lucky. Invasion, discard Galta, Stampede, Tyrant. Turn 3, reanimated with a Zombify thanks to your treasure token, and then if you have maybe a Hatcher in hand alongside a few more dinosaurs to give them all haste, you could already be attacking for lethal. This deck loses a few pieces in the upcoming rotation, as I've mentioned Invasion of Argamon, which set up the most explosive turn 3 Zombify, probably a good thing that that's no longer an option, but we still have Seize the Spoils to then turn 4 either Zombify or cast a 5 mana reanimation spell like Rakdos Joins Up, which has a few legendary dinosaurs to go with it. Could also play Coiling Rebirth in this deck, which has excellent synergy with the Trumpeting Carnosaur as well as the Hatcher, and even the Voltborn Tyrant is pretty good as a non-legend you can reanimate with a Rebirth. So you've got a lot of options. We also lose a Tali at 7 mana with March of the Machine rotating out, but that's also pretty easily replaced with additional Voltborn Tyrants or Gishots. So yeah, this deck remains pretty powerful after rotation. The mana base remains the same as well. So a pretty decent deck to invest in if you like Reanimator decks. Brother's End I guess also rotates out, and that's one of the best cards you have against a blue-white artifact deck, which I expect to see more play as well. So hopefully we'll get some other mass artifact destruction in upcoming Standard expansions. Next up, we have the Jund Roots deck. Most versions that saw play at Pro Tour were just black-green, but I do want to experiment with a red splash that adds Terra into the mix as another way to mill lots of cards. And the key card we want to find in this deck is Insidious Roots, which is a card that can go pretty crazy, making lots of plant tokens, especially once Tyvar is involved, giving those plant tokens haste, so they can immediately tap for mana. And then cards like the Osteomancer, replaying creatures out of the graveyard, Mold Tender, exiling creatures out of the graveyard, are also very good ways to trigger Insidious Roots and then quickly build up a lethal army of plant tokens. The Soul Cauldron could also be used in combination with some activated abilities. And then we have the Thrill Seeker, which can also maybe deal the final blow once we build up enough plant tokens. But I will say this deck loses a lot of pieces next month with rotation, the main one being Tyvar, since Tyvar plus Roots is the core of the deck, so your plant tokens can no longer go crazy without Tyvar on the battlefield giving them haste, and the mana base also takes a significant hit, losing all the pain lands, even though we do have Starting Town to maybe replace them. So this deck's going to be a lot of fun for the next month, but then you will lose Tyvar, so you'll have to find a different way to combo with your Insidious Roots. Next up, we have a control deck for those that like control. And I think a Shiko control deck might be the place to be. I featured a deck very similar to this a few months ago on the channel. The mana base stays the same after rotation. We do lose a couple cards here and there, cards like Brotherhood's End, as I've mentioned earlier, which was a pretty good tool against artifact decks, although at least in white we can still count on Ultima as a board wipe that destroys all artifacts and creatures, as well as ending the turn, so no additional triggers going on the stack afterwards. And then we also lose Temporary Lockdown, but again, that's pretty replaceable with cards like Split Up and potentially other 3-mana sweepers we might get in future expansions. And then at 6 mana, no longer have Chandra as one of your finishers, but that's also not really a staple in the archetype, so can pretty easily do without it. Then going back to Bloomburrow, we have black-red lizards. While the mouse deck got knocked down a peg, we still have the rabbit deck, we still have lizards, and as we'll see in a second, the black-white bat archetype I think is still alive and well. So this deck gets to play with a lot of powerful creatures, and I think also has good overlap with the Start Your Engines mechanic. I featured a deck very similar to this a while ago with Aether Drift releasing. So we have a few cards that aren't lizards with 4 copies of Burnout Bastronaut, which has the Start Your Engines theme, and the lizards are very good at increasing their speed without necessarily needing to attack with cards like the Vine Lasher with Landfall. Hired Claw is also very good in multiples. And then at 2 mana, there's Gev, which can also passively deal damage by just casting more lizards. And then the Thrill Seeker has perfect overlap between the Start Your Engine theme and the lizard archetype. We've got Fireglass Mentor for card advantage, Pyromancer as another way to deal damage without needing to attack, the One of Hazoret, another payoff to start your engines, and then the Gecko leading to some very explosive starts as well, with the 1-drops all being very good at enabling it. And then topping off our curve, there's the Valley Flamecaller to enhance our lizards, and Laughing Jasper, also a nice source of card advantage. And then the mana base gets to play with Rockface Village, as well as Cavern, making our lizards uncounterable, but we do lose a few lands in the upcoming rotation, Blackleaf Cliffs and Sulphur Springs, and we do not have Blood Crypt in Edge of Eternities, so we'll have to wait a bit longer before Blood Crypt is back in Standard. I'm guessing it will be at some point, so the mana base may not be quite as perfect, but should still be serviceable. And then last but not least, a deck that I will feature on the channel soon, the Black-White Bat archetype with the addition of Dark Confidant, as well as Cecil from Final Fantasy. Both play well in kind of the life gain and drain archetype, where you're losing a bit of life yourself, but you can also make up for it with your life gain effects, like the life-linking Rune Lurker Bat, still have the disruption from Deep Cavern Bat, and then can also gain additional life with Zoralin. And then we basically have 8 Dark Confidants between Dark Confidant himself, and then the Augur also drawing us additional cards, maybe even with Offspring. The curve is pretty low, so we shouldn't lose too much damage to those abilities. Also have the Convocation as another payoff, and then we have some solid removal, although that's where the rotation also hits this archetype as we lose Cut Down. But yeah, again, hopefully we'll get a decent replacement at 1 mana for it. The Betrayal is still kind of a leftover from the previous metagame with Omniscience being popular, but again, graveyard decks with Zombify could also be popular, so I could see a card like Betrayal still being fine in this archetype. And then the mana base, we don't really lose much, just Caves of Koilos, but we will be getting Godless Shrine, so that's also a pretty easy swap. So yeah, that's 13 decks for you to try in the next month as we wait for the upcoming rotation. I've added decklist links in the video description to all of these decks, as well as any relevant video links for videos I might have featured in the past with these decks, and then I'll be sure to make some new videos as well with some of the newer archetypes. So yeah, that's going to do it for today's video. I want to thank you for watching, hope you enjoyed, and as always, have a nice day.
The Final Fantasy set is super expensive, but that doesn't mean that playing Commander with it has to be. What I've got in this video are 3 different decks that are all $30 or less. You can go buy them at the link in the pinned comment or in the description. All of them are headed up by a Final Fantasy Commander, and all the decks are good. They're going to perform ready to go right as you get them. We've got Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, at the head of a Rakdos spellcasting deck. We've got Hope Esteem at the head of a Mill Life Gain deck. And we've got Choco, Seeker of Paradise, as a Kindred Birds budget brew. Check the timeline down below for the exact deck that you're looking for, but do me a favor, if you like the deck or you think the video is just pretty sweet, hit that subscribe button and share it with a friend. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them and where you can pick up all 3 of these decks that I'm going to show you today. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect your cards, and Moxfield, the best place to put your deck lists on the internet, and where you can find these 3 deck lists down in the description and the pinned comment. Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, is a red, a black, and 2 for a 3/4 human mutant wizard. Says at the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then, if you control 4 or more wizards, which Kuja counts itself, transform Kuja into Trance Kuja. Fate Defied is an avatar wizard that's a 4/6, does not fly, strangely enough, looking at the art, but it says if a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. So you've got this commander that makes these token wizards on one side that can ping each opponent. That each opponent phrase is very, very important here, and flips to make those wizard tokens deal double damage. That's what it's at its core. If you look at the creatures that we're running in the deck, we are running stuff like Coruscation Mage, a red and 1 for a 2/2 otter wizard. It's got Offspring of 2, So it scales up across the game. You can pay an extra 2 and make a 1/1 token copy of this if you have the mana. It says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. That is the ability that we are trying to stack as much as we possibly can. We're running stuff like Electrostatic Field. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals a damage to each opponent. Erebor Flamesmith. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals a damage to each opponent. Firebrand Archer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. There are 28 cards in this entire deck that say each opponent on them, and that is what we're trying to do. We are trying to stack as many of these types of effects on the battlefield as we can. Stuff like Gutter Snipe. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and hopefully over the course of the game, burn all of our opponents down. There are some cards from the Final Fantasy set that we can actually stack in here, like Black Waltz number 3. This is a black wizard, 4 mana for a 2/2 flying death-touching wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Mysidian Elder is a red and 2. It's a common from the set. A 1/3 says whenever this creature enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals a damage to each opponent. It's those black wizard token abilities that we love the most with this. Queen Braun does the same thing, bringing in a black wizard every time it attacks. Cornered by Black Mages makes an opponent sack a creature and creates 1. Circle of Power lets you draw 2 cards and creates 1. Transpose lets you filter a card, draw then discard it, and create a 0/1 black wizard token, and it rebounds. Doesn't create another token the next time, but lets you draw, discard, you lose a life, and that black wizard is going to trigger along with anything else you've got on the battlefield. We can approach this from the other direction too with some of our creature choices. Thermo Alchemist taps to deal a damage to each opponent, like Unruly Catapult, same thing. Tap it to deal a damage to each opponent, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you get to untap it. So it's kind of doing the same thing, but it's a little bit of a different take on it. Past that, we want to be running instants and sorceries so that we can trigger all of these creatures and creature tokens that we're creating to burn our opponents down. Simple stuff like Vandal Blast, Faithless Looting, cards that are going to let us get to the correct cards. Cards like Disrupt Decorum. We don't really attack or block super well with this. We have a bunch of 0/1 tokens. We get our value from casting other spells. Disrupt Decorum says, okay, everybody fight. And hey, by the way, you can't fight me. Go in each other's direction and please leave me alone to just cast more spells like Siphon Mind. Everybody discard a card and I'll draw a card for each person that did. I get to refill my hand and continue playing the game while you have to get rid of your resources. We are running quite a few wizards in here and create quite a few wizards here, so we can get some kindred synergies with cards like Pact of the Serpent. Choose a creature type, target player draws X card, loses X life, where X is the number of creatures they control of the chosen type. And because we're making so many creature tokens, we can run things like Village Rites or Corrupted Conviction. Drawing cards, sacrificing creatures on the cast, that's something that we're going to be able to do. From there, you'll see a lot of removal in the sorceries and instants. Use that correctly. Wait until threats are coming your way. You are going to be sitting on quite a bit of removal, and so if you stay a little more reactive than proactive with it, as you cast things, people will attack into you, respond. I'm going to cast Go for the Throat, or I'm going to cast Infernal Grasp or Terminate. These are things that will keep opponents from attacking you further down the line. It's, well, they've got a full grip. Just don't come at me. I'm going to remove the thing that comes at me. Play politically with this, and you'll be able to survive the long game, just kind of dragging everybody's life total down while you keep threats away from you. In the artifacts, we've got Black Mage's Rod from the main set. That's another way to create a Black Mage, so to speak. Anything that you attach it to becomes a Black Mage, and so it becomes very valuable in this deck. I also really like the card Sorcerer's Wand in this deck. It's 1 mana equipment, says equipped creature has tap. This creature deals a damage to target player or planeswalker. If this creature is a wizard, it deals 2 damage to that player or planeswalker instead, and it equips for 3. If we're able to flip our commander, or just in the aggregate with everything else we've got pinging, having our wizards be able to tap and shock a player as well, pretty sweet. Then in our enchantments, we want to add to the damage we're doing, so let's have Gratuitous Violence. If a creature you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage to that permanent or player instead. Same thing with Dictate of the Twin Gods, except it's got the F word on it. If a source would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage to that permanent or player instead. I also really like Aether Revolt in this deck. I think people overlook this card because it has an energy symbol on it, but we don't really have to worry about that. It's an enchantment that says, Revolt, as long as a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn, if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage +2 instead. All of our black mages are pinging for 3. They're all lightning bolts now, and all we have to do is cast one of our spells like Deadly Dispute or Village Rites, sacrifice one of our tokens, get all of those pings. We've triggered the ability now for Aether Revolt to be having our black mages all do 3 damage per ping. Absolutely ridiculous, and we don't need to read the rest of the text on the card. It's irrelevant. For each deck, I also want to highlight some more expensive cards that certainly push the deck out of budget, but will provide you some cards to sort of aim for in the future that are more powerful but more expensive as a result. Things like Harmonic Prodigy. If an ability of a shaman or another wizard you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. We're doubling all of our wizard token triggers. Things like Agate Instigator. It's a newer version of this effect on a creature from Bloomburrow. It's a red and 1 for a 1/3. It's got offspring of a red and 1, so for 4 you get 2 of these that both say whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. You've got a commander that's constantly spitting out tokens. You've got a bunch of cards that are constantly spitting out tokens. Stuff like Agate Instigator, stuff like Perforos, God of the Forge. There was a bonus sheet version of this in the set that might be grabbable within a good time frame here. That was Kefka Palazzo. Perforos says as long as your devotion to red is less than 5, it's not a creature. Whenever another creature you control enters, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Just another way to stack the damage in the additive and completely burn your opponents down. I also really like Giggling Skitter Spike in this deck. Whenever it attacks, blocks, or becomes the target of a spell, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. It's an indestructible creature, and for 5 mana, you put 5 counters on it, and it becomes a 6 power machine gun that every time it attacks, blocks, or becomes the target of a spell, it deals 6 damage to each opponent. Pretty nutty. And a newer card I want to highlight just because I've started to build it into a ton of red decks and I've really enjoyed it in my playtesting is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. It's a red and 3 for a 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn, except its name is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. If you do, Go-Go and that creature each get +2/+0 and gain haste until end of turn and attack this turn if able. What I really want to do is copy Kuja Genome Sorcerer. We'll get the ability onto Go-Go, but we don't have to sacrifice either one of them because the name remains Go-Go. It's not copying the name, so the legend rule doesn't hit here. And at the beginning of our end step, we'll get 2 tapped 0/1 black wizard creature tokens with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals damage to each opponent. That's what we're trying to do. So any little tricks that we can use to make more of those, we're gonna do. The deck list for the $30 version of Black Mage Pings with Kuja Genome Sorcerer at the lead is down in the description. Let me know if you got any questions about this specific deck or any suggestions on cards you think might be strong in the deck and keep it under that $30 budget. Hope S Theme is a white and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard. It's got lifelink and says at the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. That is a very strong ability. Now, mill is a pretty salty strategy, so you should probably make sure that your play group is going to be okay with it before we dive into this deck. This one really combines 2 pretty salty strategies: life gain, which really freaks people out, and mill, which freaks people out even more. What we're trying to do with this deck, though, first is gain life. Because our commander is cheap at only 2 mana, we're going to be able to resolve Hope and get Hope back out there. And especially since we're just wanting to gain life so that that translates into milled cards, that's where we're going to focus. Cards like Hinterland Sanctifier, whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Similar, Daxos Blessed by the Sun. Whenever another creature you control enters the battlefield or dies, you gain a life. Life Creed Duo. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain a life. This deck has 27 creatures in it, so you're going to be playing quite a few creatures for sure. We want everything that we're doing to be gaining us life preferably so that we can trigger Hope's ability as much as possible. I'm running Odric Lunarch Marshal in this deck. I think that it's strong enough just to give your entire team lifelink every single turn. It's only at the beginning of your end step that Hope's ability triggers, so you want to be aggressive with this deck for sure. But even on your turn, giving every single creature on your side lifelink, swinging out, gaining 10 life, everybody mills 10. We're getting there at that point, and it's not going to take that much more for us to just burn everybody's libraries completely down. We can double it up with stuff like Rock's Faithmender, a white and 3 for a 1/5 Rhino Monk with lifelink. Says if you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. Wall of Reverence, at the beginning of your end step, you may gain life equal to the power of target creature you control. Stack this correctly if you've got Hope on the battlefield so that we gain that life before the Hope ability fires off and we mill everybody based on how much life we've gained. I like Shadowkin in this deck a lot. A blue and 3 for a 2/2 says at the beginning of your upkeep, each player mills 3 cards. You may exile a creature card from among cards milled this way, and if you do, Shadowkin becomes a copy of that card, except it has this ability. Now we're starting to get into some of the mill pieces. I think that if you want to put actual mill pieces in a Hope deck, it's not that bad of an idea, but you want to focus on the ones that are each opponent. Stuff like Ruin Crab, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 3 cards. This can also take the form of letting your opponents draw more cards, get them further through their library of their own accord, and maybe buy yourself a little political goodwill. Cards like Quain, Itinerant Meddler, a white and a blue for a 1/3 Rabbit Wizard, you can tap it, have each player draw a card if they want, then each player who drew a card this way gains a life. So we draw a card, we gain a life, it's contributing toward our entire thing here. I really like Quain in this deck. Similarly, Stitcher Giraffe is 2 blue and 3 for a 3/4 human wizard. It's got a 3 mana activated ability to tap and have each player mill 3 cards, exile up to 2 creature cards put into graveyards this way, and then create an XX creature token where X is the total power of the cards exiled this way. There are ways that we can mill each opponent on top of the mill that we're already achieving with our life gain to hopefully finish the game out. Past that, with creatures, it's life gain payoffs. Stuff like Nykthos, Paragon, 2 white, 4 other for a 4/6 human soldier. Whenever you gain life, you may put that many +1 counters on each creature you control once per turn. Stuff like Angel of Vitality, if you would gain life, you gain that much life +1 instead, and it gets +2/+2 as long as you have 25 or more life. You know what you're going to have in Commander right when you sit down? 40 life. That's going to be fantastic. On our sorcery side, we've got cards like Fumigate, which is going to be our board wipe that's tied to life gain. You've got stuff like Sanctify, which is your artifact enchantment destruction tied to life gain. But we've also got stuff like Fractured Sanity. Each opponent mills 14 cards. Or Fascination, where we're definitely going to choose that second ability. Each player puts the top X cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. Now, I said let's run the each opponent mill cards, but cut your losses. We can sacrifice a creature that's power 2 to copy this spell when we cast it. And I think hitting 2 opponents' libraries for half, for 6 mana and a sacked creature that's 2 power or greater is super worth it. This is one of the few not each opponent mill cards that I recommend running in here. Our instant speed stuff is a little bit of targeted removal with Path to Exile, Swords to Plowshares, a card like Restoration Magic, which will help us save our commander's life on a budget, Dovin's Veto and Absorb, also playing similar roles there. Watch out to save those for cards for spells that are being cast that's going to remove your commander. This is a fairly commander intensive commander deck, and so you're going to want to make sure that you're casting Hope strategically when you can get a lot of good payoffs and or have a way in your hand already to protect it. Cards like Drown in Dreams going to let us mill our opponent twice. We can choose both things if we have our commander on the battlefield. You've got more artifact and enchantment destruction tied to life gain with cards like Invoke the Divine. You've got a fog effect on Riot Control where it's tying life gain to a prevention of combat damage if they try and swing you down. You've got cards like Congregate that's just going to let you gain 2 life for each creature on the battlefield. You know how often across 4 players there are like 10 creatures on the battlefield? This lets you gain 20 life. You main phase this and then everybody's milling 20 cards. That's insane. One of the more expensive cards I included in the deck is an artifact, and that's the Water Crystal, but it's very worth it. 2 blue, 2 other for legendary artifact. It makes your blue spells cast cost 1 less to cast, and if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many plus 4 instead. That's so many cards. On top of that, we have a repeated ability to be able to activate it for 6 mana and have each opponent mill cards equal to the number of cards in our hand. Repeated mill on an artifact that's going to add to the mill that we're already doing. This is a fantastic one and definitely worth the like $2 or $3 that it is right now to get this in the deck. In the enchantments, we've got some payoffs for life gain stuff with Griffin Airy at the beginning of end step. If you gained at least 3 life this turn, you create a 2/2 with flying's very strong. Also cards like Teferi's Tutelage, one of the only other cards in here that is targeted mill. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent mills 2 cards. This can just be a fantastic way to finish off one player. Other stuff like Griffin Airy with Angelic Accord at the beginning of each end step. If you gain 4 or more life, you put a 4/4 with flying onto the battlefield. And then you've got stuff like Rest in Peace. Also in the deck is stuff like Soul Guide Lantern. If we are filling up our opponent's graveyards, we don't want to make the Reanimator deck just have the game of their life. So if we're going to be milling cards, we want to pack a couple of pieces in there that let us exile all the stuff that we're milling into the graveyard so that we don't have to deal with it and actually be doing our opponents a favor. Down in the considering section of the deck list on Moxfield on the more expensive side, I've got cards like Sarah Ascendant. It's $25, but look, this card is a 6/6 with lifelink for 1 on turn 1 in Commander. In a life gain deck, it's absolutely insane. You've got cards like Soul's Attendant and Soul Warden, referred to as Soul Sisters. These are cards that are only $3 to $5, but when you're looking at a $30 budget deck, that starts to push the budget really hard, really fast. So these will be ones on your pickup list that you'll want to grab sooner rather than later and just continue to stack that life gain effect on top of each other. Cards like Bruvac, the Grandiloquent, I think that this one at $30 is too expensive to buy right now, but if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill twice that many cards instead. You can see why that could be very, very strong in this deck. So that may be a legend that you want to keep your eye out for to grab a copy and put into this deck. Beacon of Immortality is basically a win condition, 6 mana instant speed, double target player's life total. That counts as life gain. If we go from 30 to 60 on our turn, everybody's milling 30 cards. That's a lot. And then I want to recommend that you ponder your orb just a little bit and find you a copy of Mesmeric Orb in a deck like this. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, that permanent's controller puts the top card of his or her library into his or her graveyard. That's everything. Everything coming untapped at the beginning of your turn, you count how many things you untapped, you mill that many cards. Repeated mill on an artifact like this for just 2 mana, it makes sense that this one's nearing like $20 right now, but I definitely think it belongs in the deck. And then a card like Boon Reflection, it's around $10 right now, but if you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. You want to stack that effect as much as you can find it and put it into this deck for sure. The deck list for this one is down in the description and in the pinned comment, and if you want to purchase this deck, it's available through a TCG affiliate link down there as well. Let me know what you think of my Hope Esteem budget build. Suggest any cards down there for people that might want to build this stuff that's worked really
John is
great
there.
for you. We'd love to talk to you about it in the comments.
And the new guys.
Seeker of Paradise is a blue or white green, 1 for a 3/5 bird. It says whenever
the
one
other
or more
guys got
birds you
something.
control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your
that's
library.
a big fish.
You may put one of them into your hand,
It's,
then put any
what's
number
the
of
fish?
land
It's a
cards from
makuku.
among them onto the battlefield tapped, and
Nice
the rest
one.
into
Nice
your
kuya.
graveyard.
Alright.
That triggers landfall.
Ay, wow, may uli na si Jun. Ano yan, ano yan? Malaki.
All homies
Parang malaki ah.
should know
Mabigat
that
si Jun.
is a landfall
Mabigat.
trigger
Katawan,
mess right
katawan.
there. And it's cool because
Here we go.
Seeker of Paradise says whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0 until end of turn. You can see how with multiple landfall triggers triggering all at once, that this could get pretty brutal pretty fast. This deck has 27 birds in it. That's what I am talking about. We've got birds like Saz's Chocobo, an uncommon from the main set. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this bird.
Alright
All
guys,
the way
nakahuli
to
si Kuya.
cards like Wingmate Rock,
dito na.
2 white,
Minuli
3
siya,
other
ayos
for
na.
a 3/4. When
Malaki.
Wingmate Rock enters the battlefield, if you attacked with a creature this turn, create a 3/4 white bird creature token
Big
flying.
bakugo.
And whenever it attacks, you gain a life for each attacking creature.
We are
We've got
fishing
cards
here
like
in Dito,
Kanji,
nagutom
Sky
ako bigla.
Warden. Whenever
Tanong
it
natin si
attacks,
Sir Jun kung
attacking
anong
creatures with
pagkain.
flying get
Putik
plus
na yan.
2/+0
Gutom ako.
until
Si
end of
Jun.
turn. Whenever it blocks, blocking creatures with flying get plus
Nagutom ko eh.
2/+2
Anong meron?
until end of turn. We've also got utility
gusto
removal
ko ng
creatures
sabaw.
like Aerial
Gusto-
Distortion.
gutom na ako
Whenever it
eh.
enters the battlefield or
Anong
deals
meron ba
combat
tayo?
damage
May
to
meron
a
ba tayong
player,
pwedeng
exile a
makain?
land target non-land permanent for as long as that card remains exiled. Its controller may cast it. Ah, that sounds annoying. And whenever another player casts a spell from anywhere other than their hand, you get to draw a card. Hooray! What a bird! There's definitely some fantastic bird choices up and down the CMC. Stuff like Imperial Eagle, just printed in Foundation. Blue, white, and 1 for a 2/3. Other
siya,
creatures
siya.
you
Magluto
control
tayo.
flying
Alright,
get
guys.
+1/+1. That's what we're leaning into.
Ang daming
here.
alam.
We're
So
leaning
guys,
into
today
aggressive
pakikita.
bird strategy. We want
So,
anthems
yeah,
on
let's
all
try
of
to
our
cook it.
stuff that is
We have
all
butane, we
flying.
have gas
Let's talk about some of the few
intact,
non-birds that
and
we're
we got
actually
our
running
gas there.
as creatures in this deck. Valley
yeah, let's try
Quest
to cook
Caller,
something.
whenever one or
Let's
more
go.
other birds you control
Alright,
enter,
so
scry 1,
we have
other
our water.
birds you control get +1/+1. You got stuff like a
Wow.
Maria Angel that
And we have
creates a
our
1/1 bird every time you landfall. Every time you landfall.
Yeah,
A bird
nakuha ba?
commander that's made for
Ay,
landfall.
wow!
And Maria
Alright,
Angel's fantastic
pagkain
in
natin
here. You've got
Kasi
Saz
baka
Casserole
masunog.
that was definitely made
And
to
yeah,
operate
let's try to make
alongside all the
pakulo-pakulo
chocobo
and
enemies.
let's try to
Saz
cook
enters
kasi
with a
kaso
search
parang kunin
library
yung
for a
tubig.
bird or
Let's
basic
try more
land
water.
card. You're probably going to get a bird most of the time here. Put it into your hand and then shuffle it
Good.
whenever Saz
Lahat
attacks. You
tubig
put a
sa
+1
dyan.
counter on target creature, then double the number of +1
Take.
counters on
Right,
that
let's
creature.
put the noodles.
i.e.,
Pakulay muna natin guys, pero I want like
I also put
3
Taurus
pasil canton kasi
Toymaker
yung
in
isa
here.
kulang.
Not a bird.
Yung dalawa
It's a human.
sobra.
But whenever
So
you cast a
meaning
beast
yan,
or a
tatlo,
bird
kaming
creature
dalawa,
spell, you may
sakto na.
copy it, except the copy is an artifact.
Right, so
of
we
the
got
creature
pasil
type.
canton,
The
guys.
copy becomes a
And
token.
let's
Every
try
time
to
I
cook it.
cast a bird, I get a token copy of that
hope
bird.
it's-
If I got
everything's
Tauros
gonna
on the
be okay.
battlefield, yeah, we'll put that in the bird deck.
Yeah.
In our
Double
sorceries,
check.
we're definitely running stuff like Chocobo
Make our turn.
Kick. It's flavorful.
Everything is
It lets
fine,
us
so let's
return
try
a
to do
land we
fishing
control to our
and
hand
cooking.
as a
Pasil
kicker
canton.
cost so that we
Yeah.
can replay
Alright.
that land and
Kumukulo
get
na, guys.
further
Kumukulo,
landfall
kumukulo,
stuff.
kumukulo.
And it just says target creature
Kumukulo
you control
na
deals damage equal to its power
ating-
to target creature an opponent controls, and if it was kick,
Too big.
get it,
So,
Chocobo
yeah.
Kick. The
Pasil
creature you
canton.
control deals twice that much damage instead.
Right.
It's Chocobo
So,
flavor.
let's
We like a
set
lot
aside
of
the
ramp in
sauce.
here. We've got Farseek, Nature's
Put
Will,
in the-
Cultivate,
My
ways
hands
to
are
go and
dirty.
get land so that
Right.
we can land
Pasil canton one.
further, in addition to just fixing and
Aywa!
ramping. We've got specific stuff
Don't
that
leave
takes
the trash.
advantage of
No,
the
the
fact
trash
that we're
goes here.
a Kindred deck with cards like Harsh Mercy, a
Let's
white and
make
two,
sure
each
the
player
trash
chooses
will
a
not
creature
go
type, destroy
anywhere.
all creatures that aren't
Yeah.
of a type chosen this way.
Pasil
Everybody's
canton
going to get
one.
to keep a thing or two. We're going to keep everything.
And
We're going to run cards like Airborne Aid.
Pasil
Draw a card
canton
for each bird you
2.
play.
And the new
Okay,
guys.
that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
How about
Enjoy
Winged
the fish,
Words?
the cats.
Plus one less if you control a
Let's
creature
put
with
it-
farm.
the
Just
other
draw two
guys got
cards.
something.
Super simple, but super
Oh
effective.
my god,
You've
it's a
got
big
at
fish.
instant speed.
Oh,
Obviously,
yeah,
you have
go.
all sorts of
It's-
stuff. You're running
yeah.
targeted
What's
removal.
the
And the last
It's a
pasil
bakugo.
canton.
Dazzling
on,
denial,
Way.
counter target spell unless it's controlled.
Nice one.
Two, but if you
Nice,
control a
Kuya.
bird, you gotta
Right.
counter it. They gotta pay 4.
Ay, wow, may
You
wala
got
na
stuff
si
like
Jun.
Walking
Ayan, ayan.
Denial.
Last
It
pasil
counters
canton.
unless they pay 1
Parang malaki yan.
or if you
Mabigat,
control
mabigat.
a flying
Mabigat, Jun.
counter unless they pay 4. I really love
Natawan,
cards like
natawan.
Winged
Ay,
Words.
here we go, here we go.
3 mana. So draw a card for each
So we
creature
have our
with flying
sauce.
you control. You have the
And
clean
it's
cost of
really
paying
good.
6 to draw a card for each creature you control, but
Make sure you
we're
don't
all flying creatures
fly.
around here, baby.
And
We're good with Winged
that's
Words.
right.
At 3 mana,
Hey, what's your
instant speed, draw a card for
I
each
need
creature
a
with flying you control. And then you've got
I need
cards
a
like
spoon or
Rally
fork.
of Rings. This is basically
Let's
a
find something.
con in here. A white
have
one and
something
instant
to
speed. Untap all creatures you control.
arrange-
Creatures you
na-
control
arrange ko na.
flying, get
Yes,
plus
nakahuli si
2,
Kuya.
plus
Need
2
more
until
water?
end of
Okay,
turn.
dito na. Minuli
4
siya.
birds attacking. This adds 8 attacking power to the battlefield. We're flying, so we're probably avoiding most of the things anyway. In the artifacts, I really like Chocobo Racetrack. It's a landfall that's going to create chocobos for us, which is pretty sweet. Side quest to raise a chocobo in the enchantments is a definite. I also like stuff like Radiant Destiny. We choose a creature type. They all get +1/+1. And if we have the city's blessing, they get vigilance. Rally the ranks, super simple. Choose birds. They get +1/+1. Favorable winds. Creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. But listen to some of the cool things that we can do with a card like Retreat to Emeria or Felidar Retreat. feet. Remember, when our Choco attacks, we're getting to landfall as much as we find when we dig down according to how many birds are attacking. Those lands go onto the battlefield and retreat to a Maria says, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, choose one, and we're going to choose creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. For every land that's landing on the field, Heck yeah. Same thing with Felidar Retreat. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Those creatures gain vigilance until end of turn. It's just super effective across the board. And then I also really like Bower Passage or Bower Passage. Creatures with flying can't block creatures you control. That sounds convenient for us. I do run 40 lands in this deck. It's a landfall deck. We want to be finding lands. Don't run fewer than 40. I know that's going to be your first inclination. I'm going to cut 2 and go down to 38. 38's fine. Yeah, it is. Just run 40 though. I'm telling you, you're going to have a better time. Let's look in the considering section. I've got some more expensive choices that you can keep your eye on for all of these decks. If you want to build this as the $30 version and you like it and you want to keep upgrading it, go check out cards like Birds of Paradise. It's just a fantastic bird. It's just typically between $5 and $10, but when you're doing a $30 budget build, that kind of card can really kill the budget just by itself. So that's a good one to keep your eye on. Also, Traveling Chocobo. Now this card from the main set's a mythic. It's like $30 at time of shooting this, so I would hold off on this one until that's down cheaper and you can grab it, because it obviously is fantastic in the deck. Stuff like Keeper of the Nine Gales. Tap it, tap 2 untapped birds you control, return target permanent to its owner's hand. It's fantastic, but it's super scarce. This is like a $10 bird. It just hasn't been reprinted a bunch. I also think cards like Safara Sky's Blade, it's only $3, but I would definitely be grabbing this. You can pay a white and tap 4 untapped creatures you control with flying rather than pay Safara's mana cost, and it gives other creatures you control with flying indestructible. It's just fantastic. Raise the Palisade is a fantastic Kindred card. Choose a creature type, return all creatures that aren't of the chosen type to their owner's hands. You can see why that would be good. Just kick all the non-birds off the battlefield. Heroic Intervention is a great card to upgrade into for creature-based decks. Survive board wipes way better with something like that. And then you've got cards like Patchwork Banner and Banner of Kinship. Patchwork Banner is a 3-mana mana rock that taps for any color. You choose a creature as it enters, and the creatures of the chosen type get +1/+1. You can see why that would be strong. And then Banner of Kinship is insane. As it enters, you choose a creature type bird. This artifact enters with a fellowship counter on it for each creature you control of the chosen type. It says creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each fellowship counter on this artifact. That means if you cast and resolve Banner of Kinship while you've got 10 birds, let's say 5, while you've got 5 birds on the battlefield, that banner is going to get 5 counters on it. Somebody wipes your board and you replay 1/1/1 bird. That bird is still going to be getting that +5/+5 from that Banner of Kinship. That is how strong this card is. It's a must answer once it comes down in Kindred decks. And so this at around $5 right now is definitely worth a pickup if you're building birds or if you're building really any creature type based aggro attacking deck. Another scarce card is Soul Catcher's Airy, a white and 1 for an enchantment that says whenever a bird is put into your graveyard from play, put a feather counter on it, and all birds get +1/+1 for each feather counter on Soul Catcher's Airy. This could be really good, obviously, but it's over $10 just because of scarcity, and so I just don't think it's worth picking up right now. Past that, for lands, you're going to want to look at Cavern of Souls if you've got a lot of counter spells in your meta. Spar's Headquarters, just as fantastic fixing, and Three Tree City is always going to be a good ramp land in a Kindred deck. Check the description and the pinned comment for the deck list for Choco, Seeker of Paradise, and let me know if there's any cards high value. Bedevil, Big Score, Mortify, Crackling Doom, all pretty low in value and not really moving the needle. Artifacts as well. You've got about $5 worth of reprints on artifacts. The Soul Ring is always going to come in at about $1, $1.20. Talisman of Indulgence here also representing about $1.50, and then Swiftfoot Boots in this treatment giving you about $1 worth of value alongside the new Soul Ring there. So artifacts also not really moving the needle. The one that really is the lands, and you're going to see that's a trend for all of these decks. We've got a reprint of the Graven Cairns, these lands that you can pump 1 mana of a hybrid color in and get a divided version of those 2 manas however you want there. That's what this land cycle does, and they've reprinted those in all these decks. Graven Cairns about $5. It's the cheapest of the ones. It has had some reprints, but you've also got High Market in this deck, which is pretty sweet, around $3.61 of market value. Hey, for High Market. Sulphur Springs after that for about $2, representing a little bit of value, and then Fetid Heath, another one of those from that cycle. You've got about $1 worth of value on the Fetid Heath. All in all, having about $60 worth of reprint value on a $70 MSRP deck. If you want to take a look at some of the new cards that are in this deck and see maybe cards that could have application in other places, I'd look at the Warring Triad. I really like this. If we look at the creatures first, that ability, mill a card, target player adds 1 mana of any color. Milliken is a pretty widely played card in decks who care about their graveyard, and so having another sort of mana rock that's got upside that's also allowing you to mill cards, I could see players wanting this long term. And then as long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, it's not a creature, but it's got flying, trample, and haste. So as long as we've got 8 or more cards in our graveyard, this is also a hasty threat in the air that could like help finish off the fight if we need some more combat damage, particularly towards the end when we're just trying to grind out the finish. Warring Triad's pretty cool. I also really like Mog Moogle Warrior, and I think players are going to want this commander. It's got lifelink 1/2. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card, and if a creature was discarded this way, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. It says then if a non-creature card was discarded this way, put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. I think that people are going to want to play Moogle Commander, and Mog Moogle Warrior is definitely it. I also really like Bannon, the Returner's Leader. This is a 2-mana 1/3 legend. It says once during each of your turns, you can cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. And whenever you attack, you can pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Any commander that's in these colors that has to do with discarding, cycling, any sort of milling, that's all going to be applicable for Bannon's ability. And so I think that players are going to be interested in that long term. Also really think Gal Feral Youth has got a ton of combo-y potential. Whenever it attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on it, and who cares? But at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gal deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. I could just burn down the whole table rather quickly if you can figure out a way to consistently get at least 1 card out of your graveyard on everybody's turn. So I think Gal has a lot of potential, especially in decks that can grow his power consistently. And I really love Kefka Dancing Mad. It's hefty. It's 7 mana for a 6/6. It's got indestructible on your turn and says at the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You can cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Then each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. So it's like got indestructible, so you definitely will get at least 1 trigger of its ability. But for a Kefka named Dancing Mad, I really like that card and think it's going to be sweet. Taking a peek at the sorceries, there was one that I really liked, and that's Rejoin the Fight, a black and 5 for mill 3 card sorcery. It says then starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. So for 6 mana, you're milling 3 cards and you're letting your opponents return some creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield. With the instant slot in this one, the new card Espers to Magicide is a 4 mana instant speed. Exile each opponent's graveyard. Respond to their reanimate. Respond to their living death. I'm going to exile each opponent's graveyard. Then, when you do, choose up to 1 target creature card exiled this way. You get to create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact, and it loses all other card types. I'm really into this card. I think it's super sweet. And so let's talk about how much it will take to upgrade and make this deck playable. Looking at the reprint-only cards, typically I don't like to cut non-reprints until I've play tested a lot with them. The new cards that they print into these decks a lot of times have under synergies that you've just got to figure out through play. With Terra, there were 5 cards in the reprint cards that I immediately want to cut to replace. So 5 cards to replace in a deck, that is pretty good overall as far as like upgradability to make it worth it to buy and have a strong deck right out of the box. Taking a look at Scions and Spellcraft, the Y'shtola Knights Blessed Precon. This one's got about $75 worth of reprint value in it. It's currently on the market for about $125. And so this is definitely one of the most preferred by the market. This one has got people hyped. Looking at the creatures, we have got like no reprint value on these creatures. Archmage Emeritus is around $1.64. You're going to get cool new art with all of these decks, but is that enough to be worth it? $1 on a Torrential Gear Hulk? That's not really enough in the creatures to move the needle in a huge way. Looking at the sorceries, you've got about $3.63 on Crux of Fate. Everything past that is well under $1. Your closest is Vindicated, about 80 cents. Lots of reprints of that card overall. Looking at the instance, we do have one really nice one, and that's Snuff Out. Got a Snuff Out reprint here, $7 on Snuff Out. And then this deck features the Swords to Plowshares from the entire set. So we got that. It's about $1 in this deck as well. Got about $9 worth of instance with a $7 Snuff Out there. And then on your artifacts, you got about $8.68 on Archaeomancer's map. About $15 total on artifacts in the entire box here. Relic of Legends is about $2. And then you got your Soul Ring, all of the precons. The Soul Ring's about $1.20. Gonna represent about that much value in there. This one's got enchantments. The first deck did not have enchantments, but Authority of the Consuls here at $5.32. Gonna give you about $7 of value on the entire set of enchantments here. Propaganda represents about $1.77. Pretty sweet there to include those off the rip. And then you've got Sunken Ruins. This is a $22 land, y'all. All of these decks feature this cycle of lands where you use one hybrid color of mana to filter into whatever combination of those two colors of mana that you want. Sunken Ruins is one of the most expensive at $22. You've got $32 worth of lands in this Y'shtola deck, and $22 worth of it is Sunken Ruins. You've also got Drowned Catacomb, about $1.55 on that one, and you've got Underground River representing about $1.87 overall. And then you got Fetid Heath, which is another one of these filterish lands here, the hybrid filter lands. About $1 of value on that, with Desolate Mire being those filter lands where you take one colorless and pump it into two colors of mana, representing about $1 as well at around 90 cents. So $75 worth of value total. MSRP 70, that makes it a pretty good deal. But with the market price of this deck being $125 right now, let's take a look at the other ways to assess these and see if they've got value for us. Some of the new cards from this set, from this deck, that I think might have some play going forward. I'll start with Hermes, Overseer of Elpis. It's a 1 blue 3 other 2/4 says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying and vigilance. This card exists, just not as a legend. Now we have a legend of it. And whenever you attack with one or more birds, scry 2. The non-legendary creature version of this is run in all the relevant decks. I feel like Hermes is just going to follow. I also really love this Elder Dragon, whose name I'm not going to attempt, but 5 mana for a 5/5 with flying vigilance and ward 2. My boomer brain is just absolutely melting over all the keywords and the mana cost of this 5/5. Also says when it enters and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked. That's just a win condition. Absolutely ridiculous. We also got these two partners who, again, I'm not going to pronounce their names, but I really like their abilities. They partner. One's 4 mana, one is 3. They're blue and white. One says whenever you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card, and the other says the second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. I think those are pretty cool commander options in blue-white with a little second spell synergy. And then the legendary creature reanimator lover in me really likes Ardbert here. 3 mana for a 2/2 says whenever you cast a white spell, put a +1 counter on each legend you control. They gain vigilance until end of turn. And then whenever you cast a black spell, put +1 counter on each legend you control. They gain menace until end of turn. Legendary creature decks are going to absolutely love that creature and really, really want it. I'm going to skip to the enchantments. There's no sorceries, instants, and artifacts that I'm really in love with as far as the new cards from this deck. There's some good stuff, just nothing I'm super crazy about. But the enchantments, there's 3 in here that I think are just so cool. A blue and 3 for Observe Stasis. It's got flash. Says enchant creature an opponent controls. Whenever this aura enters, remove enchanted creature from combat. Then draw a card for each tapped creature its controller controls. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and can't attack or block. Sorry, your biggest thing's not getting through this turn. By the way, I'm drawing a few cards. By the way, it has no passives anymore either, and it can't attack or block anymore going forward. Thank you for observing the stasis. I love that one. I also really like Eye of Nidhogg. It's a 3 mana legendary enchantment. It's got enchant creatures. Says enchanted creatures, a black dragon with base power and toughness 4/2, flying, death touch, and goaded. So you can put it on your own thing, make it a flying, death touching 4/2, and that always has to attack, or put it on your opponent's thing and force it to attack and not attack you. Then the coolest part here, whenever it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, it just goes back to your hand. You can constantly be turning your opponent's creatures into dragons that must kill your other opponents. Also really love Champions from Beyond, 2 white and X. Whenever this enchantment enters, create X 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. That's fine, but whenever you attack with 4 more creatures, scry 2, draw a card. Whenever you attack with 8 or more creatures, those creatures get +4/+4 until end of turn. You could just play this for 2, homies. You could just play this for 2 and have that enchantment. Whenever you attack with 4 or more, scry 2, draw a card. Whenever you attack with 8 or more, they just get 4/4 every turn, because this is just an enchantment. I think those enchantments are really sweet in this deck, and all 3 are interesting to me for other builds as well. And then as far as how much it needs to be upgraded to be super playable, I'm going to have a full upgrades video on all 4 of these decks. Make sure you go find that on the channel. It'll be there soon if it's not already there when you're watching this. But with this one, when I went through it, I only like to cut as much as possible from the reprints when I'm upgrading these decks. From the reprints, there were 6 cards that I wanted to cut from this deck. So 6 cards needing to be replaced, not terrible, especially when a lot of those are going to get replaced with very basic removal, card draw, advantage, ramp. That kind of card is where you're going to focus most of the upgrades when you're upgrading via my strategies anyway. Taking a look at Counter Blitz featuring Tidus and Yuna. We've got a Bant deck here with about $98 worth of reprint value in it. Pretty good overall for one of the least hyped of the 4 decks. Currently market value $86. So right now the reprint value at time of shooting this is more than the actual market value of the deck, just based on the hype and speculation. That is being represented by Walking Ballista at about $10. Your creatures in total, of which there are a lot in this deck, you got about $37 of creatures reprint value in here, which is pretty crazy. Walking Ballista at about $10.17. You got Bane of Progress at around $7. This one just enters and destroys all artifacts and enchantments, which with this deck being mostly creature based, there's not a ton. You could still catch your own in there, but about $7 on Bane of Progress. Then you got Generous Patron, around $5.85. Putting counters on creatures when it enters, letting you draw cards when you put counters on creatures you don't control. Nice little ability there. You got Gyre Sage at around $2.92 here, a little evolving mana dork for the deck. Incubation Druid is around $2.81, nearly $3 on a couple of these mana dorks here. Pretty sweet. You're getting new art on the entire deck, which is awesome. Rampant Rejuvenator giving you about $2.87 worth of value here at time of shooting. Scholar of New Horizons, worth about $1.91 here is the Scholar, one of those over $1 cards. You've also got a Luminous Broodmoth reprint in here, $1.30 worth of value on this Mythic. Pretty sweet. Every other creature in here that is a reprint creature is all under $1, but that Walking Ballista, over a $10 creature, pretty sweet. If we look at the sorceries, you've got a very surprising one. Damning Verdict. This is an $18.92 card. This is nearly a $20 board wipe. Destroy all creatures with no counters on them. That's all you're trying to do in this deck, is put +1 counters, any type of counter really, but it focuses a lot on +1 counters, obviously, because that's going to be your strongest, most supported over time strategy. Damning Verdict is going to let you board wipe in a way that your board is mostly going to survive. This deck also comes with a 3 visits, which is really sweet. $6.87 worth of value on a 3 visits right now. It's because you can go get a forest. It doesn't specify basic forest. That's why this card is always so particularly more expensive of the baseline ramp pieces. 3 visits letting you go get any of the lands that have a land type forest, your Triomes, your Shocks, those Surveil lands. And there's a Farewell in this deck featuring the Titanic pose. Pretty sweet. $4.26 of value on a Farewell in this deck. Don't choose all the modes, please. We want to finish the game. Farseek, about $1. Again, letting you search up a land type, not a basic land. And on the sorceries, that's where your value really lies. Everything else is under $1 there. On your instance, you've got an Offer You Can't Refuse. New art on all these, but new art on this one as well. $1.66 worth of value there. You've also got a Destroy Evil in here, which is almost $1. Represented on this common, you got an enchantment removal, little destruction spell. Nice versatility at instant speed there. Not a ton of artifacts in here. On all of the decks, the Soul Ring represents about $1.20 worth of value. You got new art, different art on all of those, which is pretty sweet. Then in your enchantments, you've got a Resourceful Defense, which is a $9 card. This is an enchantment. Whenever a permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, move those counters on a target permanent you control. And then 5 mana, to move any number of counters from a permanent you control to a second permanent you control. You can understand why that would be really good in this deck. Scarce, $9. Nice to have that as a reprint in this deck because you would definitely want it. Inexorable Tide, same thing. $3.33 here. Not bad. Cast a Spell, Proliferate. That's what we're trying to do. And then the deck comes with a Hardened Scales. They've really been reprinting this one, y'all. They've got the price down pretty far. It's $2.50 for a Hardened Scales at this point. Really good in the deck, though. It really makes sense. And then the lands. This is the only deck that doesn't have a land that's worth more than like $1 or $2. Brushland is like $1.80, and that's about where it falls. You got Sun Petal Grove in here that's about $1. And then you're looking at that filter land that is expensive in most of the other decks. That one in this one is Flooded Grove, and it's worth like 20 cents. It's been reprinted so many times. So this one doesn't have that same land really kicking it over the top, but with $30 on sorceries, $37 on creatures, it's got some significant reprint value, considering that it's $98 of reprint value for a MSRP $70 deck that's going for like $86 right now. Looking at the newly printed cards in these decks that I like and think have some playability long term, I want to start with Lulu Stern Guardian, a blue and 2 for a 2/3. Whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you, put a stun counter on that creature, and then you can pay 4 mana to proliferate that stun counter. Just absolutely push that creature into oblivion, never waking up. I like Lulu as sort of a propaganda-ish type ability. That's pretty sweet. Chocobo Knights is a 4 mana 3/3. Whenever you attack creatures you control with counters on them, gain double strike until end of turn. How many +1 counter decks do you know would want that card? Auron's a 4 mana 2/5 with vigilance. Whenever he attacks, you put a +1 counter on him, and when you do, you exile a creature defending player controls with power less than his power until he's gone. I love tucking creatures under other creatures. This is such a cool ability, and to be able to do it multiple times if you can get multiple attacks off, really sweet removal piece there. Waka, Devoted Guardian, 4 mana 4/4, reach and trample. Deals combat damage. You destroy up to 1 target artifact that player controls, and you put a counter on it. And then at the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, put a +1 counter on each other creature you control. You don't have to put a counter on Waka via his ability for that passive at the bottom to trigger. You can just get a counter on him some way through other means in your 99, and then your entire line is going to get +1 counters if that happens. Really love that. And then we got a big version of Sen here, which is super cool. 7 mana for a 5/5 with flying and trample. As it enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Sen enters with X +1 counters on it, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. And then when Sen dies, you put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle this card. Probably won't break the bank long term, but Sen is a really fun creature that I think is cool, especially in +1 counter decks. I like this card, Protection Magic, from the instance. Put a shield counter on each of up to 3 target creatures. Just respond and save 3 creatures for 2 mana. It's no heroic intervention, but I could see building this into some of my more creature-based decks, especially if they want counters and have counter synergy. I could see wanting to put shield counters on them. And then I really like Summoner's Sending and Sphere Grid from the enchantment. Summoner's Sending is a 2 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, you can exile a creature from a graveyard. Nice little targeted removal there against the graveyard decks. And if you do, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying and put a counter on it if the exile card's mana value is 4 or greater. Then you've also got Sphere Grid, which is a 2 mana. I just want to look at the bottom ability. Creatures you control with +1 counters on them have reach and trample for 2 mana. Pretty sweet on an enchantment. Then whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you put a +1 counter on it, so it just continues to grow. Pretty sweet +1 counter synergy cards in this deck, obviously, and I think those are going to be the ones that really hold this deck long term. If I'm looking at upgrading this deck, typically I don't like to cut the new cards, so just looking at the reprint cards that I would cut from this deck, there are only 5 of them. 5 cards that I would swap into other cards, more playable, very consistent cards. Targeted removal, ramp, card draw, that's where the upgrades are going to go. Make sure you check out my upgrades video for a full breakdown on how I would upgrade this deck. If that video is not available right now at time of posting this video, it'll be available soon. Go look for it. I'll drop a card up here. The Limit Break deck featuring Cloud, X Soldier, and Tifa Martial Artist. This one has got the most hype. It's currently $132 on the market, and it's got about $118 worth of reprint value in it. Very cool deck here. Looking at the creatures, got a Hellkite Tyrant that's worth about $4.78. Nice little win con. If you've got 20 or more artifacts, we can understand why it's in there. Sweet having a professional face breaker in here. New art. You got new art on all these decks across all the cards, mostly except the lands, obviously. You got $4.65 worth of value on professional face breaker there. Also got an armory automaton, which is pretty sweet in an equipment deck, which this very much is. Cloud wants to pick up a sword and attack things, and that's what you're going to be doing. $3.73 worth of value on the armory automaton, and then $2.82 on bronze guardian. Another artifact, equipment, attacking base deck that makes sense. You got a Bastion Protector, about 50 cents. And then you got Pure Steel Paladin at about $1, representing some pretty solid reprint value of creatures in this deck. When you look at sorceries, you got a Nature's Lore for $2.56. Not bad. Pretty sweet little ramp spell there. Search your library for a forest, put it onto the battlefield. Really good to go get any non-basic. Vandal Blast is going to give you about $1.58 worth of value right now. Cloud featured in this one. And then Unfinished Business has got about $1 worth of value. Little reanimation spell that also grabs auras and equipments. Makes sense why that's in there. The Instance. We got $20 worth of value on the Instance, and it's because Clever Concealment is worth $18.83. And look, this card features a pretty infamous moment in Final Fantasy VII where you have to put on a dress and sneak into a brothel and pass as a woman as Cloud. And so you got to go around and grab a dress and grab a wig. And that is an entire quest line. That being featured on this card automatically makes it like a meme card, if that makes sense. And then the spell itself is also very powerful. Clever Concealment's quite a powerful instant speed spell, especially for creature-based stuff. And that's shown in the $19 worth of value currently on it. And I'm telling you, that meme version, it's got potential long-term. Dispatch represents about $1.26 worth of value, also being an instant in there that is worth a little bit, though not quite as much as Clever Concealment. The artifacts are where this deck really shines. There's $43 worth of artifacts in this deck, starting with Sword of the Animist, a $9.32 artifact. Great equipment, goes into any equipment deck. It's just such a strong one. $9.32 on that. You got $8.36 on Dark Steel Plate. Give the equipped creature indestructible, and this thing has indestructible. Conqueror's Flail getting a reprint here. $6 of value on this Conqueror's Flail. You're getting all new art on all these across all of the decks pretty much. So that's something to look into as well. You got Genova here on Skull Clamp, $5.30 worth of value on your Skull Clamp. You got $4.39 on Lightning Greaves. As you can see, the value of these decks can really add up as they pump these $4 to $6 cards in here. You were going to need these for the deck anyway. Colossus Hammer, we're down to $2.87 in that $3 range now for the artifacts, but you can see how many I've already shown from one category, and you can know that that's not common. For Trailblazers Boots at $2.74. For this kind of deck to have this many solid over $1 reprints. Champion's Helm worth $1.74. Legendary creature getting hexproof and +2/+2. And then your Soul Ring. All of the Soul Rings in all of the decks, they have new and different art, by the way. And all of the Soul Rings are worth about $1.20. That's about the cost of a Soul Ring right now. So the artifacts have got some really, really sick value there. 2 enchantments included, 1 reprint, 1 non-reprint, no value there. And then we're to the lands. Y'all, $30 worth of lands, and it's on a $21 Firelit Thicket. This is the big reprint cycle in these decks. A few of the decks got a really expensive land, and it was one of these. That hybrid mana filtering into whatever combination you want of the 2 colors of mana you could have spent to activate that ability. That's $21 worth of value on this one land right there. Past that, you got a brush land that's worth about $1.80, and then you got a Sun Petal Grove that is worth about $1 as well. All in all, the best reprint value of the entire set, and that's very largely driven by Clever Concealment and Firelit Thicket being both about $20 cards. Taking a look at the non-reprint cards that I really like in this deck, we'll start with the creatures and we'll take a look at Vincent, Vengeful Atoner. 3 mana, 3/3 menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you put a +1 counter on Vincent. But this chaos ability, whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, deals that much damage to each other opponent if Vincent's power is 7 or greater. Aggro players are going to know any kind of damage spread ability like that is going to be so fantastic. Yuffie, Materia Hunter, 3 mana, 3/3. It's got ninjutsu, but when it enters, you gain control of target non-creature artifact for as long as you control her. And then you can attach an equipment you control to her as well. That's just a lot of enters the battlefield abilities on a 3 mana creature. Then you got Sephiroth Fallen Hero, which this card is one of my favorite in all of the Commander set. 5 mana, 7/5 human avatar soldier. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, and you can put a cell counter on a creature until end of turn, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness 7/5. You could already have your creatures modified, y'all. If you got an attacking line full of +1 countered up creatures, you got a bunch of 7/5s whenever Sephiroth attacks. Then the reunion, pay 3, sack a modified creature to return Sephiroth from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Sephiroth just keeps returning with that ability to make all of your creatures 7/5. I love that creature so much. Then you've also got Proud Warrior here, 3 mana, 3/3, Vigilance, Trample. Other modified creatures you control have Vigilance and Trample. That's the part of this I really love on a 3 mana card. Then when it enters, you can return an aura or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. I just think this is going to be a staple of red and green aura or equipment decks, especially that passive giving everything Vigilance and Trample. I really like that. If we look at the instance, I really like Ultimate Magic Meteor. There's a couple of Ultimate Magics in this deck that you can foretell, and they have a better ability or more ability if you have foretold them or you're casting them from exile. Ultimate Magic Meteor deals 7 damage to each creature, and if this spell was cast from exile for each opponent, you choose an artifact or land they control and destroy the chosen permanents. Really like Ultimate Magic. I think that's pretty sweet. We've also got Lifestream's Blessing, which is this Rishkar's Expertise kind of card. 6 mana. It's one of those foretell cards. It's 6 mana for its instant speed. Draw X cards where X is the greatest power among creatures you control as you cast this spell. You know this deck, it has to do with power 7 or greater. And so Lifestream's Blessing very often should be hitting 7 for you. Then if it was cast from exile, if you foretold it, you're also going to gain twice X life. That's the part I really like. I think that's pretty cool. You don't get anything for free, but getting a little life gain on top of the draw, pretty good for an aggro deck that's trying to turn things sideways and leave everything open basically so that you can attack. There are 3 artifacts that I really like from this deck. First is Summoning Materia, 3 mana for an artifact equipment. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. And then as long as this is equipped to something, you can cast creature spells from the top of your library. The equipped creature's getting +2/+2, has Vigilance, and becomes a green mana dork, and the equip is only 2. I just think that's a ton of value, and a lot of decks are going to find playability out of that. I really like Conformer Shuriken as well. 2 mana for a legendary artifact. Equipped creature has whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player control, so that can't block anymore. And then if that creature has greater power than this creature, put a number of +1 counters on this creature equal to the difference. So your creature is growing, their biggest blocker is completely shut off, and it only has an equip of 2. I think it's a really sweet legendary artifact. And Wrecking Ball Arm, also a really sweet legendary artifact. Equipped creature has base power and toughness 7/7 and can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, and it equips to a legend for just 3 mana. I really think that Wrecking Ball Arm is super cool. When I make upgrades to these decks, I don't like to cut brand new cards. I only like to cut reprints so that we can get some playtest time with the new cards before we decide if we're going to cut them or not. Out of this deck, I would cut 3, only 3 of the reprint cards, because I don't think that they're synergistic really well, or we just need some more common, consistent value stuff. Target removal, card draw, ramp, things like that. Having only 3 cuts is a very low number of cuts that I think need to be made to this, which speaks to its power level and playability right out of the box. I've got an entire video upgrading all 4 of these decks. Go check that out. It's either out or will be out soon if this video came out before it. The MSRP of each of these 4 decks is $70, making the combined total $280. Right now, they are market price about $360 for all 4 decks. There's a lot of FOMO. A lot of people who are worried that they're not going to be able to get these decks. And I just want to encourage some patience on the base level decks. The collector decks are an entirely different subject, but the main commander decks, the base versions of these, regardless of price, they will be higher. Some of them individually will be higher, some of them will be lower, but they will be available. Look at the Hosts of Mordor. This is the most hyped one from the Commander Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth set. It's been over $100 at some points, and it's sort of settled back down. They'll get multiple print runs, will these? They won't get reprints, so to speak, but they'll get multiple print runs. And you can see even right out of the gate, the hype is at a level and then slowly falls off. Let's compare that to the least hyped of those 4 decks, also around that $50 mark. High hype and then fall off. You can grab it right now for about $40 versus the, over 50, nearly 70, $69. Nice. That this would have cost you. Lord of the Rings was printed back in 2023, and so these, as you can see, have this sort of flattening out, falling trend overall. Look at the entire set of the Fallout decks. A ton of hype, over 200 when these came out, but it has slowly fallen, and now you can get all of these for around $160. Now, when they do exit their print run and they are no longer being printed, they will take the time to climb in price. Over the last year, the Warhammer decks in particular have been climbing in price, but you can see for the longest time around $200, just over, under $230 most of the time, down to $180, $170s here, market price for all 4 decks, but then they eventually will fall off. So use these charts as a way of just discouraging yourself from FOMOing out, overpaying for these like crazy. Remember that they are $70 MSRP, even though that price won't necessarily hold, because you saw from the reprint value that they will be compared differently and demanded differently. Not just that, but also character wise as well. If you're still watching at this point, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. If you want to support me even further, go plug into my Patreon. Got a great community over there. You can play Community Commander Night with us every Thursday night, maybe even show up on stream with me, and you can get yourself a free pack of Dragon Shields. Here's one of the designs we have available for you to pick from. If you join at the right level, we got free Dragon Shields, we got a free playmat, the whole 9 yards. Go check it out, see if it's a good fit for you. Other than that, let me know if you're getting any of these 4, if you think any of my analysis is off. I'll see you in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next video. Everybody's really excited right now to spend every last dollar they have on Final Fantasy, but I want to take just a moment and step out of the hype season to zig while everybody else zags. I found 12 commander cards that are all at all-time lows that you might be interested in, and as we go through, I'm going to tell you what commander decks they might play really well in. You're welcome to scrub through and just see which cards I suggested. I totally get it, and that's completely fine, but if I'm able to help you find a card, if you would hit that subscribe button for me or that like button, it would really help me out. Joel R Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best place to put your deck lists on the internet. Adeline Resplendent Cathar is a 2-white, 1 other, star 4 human knight with vigilance. Adeline's power is equal to the number of creatures you control, and whenever you attack for each opponent, create a 1/1 white human creature token that's tapped and attacking that player or a planeswalker they control. This card pops up in more decks than I care to admit. This just constantly seems like a great 3-mana creature to build into a ton of different decks. It just showed up in Commander Tarkir Dragonstorm, and right now it's like $1 or $2. It's definitely the cheapest of all the versions you've got here. Your original version one is Innistrad Midnight Hunt, and you can see this card got up to $15 at certain points before they started reprinting it pretty heavily, especially since it was just originally printed in 2021. Having this many versions already is kind of interesting. Adeline is going to go fantastic in attacking decks like Ishin Two Heavens as 1 or Jetmir Nexus of Revels. Either way, Adeline is a strong attacker for Ishin, and Jetmir is going to love the tokens that Adeline creates. You can just create tokens as a strategy too. Caesar, Legion's Emperor, or Marnius Calgar really love Adeline. And at the end of the day, Sidar Jabari is looking for knights, and Adeline is kindred with knights and humans. Just a lot of applicability across the board. Being that most of the versions are between $3 and $7 now, depending on rarity or foiling, Adeline being around $1 or $2 to pick up from the Tarkir Dragonstorm decks as people are trying to get rid of the extra stuff, this could be a really great time to grab a copy or two of Adeline. Divine Visitation is 2 white and 3 other for an enchantment that says if 1 or more creature tokens would be created under your control, that many 4/4 white angel creature tokens with flying and vigilance are created instead. Speaking of commanders like Caesar or Marnius, Divine Visitation is another white card having to do with tokens that also has a large price discrepancy right now. You can see it also was just reprinted in Commander Tarkir Dragonstorm and is around that $1 to $2 mark. Look at all of the other copies of Divine Visitation. $5 plus for any of them. We got this in Ravnica Remastered in a nice parfait, a base copy or retro, a serialized, and then the anime alternate here. Looking at commanders for Divine Visitation, this is a token commander card. You've got Caesar, Legion's Emperor, Teysa Karlov, Marnius Calgar, just to name a few. Really, any deck that is creating creature tokens regularly, this is a consideration for. And at around $1 or $2, if you can grab it for that, as people are breaking these commander decks apart, this is just a nice low price compared to even where the next lowest version is at around $5 or $6. Hey, pretty cool news. Today, we launched a tabletop commander gameplay series called Garage the Gathering. Go check it out. The link is in the pinned comment and in the description. Go tell us what you think in the comments over there. Drop a subscription for us. The premiere is actually 3 episodes. There's an episode today, and there'll be 2 more episodes over the next 2 days. So go check that out if you're into that kind of thing. We really appreciate your support on that show. Evereth, Viceroy of Plunder in the anime version from Foundation's Jumpstart is 1 black and 2 other for a 2/2 vampire soldier. It's got flying, and it says sacrifice another creature or artifact, put a +1 counter on Evereth. If the sacrifice permanent was treasure, Evereth gains lifelink until end of turn, activate only at sorcery speed, and when Evereth dies, you can pay 1 and either a black or a red. When you do, Evereth deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Foundation's Jumpstart is the last Jumpstart set to come out, and this happened when the first Foundation set came out, and tends to happen with these types of print runs. This was a rarer card in those, and as you can see, was over $50 for days at release, was around $30 for a while. We're in above $20 for weeks. This card was highly desired and very expensive, and now we're down to $5 on this. This is me sort of raising the flag on Foundation's Jumpstart. It's a good time to look back and see if there are any of the unique cards from that set that you might be interested in. With Evereth being a $20 card for so long now, just pick upable for $5. It's fantastic as a commander, running alongside things like Mahadi, Emporium Master, Black Market Connections, Mayhem Devil, really anything that's going to have to do with creatures or artifacts that you can regularly sacrifice, and then sacrifice itself as a sub-theme. And look, the card goes in the 99 of decks like Edgar Markov because, hey, it's a vampire. It can go in Corvold, Fey Cursed King. This works beautifully with all of the sacrifice synergies that you'll be running in there. Marchesa the Black Rose loves Evereth. Evereth is a great attacker, and that's what Marchesa wants to do. These anime treatments are desirable, and it was inevitable that these were going to fall, and some of them are at that point. Like Thurid, Mare of Destiny. Look at that hair. I wish I had hair like that. 2 white and 2 other for a 2/4 Pegasus with flying and lifelink. When you cast a Pegasus, Unicorn, or Horse, copy it, and other Pegasi, unicorns, and horses you control get +1/+1. I sort of stumbled on Pegasi there. That's not a word that you read or think very often, and my brain went, la, la, la. What is that? You can look at the chart for Thurid and see the same thing as we saw with our treasure vampire. It was above 10 for weeks. It was above 20 for a brief time, and it has just been falling and falling and falling. And now we're down at that $5 mark where I'm like, hey, the mythics from that set are now in a range for pickup. Go check them out. Build yourself a mono white horses, unicorns, and Pegasi deck. Sword of Light and Shadow, seen here in the Universes Beyond Assassin's Creed treatment, which, look, as far as like Universes Beyond art goes, this isn't that offensive to the sensibilities of an MTG purist, right? It's a soldier holding a sword up. It's not that, you know, universe beyandy. It's a 3-mana artifact equipment that says equipped creature gets +2/+2, has pro white and pro black. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you gain 3 life, and you can return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. It equips for 2 like the rest of the swords. You can see this one has been pretty low. It had some hype out of the gate, but it's mostly ridden that $8 line and just continues to bounce off of that. I've been watching it for a little while now, and I think that at this point, if you need a Sword of Light and Shadow, if this is one of the equipments you don't have and you want, this might be a good time and a good copy to go and look at. If you look at the historical relevance of this card, you've got a card here whose all-time high is $75 with Sword of Light and Shadow. Around 2020, this thing popped hard. It has been in a dissension since that, but even the original copy is still $14. You got a nice little price discrepancy here with your number 100 from Universes Beyond Assassin's Creed. And that's not to mention that we also got an etched version that's barely more than it, and a showcase version that, again, doesn't offend the traditional MTG sensibility too much, besides like the set symbol, I guess. But it's a pretty cool version that's around the same price as the original. While we're talking about artifacts, I want to talk about one that defies physics, and that's Soul Ring in the Future Sight treatment from Mystery Booster 2. This thing had some hype. You can see it was above 20 a couple of days after release, and it's been sort of in a free fall. This was bound to happen with this set. It started out scarce, and it has gotten more and more into the market as they've sold more of those festivals in a box. And you can see this slight dip when they're like, oh, there's going to be more festivals in a box. Oh, there's going to be more festivals in a box. I'm calling it out at this point because it's down to $5, and it's a pretty cool looking Soul Ring if you like it. Some people, they look at this frame and it offends them. Some people like me, I look at it and I'm like, ooh, different. I like that. The foils are way more expensive. Now, don't even go looking for a foil of this, because that is going to break the bank, and I would like wait for more of these festivals in a box. I'd wait until they really start talking about, okay, Mystery Booster 2's done, and then we can start looking for some of the hot treatments. But right now, we don't even know how long this is going to be in print, and so patience is what I recommend there. But around $5, if you want to make your Soul Ring look a little different, now's a good time. Overlord of the Hauntwoods is 2 green, 3 other for a 6/5 Avatar Horror. It's got Impending 4, which means you can cast it for 3 with 4 counters on it. It's not a creature, it's just an enchantment if you cast it this way, and so it can't attack, so it doesn't have power toughness. That's what it means to cast it for 3. However, it will get the Enters ability here if you do cast it for 3. Whenever Overlord of the Hauntwoods enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere. That's every basic land type. And then once it does become a creature, either through just casting it for 5 straight up, or removing all of the counters one at a time at the beginning of your end steps, it'll be creating more of those token lands that tap for any color. Overlord is one of the best creatures from Duskmourn House of Horror. I personally just love this card. It fits beautifully into stuff like Henzi, Toolbox Tori. It's got great enters and attacks abilities. It fits great into decks like Omnath, Locus of Creation. Let's just have some more landfall, but off of a creature. And then it also goes in weirder decks like Onyxia, Hand of Erebos, or Bellow, Bard of the Brambles, because it is an enchantment creature. This card was above $20 for a while. You can see it premiered higher, but it's been around this $20 mark for the longest time, and I've just sort of been watching it. There's a chance this gets played in standard because it is a standard card. It could have some constructed applicability, but overall, it's just been sort of descending, and at $15, under $15 now, it's as low as it's ever been. I feel like it's entering a good pickup window. You may not want to grab this for $15 right now, but you also need to look at it and say, do I know standard well enough to decide if this is ever going to be like a 3 or a 4 of in a deck while it's standard legal, which lasts for a while. It's somewhere between now and the heat death of the sun is when standard actually rotates. So Overlord could just continue kind of a downward trend until it settles at the price for a mythic of a set that's still in print. That is somewhat desirable, but around $15, I'm now getting out of the, I just proxy that card, into the, okay, I might look at picking up a few copies. Eladamri Krevekdal was a new card from Modern Horizons 3. It's 2 green and 1 for a 3/3 elf warrior. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. You can cast creature spells from the top of your library, and you can pay a green, tap it, and tap 2 untapped creatures you control to reveal a card from your hand or the top of your library. And if you reveal a creature card this way, put it onto the battlefield. I thought that maybe this card was going to do more than it actually ended up doing. You can see it was originally in that $20 range where Mythics like to sit before anybody knows how good they are. And then at release, it was around a $10 card, but it's basically halved since then. We're not even a full year yet from Modern Horizons 3, and it's already down to $5. If this is a creature that you were looking at for your creature-based decks, help you get a little velocity or know what's coming, or even cheat some stuff right onto the battlefield for some major payoffs, I think that you need to take a look at Eladamri, and it's a good pickup range now. Another green card that makes you want to punch things is Railway Brawler from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Brawler's 2 green and 3 other for a 5/5 with reach and trample. Says whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you put X+1 counters on it, where X is its power. It's just casually doubling the power of all of your creatures. I love this card. You can also plot it, meaning you can pay 4 mana, exile it from your hand, and then cast it at sorcery speed for free on a future turn. It gets run a lot in decks like Helga Skittish Seer that cares a lot about creatures and +1 counters. Indominus Rex really loves this, just a counter-based strategy. And if Railway Brawler's on the battlefield when you play the Indominus Rex, it's going to come in with 6 counters on it regardless of what else you do. And that's going to make you draw 6 cards. Really love it in there. This was a Mythic from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, and so you were up in that $9, $10 range-ish around the time it came out, and it's just sort of slowly fallen. It hasn't found a home really and constructed, and recently it's fallen even lower, and now we're getting under $6. It might be a good time to pick up a Railway Brawler. In true Zig While They Zag fashion, let's take a look a few sets back at Innistrad Remastered and see if there's anything in there I recommend. And I recommend you take a look at the showcase version of Meat Hook Massacre. Now, this is not the cheapest possible copy of Meat Hook that you can buy right now. That honor belongs to the Retro Frame from Innistrad Remastered, currently around $20. This is a card, y'all, that we needed a reprint of. It first showed up in Innistrad Midnight Hunt, and you can see all-time high of $79. This one got up there and even rose again when Enchantments Matters cards and decks came out around Duskmorn. That's the kind of thing that can send a card like this. We needed the reprint. We got the reprint. Now it's time to grab you a copy before this starts to creep back up. You can see this is pretty much flatlined. This is your cheapest copy, around $20, currently at its all-time low. You've also got the showcase for just a little bit more right now, and everything is pretty much around the price of the original base copy right now. Go look at Meat Hook Massacre. Speaking of Innistrad Remastered, have you looked at the rare land cycle from that set? These are the base copies here. These are the lands that enter tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands. That makes it fantastic for Commander, y'all. Deathcap Glade is the most expensive of this entire set, and you got the whole thing. You got all 10 of these in Innistrad Remastered, around $6, and look at that chart. We have fallen, we are climbing. This is a great time to grab on. Now, these could get reprinted in precons, they could show up in other places, but if you need them, lowest risk we've had on some of these since the originals came out and were cheaper because they just hadn't caught on yet. Sundown Pass, Haunted Ridge, and Shattered Sanctum are your next 3 in order of price. This is a really great time to go and look at this rare land cycle and grab these for really cheap. And while we're talking about lands, let's look real quickly at Mudavault. The Magic 2014 version is right now at an all-time low of about $7. This one is one, it showed up originally in Morning Tide, and this copy got as high as $40, y'all. This was a very desired land, and it makes sense. It becomes a creature of every single creature type, and so it's got application in decks that have to do with every single creature type. With us being at an all-time low of $6 on the Magic 2014 Mudavault, looking at the copy of Morning Tide, the all-time low on this one was $10. And so we are under the all-time low of the original. It's a great time to grab this one for your Kindred decks. If you've watched this far, thanks so much. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, or that like button if you have. If you want to support me directly, go check out my Patreon. You can get a free pack of custom dragon shields just for joining over there, along with a ton of other perks, our private Discord, and our Commander gameplay night every Thursday. Be like Cloud X Soldier. Go get yourself some cool sleeves to pimp out your deck and support me and my efforts over here directly. Thanks very much, and goodbye. See you in the next one. A lot of times with this series, I'm looking at cards that are specifically at all-time lows, base copies more often than not that are going to be great to upgrade your decks with. However, I want to upgrade your decks in a different way, and that is visually with this episode. I want to make your decks look cooler. I've gone through and I've found some cool cards that may not be at all-time lows or may not be the cheapest version of the card, but they look very cool and they are specifically in low-risk ranges that I think will make them great pickups. But look, do me a favor, if you just want to scrub through the video and look at the cards that I specifically picked out, that's completely fine and I totally get it. But if I'm able to find you at least one card that's going to make your deck look cooler, drop a subscription and drop a like on the video and go share it to a friend before you leave. Let's talk about the cards. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, which you will see in this video, the best place to go and buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect your cards. And Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. Every card I've got picked out for this video today is either a special guest or a secret layer card that I think is highly playable in Commander and is a great low-risk pickup range for how cool the card looks. I want to start with Toski, Bearer of Secrets. Toski, Bearer of Secrets is a green and 3 for a 1/1 squirrel. It can't be countered and it has indestructible. It's got to attack every single combat, but, and this is why it's played everywhere, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. You're in your go wide strategy, you're in really any creature strategy that's consistently getting through and has green in the color identity with like trample, you're getting through, flying, you're getting through. If you've got creatures, Toski's going to help you draw cards. This card is constantly in green decks, and if you're not running it in a green deck, especially a creature-based green deck, you should be considering it. This is one of the Bloomborough special guest versions here. You can see the chart. It's fallen down from the like 18s that it was at, and we're getting down around 10s. You could potentially snap off a copy for under 10 bucks right now, but looking at around $10 to $12 for a copy of Toski, Bearer of Secrets. These BLB ones in particular, I think are going to go up over time. I don't think that what I consider the coolest looking version of Toski, Bearer of Secrets is going to be a card that is low value for very long. Looking at all of the versions of Toski you can get, we have the like Call Time Showcase frame, your base copy. Obviously, we've got the SpongeBob one there with sandy cheeks, but then that BLB special guest in just at the top of the pile for sure as far as looks. This is one of my favorite reanimator spells of all time. Victimize is a black and 2 for a sorcery. It says choose 2 target creature cards in your graveyard, sack a creature, and if you do, return the chosen cards to the battlefield tapped. In Commander, most often you are using this to sack a token and get 2 powerhouses right onto the battlefield. Looking at the chart for this one, it dipped and it's climbing back up. We've gotten some reanimator. We had zombies in the last set with Aether Drift, the Sultai deck, and the Abzan deck in this set. Tarkir Dragonstorm's the most recent at time of shooting this. Those both had a reanimator sub-theme to them. So I think people are looking at Victimize and going, wow, this card's great, and that version is gorgeous. This is an MKM special guest. You can see your other options here. Your OG art, you're looking at a retro version that's sweet. Your original Urza's version there with Zansha in the art. I personally like the Victimize from MKM special guest the most. With this, you're looking at around 12-13 bucks on the low, but right now I personally grabbed a copy of this. I think it's a low risk pickup to go and grab a very cool looking version of Victimize. Swords to Plowshares with a cute little mouse on it, y'all. 1 white for an instant speed exile target creature. Its controller gains life equal to its power. This one, Path to Exile. If your color identity is white in Commander, you probably started the deck by picking your commander, putting a Soul Ring, an Arcane Signet, and then Swords and Path in there. BLB special guests in particular, I've had my eye on. I love these versions. I think they are going to stand out over time. People are going to want the cute mouse Swords to Plowshares, especially if we ever go back to BLB, which we probably will. Bouncing around in the, $12 to $16 range over the last 3 months, up 5% overall, but we're still within that like good range for pickup. Around $14, $15 is going to get you a copy of this one right now, and I just feel that way with all the BLB stuff. I think that this stuff long term is going to be pretty desirable. Swords to Plowshares is a card that has a ton of different versions here. These are arranged most expensive to least expensive. You can see it's up up there. We're not hugely up there. Strangely enough, you know, you've got things like the Fallout Swords to Plowshares above it. But when you're seeing, you know, an SLD version, the Fallout version, a cute little mouse BLB version, right under like the most standout Mischief SLD stuff, and then all the old stuff up to a serialized copy, I think that bodes well for our cute little mousy copy here being something that long term you might want to grab sooner rather than later. The Boogeyman equipment Ember Cleave in its showcase version from Special Guest Foundations. We got some Foundation special guests that had frames that were localized to the plane from which that card came. Ember Cleave with the Eldraine treatment here. Big fan of this one. This one's 2 red and 4 for a legendary equipment with flash. It costs 1 less for each attacking creature, and when it enters, it automatically equips. That's one of the best parts of the entire equipment. +1/+1 double strike and trample is what it provides to the equipped creature. Just so much avoidance and so much power here. You've got copies going for under $10 at this time. Around $11 is a pretty much guarantee. You can see a fall off over time there. I think that with so much secret layer, so much special version, so expensive for Final Fantasy products, so much attention on Dragonstorm, it's a great time to look at some of these variants that have come out in the last year or two before they get too far away from us and we're able to grab them for low risk prices. I really love Embercleave. This is the only different art that we currently have for Embercleave. That's kind of the point I'm making with this one, is for $11 you can grab yourself a copy and have something that looks unlike any copy of Embercleave that you could possibly play. Miri Weatherlight Duelist in the LCI special guest. This one's from over a year ago at this point with Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Miri's a white, a green, and 1 for a 3/2 first striking cat warrior. It says whenever Miri Duelist attacks, each opponent can't block with more than 1 creature this combat. And as long as Miri's tapped, no more than 1 creature can attack you each combat. It's a creature-based attacking strategy card. Fantastic card for those strategies. You can see not a ton of different versions. This one originally debuted in C17. It did get a Future Sight border in Mystery Booster 2 and an SLD, but this special guest is just a gorgeous copy. Really beautiful. I love it. And so for me, around that 5, 6 for light play, you're getting up into 8s, 10s for near mint copies. I think it's a really good time to grab this. If you got any cat decks, if you got any green-white creature decks, attacking stuff, equipment decks with green-white in the color identity, Miri's going to automatically go into those. Lord of the Undead. We have had so much zombie love this year. We got a zombie precon in Aether Drift. We got a zombie light precon with the Sultide deck in Tarkir Dragonstorm. And Lord of the Undead special guest came from Aether Drift. Now this one's got insane looking art, really over the top, lovely piece here. 2 black and 1 other is going to get you a 2/2 zombie that says other zombie creatures get +1/+1. And for 2 mana and a tap, you can return target zombie card from your graveyard to your hand. It goes in Zombie Kindred automatically. This one's around that like $9, $10 for the near mint right now. This one had an interesting version with the all yellow first place foil copy out of Aether Drift as well. But you can see as far as the value goes, people aren't really super high on special guest Lord of the Undead. It's got pretty wacky art. Not everyone's going to be a fan of it, but if you do like it, it's in a great pickup range right now. You know, you're competing with basically the base art from Braum that they've used for every version, other than the SLD here, which is Lord of the Undead on a motorcycle, and Centurion of the Marked from Fallout if you're a Fallout fan. So it's really dependent on if you think that this will make your deck look cooler. Lord of the Undead available for a good range. I got blown out last night by this specific copy of this specific card on stream with the patrons. This is how I died. I exited the game by taking a Chandra's Ignition to the face from a very powerful creature. 2 red, 3 other for Chandra's Ignition. It's a sorcery, says target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature and each opponent. Fantastic. Big creature deck with red in it. Boom. Here's your board wipe. Each other creature, each opponent, not you, not the creature that you've chosen. It will hit your others, but that's okay. This one's fallen down from 20s up into the like 10s, 11s right now. This is the time I would pick this one up. I love this piece in particular. This art is just so wonderful to me. Chandra's Ignition has had some versions. We've got the Miku layer copies there. You've got your special guest DFT from Aether Drift, and it was also in the first place foil if that's something you want. A little bit more expensive, but really gorgeous version here if you're able to pay over $50 for your Chandra's Ignition. If you're not, the special guest base copy looks just as beautiful to me. I would definitely be grabbing a copy of this if you don't have it. I thought this card was going to do more. When it popped onto the scene, it's a 2-mana clone. You know, CEDH really loves these, but it just hasn't caught on as much as I thought it would. It's been pretty volatile. It's up 8% overall, but right now in that like $5 or $6 range, really, really low risk pickup. A blue and 1 for a 0/0 illusion. Phantasmal Image can enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except it's an illusion in addition to its other types, and it has, when it becomes a target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. I think there were a lot more clones in the format when Dockside was legal. Let me know if you're a CEDH player and you can speak to that format, and let me know if Phantasmal Image didn't make it like I thought it was going to make it in there. It's the only different looking version. If you don't want the Nils version of Phantasmal Image, this is your copy. Creepy Clown copy is your option. It depends on if you like it, I guess. That's really what it comes down to. Low risk pickup though. Kai Carpenter blew this piece out of the water. I am in love with this copy of Expressive Iteration. It's a red and blue for a sorcery. It says, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, one of them on the bottom, and exile one of them. You can play the exiled card this turn. This is such good, just card advantage, hand fixing, card draw, whatever you want to refer to it as in red, blue. It's good in Commander. It's good outside Commander. This is just a card that should be on people's radars. $5, $6. That's where it's at right now if you want to go get a copy of this. Expressive Iteration doesn't really have that many variants. You got 3 different arts here. One is a secret layer prize. One is the promo. This is the one that most people go for, is the like special looking version here from the promo pack with the special border. But this special guest MH3 version there, I'm such a fan. This is absolutely one I'm picking up. You always see Shalai, don't you? Everybody plays Shalai where the card is relevant. Shalai Voice of Plenty is a white and 3 for a 3/4 angel. Gives you planeswalkers you control and other creatures you control hexproof. That is why it is in most decks. It is a flyer 3/4 that gives everything else hexproof except for itself, basically. Creatures, planeswalkers, and you. You can also pay 6 with 2 green to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So it's got applicability in go wide token decks as well as angel decks, and really anything where you want your creatures to have hexproof. Shalai Voice of Plenty came from Secret Layer here. This copy's around $12, $13 right now. We're pretty far away from this layer. You can actually see the price there rising over the last 3 months. This one came out in 2021, but you can see it's the only alternate version of Shalai right now. That won't be forever, but pretty sure that these SLDs, that these special guests, those arts won't be repeated as far as we know. And so right now, if you want a different copy, Shalai Voice of Plenty there in the SLD top left treatment, that is your option. And at around that $12, $13 range, I think it's a pretty safe pickup. I can't tell you how many times I've been blown out by this card too. You never expect the Ink Shield, but the Ink Shield always hits hard. A black, a white, and 3 for an instant speed. Prevent all combat damage that will be dealt to you this turn. For each 1 damage prevented this way, create a 2/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. This is from a special Sheldon Meanery Secret Layer that dropped after he passed away. If you're not familiar, Sheldon is looked at as the godfather, the creator of the Commander format. So grabbing a copy of Ink Shield for around that like $10, $8, $9 looking range there. If you're looking at the, certified reputable sellers here, $8.71, $8.26, $8 with $1.30 shipping. Not going to be that expensive to grab yourself a copy of Ink Shield right now. And you can see this is the only version that's got any sort of different art on it. The original C21 copy is where this card debuted, and it's had that art across all versions except this SLD specifically for Sheldon Meanery. This was kind of a pet card of his. I personally missed this layer. It's a layer that I FOMO'd. That's how I feel about this secret layer. And so I've been watching the singles to try and grab them at good times. And I think right now you can see it's been pretty growth heavy over the last 3 months. This is one I want to kind of grab on the way up before it goes any higher. Danitha Capuchin is 1 white, 2 other for a 2/2 human knight with first strike, vigilance, lifelink, and aura, and equipment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. This is a version of Danitha Capuchin called Neve Black Talon. This was a secret layer Warhammer card. This is such a cool looking version of Danitha Capuchin. If you want a different copy, you've got pretty much the Jumpstart 2 or Jumpstart 25, sorry. Danitha Capuchin over there in the anime. But this SLD version, she just looks like such a badass in this art. I'm personally a fan. I don't know this character, Neve Black Talon, but if I was building Danitha into a deck, which if you're building an aura or equipment deck and it's got white, you definitely need to be running this card. This is the one I would pick. Around $9, $10, $11 is going to get you a copy of this right now. Fallen off in the short term over the last 3 months, not a ton. You can see 11 to 10 and back up. But right now, I would grab a copy so that my aura and equipment decks could get that much cooler looking. SpongeBob as Joda the Unifier just came out, but that means that right now these are flooding the secondary market with people who just wanted certain pieces or people who bought a bunch of copies aiming for the low rate pulls in the secret card slot. Joda the Unifier is 1 of each color for a 5/5 human wizard. Legendary creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of legendary creatures you control. And whenever you cast a legendary spell from your hand, you exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a legendary non-land card with lesser mana value. You can cast that card for free, and then you put the rest on the bottom in a random order. This has become the de facto commander of the meme SLD all legends sort of deck, where it's every single creature that you could hit is a character from a different IP. I've played against the deck a bunch. It's fun to play. It's fun to watch. It's, you know, it's a Joda the Unifier deck at the end of the day. So it's like kill Joda as much as possible. Destroy SpongeBob. However, if you want that deck, if you want that card and you missed the SpongeBob layer, now's a really great time to not only go look at SpongeBob SquarePants, but go look at any of the other cards from that drop as well. That drop was ordered. People loved that one. And people liked to buy extra copies to try and chase the low rate secret cards from it. So right now, being able to grab a copy of SpongeBob for under $10, I don't think that's gonna last forever. This is one I'd be snapping off immediately. I really liked how they went back with Dan Frazier and did a bunch of retro frame mana rocks. Felwar Stone here from the Secret Lair drop series. It's a 2 mana rock. This card is played so widely. Retro frames not for everybody. Dan Frazier art's not for everybody. Retro frame Dan Frazier art is very much for me. Felwar Stone is a card that I didn't get. I believe this was a secret card that could come with some of the sets. I missed this one somehow. I don't have a copy, and so I want a copy for under $10. You can see it's been in slight growth over the last 3 months. This is one that I feel like it won't be reprinted in this frame with this art, and so I want to try and grab a copy for the decks that I want retro cards for ASAP. $9, $10 will get you a copy of Felwar Stone. And look, there's a lot of versions. 4th most expensive is the one we're looking at right now, around that $9 range. We've also got the ball from the 40K SLD, and you've got a 9th edition foil up there that I'm pretty sure is driving a huge price. Yep, those 9th edition foils, like the edition core set foils before them, they were in white border, but the foils were in black border, and the foils just look gorgeous from that era. 7th edition, those kind of cards. Those look so sick. Felwar Stone, it's a widely played card, and if you like retro frames, this is a sweet version to grab. One of the earliest secret layers brought us this copy of Birds of Paradise, and I love this. I think it's such a beautiful version, just a realistic, almost scientific manual version of Birds of Paradise. I really love it. You can see it's been growing in the short term. Fantastic mana dork. Under $9 right now. You're looking at about 9 or 10 for a near mint. And look, Birds of Paradise has got a lot of different treatments. This is a card that they stay reprinting. Your 7th edition foil, we were just talking about old foils. That's got the highest price there, even more expensive than a serialized version of this card. You've got secret layer copies. You've got my personal favorite Birds of Paradise, which is the Imagined Critters right there in the middle of the screen from Bloomborough. You've also got your Ravnica remastered copies and all your old stuff past that. So this is a card that is heavily reprinted, and I think that's why the price for special versions can stay as low as it is. You can see our SLD version from 2020 coming up there on the far left, right next to the Rainbow Hummingbird version from the Lord of the Rings set. Just a great card, great treatment of it. If you like this art in particular, good time to pick it up, low risk. It's been around a while, it's printed in 2020, so it's definitely gotten some love. I would grab one around $10. I like this card a lot for that price. I want to take it over to MTG stocks for 2 bonus cards that I just want to talk about. These have been on my radar and I'm not really sure what to do with them yet, but I want to draw your attention to this. Inventor's Fair. This is the Stark Expo copy of Inventor's Fair from the Marvel Tony Stark Iron Man secret lair that we first got. This one has been slowly climbing up in price. There's also the Blasphemous Act from the Deadpool secret lair that's got him on the moon snapping with Thanos' gauntlet and destroying the Earth. Now this card just was released and we're gonna see even more non-foil copies of it hit the market when WPN stores receive theirs. But my thinking is this: Marvel is going to happen more and more. We've got Spider-Man coming, we've got more Marvel sets past that, and there's always going to be more Marvel SLDs. I think that Secret Lair Marvels dropping randomly is going to be a way of life for the next few years. I think that as players start building more and more Marvel decks, basic standards that have already been printed in a Marvel treatment like Blasphemous Act, like Inventor's Fair, for artifact decks, people are always going to want this. And if you've got an artifact-based Marvel deck, the Stark Expo Inventor's Fair is probably the one you're going to want to go for. If you're building a Marvel deck with red in it and you need a copy of Blasphemous Act, this is probably the one you want to go for. So as we get further and further into Marvel MTG, I'm definitely keeping my eyes on cards like that to see if maybe they're gonna pop because they'll be so desired. Let me know what you think of these cards down in the comments below. I'd love to talk to you about them. If you got any cool cards that you're gonna upgrade your deck with, click and like, click and subscribe, super helps me out. And if you want to support me directly, go check out our Patreon, tons of cool perks. Get involved, come play Commander every Thursday night with us over there. We'll talk to you soon. See you in the next one. Bye. The packs, though, starts with this bird here. Traveling Chocobo. Well, not this bird here. These birds here. The blue and green neon ink versions of Chocobos. We have got blue, green, yellow, and pink. From what I can tell, these are all equally difficult to find in packs. All of these 4 traveling Chocobos in the neon ink treatment are less than 1% in collector packs. Then you've got the black Chocobo here that's only in Japanese. This is a special tribute to some of the teams that worked on the game. This one is an even less 1% chance to open in the pack. So we've got 5 cards at that less than or at 1% chance, which tend to be the value drivers in products like these, is those 1% or less cards. Those 4 colors and black are driving some of the potential value here. And then we have got our serialized traveling Chocobo, fully gilded out. This one looks pretty sick. Textless. I like the treatment on it. For a serialized card, it looks very desirable. I think it looks nice and collectible. Out of 77 is huge. I want to look at some of the other serialized cards we've had recently, and we'll look at the prices on those and where they've kind of landed. But I'll tell you, out of 77 is a low run on these serialized cards. So that makes it more difficult, but that makes pulling one even more special. These are an even less 1% chance. They don't get specific past that. They're just like, it's less. This is the rarest possible card to pull from the entire set. A 1% card that not many people are talking about is the Surge Foil Alternate Commanders. Cloud X Soldier there on the right is one of 8 of the commanders from the precons that have an alternate version, and the Surge Foil specifically is only found in collector boosters, and that's a less than 1% chance. So there's another card in here that is 1% or less that will definitely drive value. These precons are already blowing up. Look at the raised foils from Bloomberg, which we actually will. Those as alternate commanders are just absolutely cranking in price. The most expensive of those actually is one of the precon commanders, Miss Bloomberg. And so Miss Bloomberg, Miss Bumbleflower. She is kind of Miss Bloomberg though. So you know Cloud for sure, and probably at least 4 of those 8 commanders in that Surge Foil treatment, which can only be found in these collector boosters at a less than 1% rate, that's going to be another desirable possible pull. Additionally, just like in past sets, the extended art cards are now completely relegated to the collector booster, and they've tried to make them a little more rare. The extended non-foil commander cards, like you see there with Cloud on the right, but there will be more cards from the commander set in this slot. The extended non-foil version of those commander cards is like a 1.6% chance, and the extended foil commanders, the commanders themselves in the extended frame, in foil specifically, are a 0.8% chance. So I think it's important for us to look at the alternate versions of commanders. This is a game about self-expression, and people are going to want to pick the version of the commander they want, which likely will be those extended foil versions or the alternate surge foil version being the kind of top of the line choice. While we're at that just above 1% pull rate to see if we could find some other value that might really hit hard in these packs, there is a secret rendezvous variant. This version has 4 different versions. You've got Secret Rendezvous here that appears in the commander decks. This is the one that everyone can get. But you've also got these 3 versions that feature different characters from the game. You've got Yuffie, I don't know how to pronounce that one, Aerith, and then Barrett. I'm assuming that Aerith is going to be the most desirable of these, with Barrett being close behind. But when you're looking at any of these variants, you should know that this is a 1.6% chance pull to get this uncommon in a variant that you don't see in the regular commander deck. It's also worth noting that we have a bonus sheet in this set called Final Fantasy Through the Ages. These are sort of Godzilla style reprints here. They are regular existing Magic cards, I should say, with Final Fantasy coding over the top of them. These can be opened anywhere, but the foils of these are only available in collector boosters. It's 50% of one slot in the collector booster can be a foil Through the Ages card, and that breaks down to 68% of the 17 uncommons. 25% of the time it's one of the 32 rares, and then 6% of the time it's one of the mythic rares, like you would see there with Sephiroth the Savior, who is Atraxa Grand Unifier. So you have a pretty low chance to pull a foil of the Atraxa Grand Unifier that's Sephiroth, and I think that's notable because people will want those. It's those 1% cards that really drive a lot of the lottery ticket aspect of this, and that's really what you're doing at $700, is you're picking up a really expensive scratcher and hoping for a fully gilded out chocobo. We need to do a historical comp though, because there's been a lot of these collector boxes at this point, some of Universes Beyond, some of regular MTG, Universes Within. What do we call it? Just MTG. Vanilla MTG. So where better to start with Universes Beyond than Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings had a 1% card in it called Realms and Relics. Now, these were in Surge Foil. I wanted to look at a 1% chance that was specific foiling. The Surge Foils of the Lord of the Rings 1% pull card, those Realms and Relics, those were the Godzilla-style reprints of things like Party Tree being Great Henge. Those range anywhere in price from $231 for the most desirable down to $22. So there's quite a range even within these 1% hit slots. Not every single hit is going to be absolute value. Of note, the poster treatments that people always think about when you think about the collector edition of Lord of the Rings, the second release, those were 22% in one slot of those packs, 11% each for non-foil and foil. $483 currently for the One Ring, which is the best pull from that slot, but that goes down to $20 for Dawn of a New Age, which if you pull that poster treatment, you're like, well, sweet, but that was a while ago and super hyped. Let's talk about Foundations, which was more recent, still super hyped, but wasn't as pre-ordery as Final Fantasy is. Final Fantasy's broken all of the records before it's even released. Foundations didn't really catch fire until afterward, but desirable cards, desirable treatments. That is a way to describe Foundations for sure. Foundations had the mana foils, if you remember. Those were a 10% pull in collector boosters, 8.4% for a rare or 1.6% for a mythic. Those range anywhere from $171 for Sire of Seven Deaths to $4 for Curator of Destinies. There's a really wide range on mana foils as a 10% card. Now, the Fracture foils in Foundations were a 1% hit. Llanowar Elves is the most expensive of those, and that's $576 right now. And Kaito Cunning Infiltrator is the lowest of those fracture foils at $78. So $576 to $78 is your range on hitting a fracture foil, which again, 1% chance that could be the Kaito Cunning Infiltrator, and you're like, well, I really enjoyed hitting that card, but let's talk about raised foils from Bloomborough. Those were a 3 to 4% hit, if you can believe it. Those weren't even a 1% hit. However, Bumbleflower is top of that list at $640, all the way down to Nissa Who Shakes the World, which was a reprint in that treatment, new art and raised foil, and that one's only $60. Foundations, however, was a pretty normally priced product, and Final Fantasy's price is pretty insanely pushed, if you ask me. That just in and of itself is going to push the values higher of your 10% or less chance pull rate cards from this box. It's going to make those just kind of naturally higher value because of how much the box costs. You know, card prices and box prices tend to follow each other up and down. If there's a discrepancy, one catches up to the other before too long. And so because it's so expensive, they'll be more expensive. But I wanted to give you that context so that you could understand these percentage chances may be low, and hitting one might not even be the victory that you're looking for to just open up value, which is the entire way we're looking at this, right? You could just find a price that's comfortable with you, open it up, enjoy the Final Fantasy cards, trade what you don't want for what you do, and call it good and never worry about again. But I like to look at it from this angle just to help you make that decision if you need a little push in one way or the other. Talking about Neon Ink Chocobos, so let's look at the Neon Ink Mana Crypts to try and see if we can draw any comparisons. These were all less than 1% chance pulls alongside the Neon Ink Cavern of Souls. The highest value here being around $1,200, lowest being $186. You've even got discrepancy within the Neon Ink less than 1% chance pull for a card as powerful, though banned, as Mana Crypt. A not banned but less than 1% chance pull with the Cavern of Souls that I mentioned. You're between $489 for the most expensive of those, down to that $169 for the green. And then the serialized piece, yes, there are 77 birds out there that would be the absolute dream to open up. However, you're not going to. The chances are insanely low. So that's not even something I want you to think about. But let's draw some comparisons anyway. Serialized Aether Spark was the headliner in Aether Drift, and the lowest price that you can get one of these for right now is like $1,600 on TCG Player. This one was serialized out of 500, and it was in a set that not a lot of people opened. I think that that's actually driving some of the scarcity, rarity, and price of this one right now. That serialized Edgar Markov from the beginning of the year that was our headliner in Innistrad Remastered and our first headliner card. That one was also out of 500, selling for around $2,700 right now. Very desirable commander, very crazy looking treatment, and it was the first headliner card, so I think that's adding some value as well. Serialized Emrakul from MH3 is very interesting. These were only serialized out of 250, so it's a little rarer to find these out there, but around $2,400 will get you a copy of serialized Emrakul right now on TCG Player, and so it's not necessarily as expensive as you might think. However, the 77 is a very low number that is going to definitely drive the value of these serialized up, on top of the IP tax that is definitely going to drive these up and make them very valued collector pieces. All of that to say, I hope I am making it abundantly clear how expensive this box is and how difficult it will be to recoup your losses from opening it if that is your only goal. You could hit the 1% chance and it be a total miss. You could hit that special foil 1% of 50%, blah, 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 and it just not be the one that puts the value up. Yes, a serialized card is probably going to quadruple your money minimum on the box, but finding that is exceedingly rare, and it's just not going to happen. You're not going to do it. So definitely good luck to the Chocobo chasers. Let me know if you're able to pull one of those neon inks or a serialized. I would love to hear about it. Let's talk about the sealed value of this box, because that's a huge part of this conversation. Right now, like I said, it's around $718 to go and buy a box of this, and they're selling. Multiple boxes have sold today, and they're selling like crazy. You know, it's the best selling set of all time. Now look, the Final Fantasy IP is driving a lot of that hype, but that hype is also being driven by players' price memory. Watching some of these boxes from the last couple of years go up, led firmly by Fallout. This collector booster here over the last year has gained 70% value, $942 to get you a Fallout collector booster display. The most special thing in here were serialized bobbleheads. Nobody plays the bobbleheads. Maybe you're trying to collect them. I don't think it's as collectible as a Chocobo from Final Fantasy personally, but that was the big pull here. Past that, it was like Surge foils. This was like variants of your commanders and some Godzilla style reprints. Almost $1,000 on this box. Hasn't even been out that long. There's obviously the special edition collectors of Lord of the Rings. This is sort of like the main idea of what a collector booster box can do when it just goes to the moon in magical Christmas land. This one collector box is $1,711 and continues to climb. It's gone up 267% over the last year. These types of boxes are why people are so ravenous about the collector product nowadays. This one was heavily driven by serialized soul rings. This one was heavily driven by surge foil versions of the realms and relics like we talked about. The poster treatments were a 22% hit chance in one slot of these packs. That is what people wanted with these, plus the general playability and strength of the set overall. But that's not the only Lord of the Rings box that's gaining value. The green box, the OG, also up 80% over the year. It's up to $900. The serialized One Ring has already been pulled. You can't get a serialized One Ring in these packs. Post Malone has it. It's too late. I don't want to paint too rosy of a picture though. Let's look at the Assassin's Creed box. 5% down over the last year. Now this one had some serialized, the historic figures. The compact nature of these collector packs, there were 10 cards in there. The set was smaller. There's a lot going on with this set that makes it kind of zag while every other set is just zigging like crazy. Assassin's Creed, sort of the exception to the rule here. Smaller packs, fewer hits, I think overall, less interest, and they definitely didn't market this one like at all. But even this one here, over the last like 6 months, up 20%. So you can zoom in, zoom out a little bit on these charts to see some interest, some value gaining in even boxes that people hated. People panned the hell out of this set, still gaining value over the last 6 months. Let's look at Doctor Who, another Universes Beyond, 34% over the last year. That one's also going up. Universes Beyond, okay, got it, Joel. The Universes Beyond collector boosters tend to go up. Woo, got it. Okay, let's look at standard. Tarkir Dragonstorm, last set to come out. This one's up 20%. We got to pull back a little bit. It is falling currently. 1 month, down 14%. But topping out over $400 for a standard collector booster, that was super new for everybody. And we don't know if it's really sustainable. Is this going to land more in the 300, 250 range? We'll see. I don't think it gets down to 250 again, but maybe. But talking about announced price to the price it is now, $332. Pretty cool overall. What a standard collector booster of a loved set with cool, excellent treatments and cards can do. Let's take it back a set. We'll look at Aether Drift. All right. It's down 24%, and this is to be expected. People hated this set, right? Even in the 3 months, even in the 1 month, there's no way to look at this chart that is not it falling. We're down into, what, 180 at this point for an Aether Drift collector booster display. Nobody liked this set. Nobody liked the cards. Nobody liked the aesthetic. Wizards of the Coast even themselves said, we didn't get much time to put on that set. Sorry. We did our best. We just tried to we had to do it. The deadline was here. Like they showed up the day of the class and the project wasn't done and they were like, we got to make something up. Let's go. How about cars? How about cool cars? Graffiti. Aether Drift box, another exception to the rule within the standard collector boxes. This is one that we don't expect to do much, but it isn't. It's doing exactly what we thought it was going to do. Let's look at Innistrad Remastered Collector Booster Display. Do you think this one is up or down before I show you? Came out in January, got serialized in it. It's down. On the year, it's down 20%. Over the month, down slightly. It's in fall right now. I'll say this though. Let's look at the remastered sets. This is kind of what they've done, is they get opened, people really embrace them, and then we completely forget about them. So if you look back at the other two remastered sets, which we've had 3 of now, We've got Ravnica Remastered. Look at the 1 year chart on this, up 40%. So something interesting happens maybe when these stop being printed. Maybe when demand dries up, something very interesting happens to these remastered reprint sets that didn't get as much hype because it was just reprints. Not everybody need them. Let's look at Dominaria Remastered, up 43% over the year. This one, rising in price. You don't even have serialized in this one. And that's probably keeping the price a little bit lower than, say, the Ravnica Remastered one here, over $400 at this point. It's got Shocklands. Those are serialized potentially. Big serialized contingent throughout. It's not super rare to get one in Ravnica Remastered, though it's all still super rare. Still a 1% chance on any of those pulls, but there were over 60 of them and they were all out of 500. So there are quite a few of those out in the wild, especially compared to the 77 chocobos that we're going to get. I just thought it was important to put context on this Innistrad Remastered box, looking at the other 2 remastered sets, one of which doesn't have serialized and is still up, working toward 50% over the year. So then that's Innistrad Remastered. Let's continue stepping backwards through to Foundations. We talked about the pull rates on mana foils, some of the fractured foils in there. This box up 77%, up 10% over the last 3 months. Slight dip over the last month. People are really trying to spend some money on Final Fantasy, but overall, this box has gained a lot of value as well. And this was a standard set, no serialized cards. Let's step it further back to Duskmourn. This box over the last year, up 17%. Let's step it back to Bloomburrow. I told you about those raised foils. Sets that are loved, that people really, really want, up 77% over the last year. Let's take a step back to Modern Horizons 3. What do you think this box is doing? It's up 10% over the last year. In the 3%, it's up 5%. This thing is only rising. It seems right now like Thunder Junction, 8% up over the last year. WotC has figured out collector booster boxes, and the market is responding in kind. These are becoming holdable, sealed products again, whereas 2-3 years ago, I would not have recommended holding sealed at all. Product confidence seems super high in collector boosters. There's a lot of complaining about the price of Final Fantasy, and that's totally warranted, but the sales numbers are telling the story that it's still all going to get soaked up, and some of these collector pieces are going to be insanely rare. Just a reminder, we just launched a brand new Commander tabletop gameplay series that I'm a part of called Garage the Gathering. If you're watching this on the day it releases, we are in day 2 of a 3-day, 3-episode release. We got a bonus episode dropping the 3rd day. We got a new episode today. Go watch it right now. If that's your thing, drop a subscription over there. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. We'd greatly appreciate it. If you think I helped you make a decision, or I just informed you a little bit more about collector boosters and how they've been doing, hit that subscription. And if you already have, hit that like button. If you want to support me further, go check out the Patreon. Lots of cool stuff over there. Let me know if you're buying any Final Fantasy collector booster boxes and what your plan is for them. I'll talk to you in the next one. I know that you've probably got some cards in your collection that have gained some value that you don't even know about, like our featured uncommon in this video, Into the Floodmaw. I know you opened up Bloomburrow packs. I certainly did. You've probably got some stacks of commons and uncommons sitting around that you need to go look through. Into the Floodmaw just recently got to an all-time high of $6. It's around $5 right now. It's a really good time to go pull these out and see if you can buy list them to a website like Card Conduit, quickly and easily sell your Magic cards there, or use them in trades or sell them to your LGS. I've got 12 cards that have hit all-time highs recently that you might want to go through and sell out of your collection in the short term, because a reprint will probably crash the price. Look at the timeline down below. If you just want to skip through the video and see which cards I picked, that's completely fine and I get it. But if I'm able to help you find any value in your collection whatsoever, hitting that subscribe button is the best and easiest way to thank me. Joel, our magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. If you find any cards in this video that you just want to move quickly, send them to Card Conduit. They'll buy list them for you and send you a check. It's that simple. I'm also brought to you by TCG Player, the best place to buy cards quickly and easily on the internet. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect your cards, and Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. There are a lot of things that can send the price of a card, and one of those is a precon being printed that didn't reprint a pretty critical card to the strategy, and that is what happened with Sapling of Kolthanor. Sapling is a 5-mana 2/5 Treefolk Shaman with Indestructible. It says whenever it attacks, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, you gain life equal to that card's toughness, you lose life equal to its power, and then you put it into your hand. It's card velocity and a little bit of life gain strategy. If you've got a deck that has to do with creature toughnesses and or life gain, Sapling is pretty sick in that deck. It did not get reprinted into Felithar the Steadfast, which is why people are wanting it. That commander has everything to do with toughnesses and wasn't the only commander in this set that had to do with toughnesses. Betor had 2 different versions that this card can also go in. And so with the precon applicability and the fact that there were other commanders that players wanted to build, the fact that this didn't show up in those precons is why the price is doing what it's doing. Just recently at an all-time high of $13. If you got the Commander 2021 decks, you've got this card sitting around somewhere. It was in the Witherbloom Witchcraft Strixhaven Commander deck with Willow Dusk at the front of it. So if you've got that deck sitting around or you had it at some point, Sapling of Kolthanor's in your collection ready to sell. That deck also sent the price of Doran the Siege Tower. Doran is a green, a black, a white for a 0/5 Treefolk Shaman that says each creature assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Doran the Siege Tower did not make an appearance in Tarkir Dragonstorm, and with so much emphasis on creature toughness decks, Doran was bound to do something. This one has had some reprints, as you can see. Originally Lorwyn, it was in Double Masters 22, and that's what we're looking at here. It had a other copy in there as well, but you can see right at the same time as Dragonstorm came out, it was known, it was seen that this card wasn't getting a reprint, and it has sent it. It's up to $5 range-ish, which for a set that you opened a lot of, probably Double Masters 22 rares just sitting around, having those Dorans just jump from nothing where they were 50 cents up to around that $4, $5 mark. If you've got a couple copies of this sitting around, that could help you. It wasn't just toughness matters.
What up, Wizards? It's Dev from the place. Still feeling that old-time jubilation because we just had 7 cards banned in Standard yesterday, and although it seems kind of counterintuitive, losing 7 cards actually gives us a lot more cards to play with in Standard. It feels like half the rares in the format were just unlocked because we lost all these cards, and now them brew juices are flowing. Gross, I know, but at this point I'm doing more work than an oyster shucker at a Joe's Crab Shack. I have been all over the format in the last 24 hours, looking at cards that I kind of always wanted to play, but never really got the chance to play. I know everyone's kind of scrambling for the best new deck in Standard because that's just human nature, I guess, or at the very least the nature of Magic players for sure, but instead I've been combing over, looking at some spicy cards that I think might actually have a place in the format for the first time. I could be doing like the top 8 best decks to play after the bans and stuff like that. I think there's some pretty obvious answers here. If you want that list right now, it's stuff like Jeskai Oculus. That's awesome. I guess Founding the Third Path rotates, but whatever. You've got stuff like Caretaker's Talent that you might want to play again. Not too much rotates from that thing. I'm going to look at my notebook, don't mind me. Enduring Curiosity, we get to resolve that card again. It costs a whole 4 mana, but we don't have to worry about playing 4 drops so much anymore without all the mice and the omniscience combos running around. There's stuff like Insidious Roots that seems to be doing really well in the format even before the bannings, but do beware because Tyvar rotates and it's one of the best cards in the deck. If you wanted to play Unholy Annex, I guess you could do that, but again, I guess Archfiend of the Dross rotates. I don't know how much it's going to hurt the deck, but that is a thing that's going to happen, so play it while you can. Simulacrum Synthesizer doesn't seem to lose a whole lot of much. You know, these big scorecards aren't going to rotate or anything, so if you want to play a solid artifact deck, that's probably the one. Collector's Cage is still available in the format. Not too much rotates out of that pile either. That's another one that was doing surprisingly well just a couple of months ago before Is It Cutter started to wield its ugly head. And then Agatha's Soul Cauldron. There's a build with Vivi that was doing really well even all the way up until the World Championships, or the Pro Tour rather. So these are all decks all the ones that I've named, there they are right there in writing. Those are all decks that I think you should probably be playing right now. They're really, really good. But that said, there's cards that I want to focus on above these decks. And I want to focus specifically on cards that aren't rotating in this video. There's a lot of good stuff that does rotate. You know, if you wanted to play Phyrexian Obliterator for the next month, I guess you could do that. Jace the Perfected Mind Mill is great, but it's gone very soon, I guess, to the happiness of a lot of folks out there. Venerated Rod Priest. I can't wait for this card to get out of my standard, but I haven't seen it in forever. Kind of worried that I will be seeing it a little bit more over the next month. It's actually a really good deck, but there's also stuff like Vraska, Innkeeper's Talent. If you've never seen this combo before, then good for you, man. Innkeeper's Talent leveled all the way up basically makes it to where Vraska comes into play with enough counters to ultimate, and then when you do ultimate her, Innkeeper's Talent makes sure they get enough poison counters to kill them right then and there. It's a dumb combo, and I haven't seen it in months, but could be back for another 30 days. Apart from that, maybe it's just a race to see who can ramp out Atraxa or reanimate Atraxa the most efficiently. Could be a thing. She's still in the format for a while. Urabrass Forge is still in the format. Maybe we see a return to the red-white sweeper-based Urabrass Forge deck. And finally, Goblins. Kind of a weird pick, but Goblins was doing surprisingly well on MTGO a few months back after it got a couple of pieces. It's still going to have Krenko and a couple of other important Goblins, but it does lose, I think it's called Runvelt or Rebel Belt Horde Master to the upcoming rotation, and that's going to hurt that deck a good bit. So get them Goblins in while you can. Again, there are cards that I could focus on that rotate, but we just don't have long to play them. Instead, in this video, we're going to talk about 10 cards that aren't going anywhere anytime soon that I think we should give another chance to. Let's talk about 10 cards you should be playing in post-ban standard.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back. Wouldn't that be crazy if we were actually Beck the whole time, gained a couple of pounds, lost a little bit of hair, still a loser, baby? Anyway, we got 10 cards to talk about today with surprisingly no honorable mention. I guess if you want an honorable mention, it's all that stuff I just talked about a second ago. Rotating cards. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get to it here because kind of got a lot to cover today, and I've kind of already covered a lot. So with that in mind, let's check out number 10. Kind of on the same tip as Goblins, dovetailing from that. I think another creature type that's underserved and did really well earlier in the format is Lizards, represented here by Gev's Scaled Scorch. But, you know, there's also Hired Claw. That's a really good one-drop that kind of still sees play even before the bannings in mono red decks. So try that out. Iridescent Vinelash is a cool card. They've got the thing that's kind of like a Burning Tree Emissary. I forget what it's called, but like the 2-drop Lizard that makes black-red as long as they've lost life this turn. That guy's awesome too. They've got card advantage Lizard too, man. Like Lizards is really good. So if you're looking for the top of the line best aggro deck in standard, maybe look no further than this now. It was definitely never a weak deck, and I don't think anything's changed. Actually, I do think a lot's changed since the banning. You know, maybe we go from mice being the best creature type in standard to suddenly Lizards takes the crown. It's like a Mario Kart finishing podium. Anyway, number 9. Let's go ahead and get to that. Is Ugin. You remember that Ugin that came out in like Tarkir Dragonstorm that kind of was quickly forgotten about? You know, but I do think the card is actually pretty good, and there's multiple ways to make this build. If you want to, you can make it mono green and do kind of a ramp thing. If you wanted, you could go mono white and play a bunch of sweepers in the deck. That tends to be fairly effective. If you wanted, you could go Selesnya, just do both. Porque no less dos. But there's even like a oops all colorless kind of build in standard right now to really take advantage of his ultimate, right? If you want, you can play things like Heateron Archive and the Iron Crag, which will ramp you a little bit into the Ugin. You can play Karn Silex and Filigree Silex to blow stuff up if you want to. Some of those will rotate, but you know, it's still a good idea if you want to do that. And then finally, Bahamut just dropped in Final Fantasy, and that seems like a pretty fun card to either ramp into in the Ugin deck or just go get a bunch of free copies of Bahamut and win the game off Ugin's ultimate, which was not necessarily that easy before, you know, but with a bunch of Bahamuts now, I'm pretty sure you'll force scoops with that. So altogether, I think that Ugin probably did get better if mid-range is viable in standard again. right, then I think that Ugin might be the best sort of top-end mid-range engine that we currently have access to, especially considering we're about to lose the 7-mana Nissa that was completed, the 7-mana Kaya that's just really hard to get through. You know, typically, those are really good late-game plays for a mid-range deck to kind of just hold the line with, but I think that especially upon rotation, Ugin instantly becomes like the best expensive walker in Standard, and there are plenty of cards you can play that are relatively high card quality that can support him. And don't you sit there and try to tell me Hedron Archive's not a quality card. That card's awesome. Anyway, let's move on to number 8, which is Raise the Past. Now, this does lose a somewhat important card coming up. It loses Elysil Core. We all, myself included, and maybe I'm the most affected in this, lose Elysil Core. My fiance, we haven't gotten married yet. Maybe we will right before rotation just to solidify things. We're still in love. Anyway, the Elysil Core is gone very, very soon. That's going to make me a very emo boy, but the deck still has a bunch of really good cards. You know, if you want things that like trigger life gain when creatures come into play, it's still got Hinterland Sanctifier. It's still got the 2-mana Bat. That thing's pretty good. Life Creed Duo, that's its name. Thank you, brain. It's got Case of the Uneaten Feast. That's a good card, even though it's not a creature. Still awesome and particularly good in Raise the Past as like a 2-of. It's like, you know, a secondary. If you don't find your Raise the Past, I guess it could work, you know. But yeah, either way, the Starscape Cleric deck is really, really good. Even before rotation, you know, it kind of folds to control decks and some graveyard manipulation. But with everyone talking about how good graveyard decks might be now, which I kind of don't get their argument. Not really, but still, everyone talking about how good graveyard decks might be right now, from Reanimation to Agatha Soul Cauldron to the Insidious Roots and, you know, onward. I haven't really heard many people talk about Raise the Past, and I think you need to take a second look at it. This is another deck that can effectively just win the game on turn 4, and even if you don't win the game on turn 4, you got a bunch of like pretty cool, like really fun creatures. You're gaining a bunch of life, so if people are trying to find the best aggro deck, kind of helps against that, right? You've got removal against the Screaming Nemesis, so you don't really have to worry about them as much. There might be something to Raise the Past. It was already kind of a solid deck in terms of like, I'm going to win the game now on like turn 5 or whatever. It was already kind of okay at that, and it's got some decent resiliency going for it. It can win the game by attacking sometimes. I've always liked this deck. Obviously, you know the kind of guy I am. You know I like this deck. And I just wanted to shine a special spotlight on it because I think that it might be real now. But let's move on to number 7. I spent way too long on that entry. I really like Raise the Past. Number 7 is Outcaster Trailblazer. If you're looking for something to replace Up the Beanstalk, there's not only Trailblazer, but I guess you could try Garruk's Uprising. I've actually seen it as a 1 and even a 2 of in certain MTGO builds as like copies 5 and 6 of Up the Beanstalk, right? Especially when you're playing a bunch of big creatures anyway. But Trailblazer makes mana. It's really good in multiple copies especially. And, you know, you can basically play it for free on some turns. It will provide a lot of card draw throughout the game. And for what it's worth, ramping into large threats, Terror of the Peaks and other 5-drops, and even all the way up to like Vaultborn Tyrant might be a slightly more viable strategy nowadays, considering that mice aren't breathing down your neck on turn 3 and Omniscience isn't killing you on turn 4. So again, maybe this opens up a ramp, and things like Outcaster Trailblazer are really, really good in ramp decks. You can play this as early as turn 2 off of Alana War Elves, and then start getting real advantage off of it as early as turn 3. So I think it's a pretty dangerous card, and I think Garruk's Uprising is too, but for my money, I think I like Trailblazer a little bit more in this slot. Let's move on to number 6, which is yet another attempt to find a spicy new aggro deck, one that didn't even exist last month, and in this case it's Tifa Lockhart, the newest card in the entire video actually. This thing just came out and hasn't had much time to really do anything in Standard, but you know, that said, if you're a patron, you know that this deck just won the most recent Patreon poll. Problem with that is that poll was like 8 days ago. And I've been waiting. The reason for that is I've been waiting for the ban announcement to put out a Tifa deck. Basically, I wanted to see how many cards we lost. Turns out we lost not just Monstrous Rage, which you might have assumed was in the deck, but also Heartfire Hero, which I'm not sure you would have assumed is in the deck. We're playing Self-Destruct in there, just in case Tifa's power gets huge enough to kill them on turn 3. Sometimes it happens. But, you know, Self-Destruct really helps with just throwing a Tifa at them. It was also really good with Heartfire Hero, but now we have to play Cacophony Scamp, which I guess is fine. But either way, I was trying to figure out what Standard would look like before I put the Tifa deck out. But now that we have a better idea, there's still a lot of tricks with Tifa. You know, things like Turn Inside Out and especially Wild Ride are incredible with Tifa. You know, it takes couple of turns, but starting relatively early in the game, you can play a Tifa into a Wild Ride into a land drop, and that is crazy. Suddenly she's like 8 power or whatever, and tramples and swings that turn because Wild Ride gives haste. There's still plenty of pump spells that are really, really good with Tifa, and considering that we're not all just trying to beat mice on turn 2 or 3 now, maybe people will lay off some of the main deck removal and give Tifa a little bit more breathing room. But even if they don't, we got stuff like Snakeskin Veil and many other cards in Standard to protect her. Make sure we can hit those big turns. So maybe some kind of red-green landfall deck, or at the very least a very low-to-the-ground Tifa build could be a reality in Standard now. This is a very powerful card. Now, my number 5, I keep talking about aggro decks, and I haven't really put a 1-drop on the list yet, surprisingly, so I guess let's fix that, because Paul Patch Recruit was already a really, really, really good Magic card. Unlike a lot of the other cards on the list, you're not necessarily going to build a deck around Paul Patch Recruit, but now that we've lost Heartfire Hero, I think this is one of the better options in Standard, for real, for 1-drop creatures in a really aggressive deck. Despite what I've just said in that Tifa entry, I'm just not sure that all the aggro, all the removal is going anywhere. People, until rotation at least, will still play the, Torch the Towers and the cut downs and the go for the throats and all the small ball removal spells that we're relatively used to. So with that in mind, I think that Paul Patch Recruit gets much, much better than a lot of other 1-drops, because even though this doesn't have any sort of protective aspect to it, if you are going somewhat wide, or even if you just have one other creature out, then Paul Patch is going to put some counters on stuff whenever any of your other creatures get targeted, and I think that's actually kind of a big deal, especially in a Tifa deck. That's kind of cool, but it could also work well in, weirdly, a mice deck. It's not a mouse itself, but still, putting counters on stuff like Emberheart Challenger is relatively important. So I don't know. I think this card is quite good, and if you want to try rabbits, you can. We actually just lost to rabbits on stream the other night, but I guess if you know me, you also know that me losing on stream isn't anything special, but that was like one of the only games we lost all night. We were playing with Naya, Sarah, Farron Legends. That deck was so good. We won like 6 in a row. It was awesome, but we did lose to rabbits, mostly because Beauregard Mentor is really good, but also because Paw Patch is really, really good. I really think this is among the best 1-drops in Standard right now. I hate to repeat myself, but I think it bears repeating. My number 4 is Doppelgang for sure, and I think this is off of a lot of people's lists because like Invasion of Arcavios rotates. That's a lot of the reason why people thought Omniscience might not get banned, is because Invasion of Arcavios rotates, but neither one of these decks, Doppelgang or Omniscience, really needs Invasion to win the game, much less Doppelgang. You're not always copying Invasion. Sometimes you're copying any other thing on the entire table, Roxanne, Ancient Cornucopia, whatever, and you're winning the game effectively that way. Or maybe you play the 1 Vault board in your deck. Some people are playing Dragonback Assault in these teamer decks, so you can copy it, or you can copy a bunch of the dragons or whatever. It's just, again, the deck does not need any of the cards that rotate to stay a thing. And again, if we're talking about like long ball kind of slow burn mid-range decks in Standard, this one might actually have an even better like late game plan than an Ugin deck. And I would say that that's actually not a very controversial statement. Doppelgang is an extremely powerful card that once it gets the time, once it gets rolling, is almost undefeatable once it gets itself into position. And even though it might need a few more turns after it gets into position, those turns feel more or less fruitless, for the opponent that's playing against it. So just don't forget that Doppelgang exists. The card isn't going anywhere, and it's always been powerful. Every time a new set comes out, you got to be thinking if a thing is a good target for Doppelgang. We got a lot of stuff that is. My number 3 is, in a lot of ways, the card that I am most scared of moving forward in the Standard, and that is Reenact the Crime. And I think that's exactly what the card is going to do. Very fitting name, because even though we've lost Abuelo's Awakening, this is a 4-mana way that does not rotate to get that Omniscience out of your graveyard on turn 4. And in case you're not familiar, the turn count's very important when it comes to the Omniscience deck. If we back it up to, say, turn 5 for Yuna or something, then that's a little bit more breathing room in the format, but Reenact only costs 4 mana, so it's effectively the same thing as Abuelo's Awakening in some ways, and it is not too hard to make sure that you discard the Omniscience that turn, and it's not too hard to make sure that you discard it for effectively no mana, so, or mill it or whatever, you know. So I think that Reenact is actually a really dangerous card moving forward, and if people keep trying to make the Omniscience deck a thing, it won't be Yuna, it won't be Repair and Recharge. I assume it will be Reenact the Crime that is the likely culprit here. But if number 3 is the card that scares me the most, I think that number 2, let me word this perfectly, is the card that is the most newly powerful card in Standard, right? This card was already really strong, showing up in a couple of different lists, but now I think it's all the way powered up and it doesn't have all these other aggro decks getting in the way of it. Fear of Missing Out is a ridiculous Magic card, ladies and gentlemen, especially paired with some other cards in the format, but kind of solos some of the time just by itself, but this makes the Gruul Delirium deck kind of tick in and of itself. It's the strongest card in Gruul Delirium, which just picked up some pieces. It's playing Terra from Final Fantasy now, but it's got Patchwork Beastie and stuff too, Wildfire Wicker Folk. It's a really strong aggro deck, even though it's kind of a fair aggro deck, and I've always kind of liked that about it, but it now doesn't lose anything, but it was playing a sort of pump spell that is in this deck on the level of Monstrous Rage. It's the one that can give their creatures double strike if they have Delirium, and that can be a serious spell in the Delirium deck. It wins the game a lot of the time when the deck is just kind of curving out and going aggro mode. So this might be in some ways now the actual best aggro deck in Standard. There's a bunch that are vying for that title, but Gruul Delirium was already doing fairly well even a week or two before the bans in MTGO leagues and challenges and stuff. So just because of Fear of Missing Out, I expect this deck to do a lot even better nowadays. And for what it's worth, Fear of Missing Out is also amazing in the Jeskai Oculus decks, which kind of moved from a Control-y package into a Jeskai package that plays Tursa Light Shatter. Now it can play Joshua if it wants to. It was playing Inti a lot of the time, and Fear of Missing Out, a lot of sort of aggro-y cards that let you discard the Abhorrent Oculus and then helping hand it back. So I think that Fear of Missing Out plays a pivotal role in two of the most, again, newly powerful decks in Standard that were already strong before and we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of now. But I guess the last thing I'll say about this is, even though it's a part of two such powerful decks that I think will be popular now, it could still be the backbone of a lot of decks that we necessarily don't have access to right this second, right? Again, a Tifa deck could maybe leverage this card well, and a bunch of other aggro decks too. So Fear of Missing Out is an incredible piece that has not quite gotten its due, but it's been in the background of Standard since it was released, and I think now it's ready to finally step on stage. But if number 3 is the one that I'm most scared of, and number 2 is the one that I think just got the biggest power boost, number 1 is the one that I think is maybe the spiciest, which of course has to be number 1 on my list at least. It is Prof's Eidetic Memory. It doesn't necessarily replace Up the Beanstalk, but you know, it does do that thing Up the Beanstalk does that we're talking about in the ban announcement, where even if it's answered, it's still got some value. And in this case, it can not only provide the drawn card the turn it comes into play, but it can also provide counters the turn it comes into play. And that has been especially good in specifically this like Vivi Agatha Soul Cauldron combo deck that's trying to, you know, give other creatures Vivi's activated ability, but also passes around counters so it can make Vivi's power higher, thus getting you more mana. Card works in a couple of axes with Vivi. You know, it's a non-creature spell, so it triggers Vivi. That's very sick. Draws cards. That's awesome. No maximum hand size is great in Izzet decks. This does a lot just in the Vivi Soul Cauldron deck, but in general, I think that in kind of a, this is going to sound weird, but a blue-based aggro deck, or even maybe like a Dimir Tempo deck, the likes of which we've seen fairly recently, I think Profs could be a pretty, you know, key card. And yes, 3 out of the last 4 cards have been from Murders at Karlov Manor. That is an undervalued, underappreciated set, and I think I'm trying to show that here, but Profs is one of the most undervalued, underlooked at cards from an undervalued set. So again, I think we maybe need to go back now that we've lost incredible card advantage, you know, mid-range engines like Up the Beanstalk, and take a look at this one, which is not necessarily similar to Beans, but it's a 2-mana enchantment that draws a card when it comes into play and provides value for the rest of the game. And in this case, that value can be easily gamed in such a way where you're putting, you know, 2-3 counters on a creature more or less every turn, and that is big stuff. So I've always really liked this card. I think it's relatively cheap to get set up, and especially now without such a really fast aggro deck in Standard. Again, maybe you have some breathing room to play a 2-mana enchantment, thus sacrificing your turn 2, right? So I don't know. I just think there's a lot to this. You could also play a 2-drop, a 3-drop, wait till turn 4 to play profs, and then, double spell. There's a lot of ways to leverage this card that I think are actually really good in a Standard, where you can actually get to turn 4. So again, I've got some hopes for this one, and even though it might not be the spiciest card in Standard, I do think that it's one that people don't look at enough. But that's basically Itsky Lewitsky. Make sure to let me know what cards you're excited to be playing now. I know that my list maybe not as spicy as you would have thought it would be, but there's a lot to talk about in Standard right now, and I'm sure we'll get to some spicier picks. I talked about some cards that might be on your list, like Dragonback Assault just came up. Is that card good now? I don't know. Let's find out together. I've been kind of looking at the initial results for the first couple of days of the new Standard on MTGO, and the results are really, really neat. We'll talk about some of those tomorrow in Wednesday's video. So make sure you're subscribed if you want that content. Trying to get to the next 1,000. We just got to, I believe, 137,000 subscribers, guys. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. But trying to get to 150. I need the 12,000 of you watching this who aren't subscribed to get in there and give it a shot. But anyway, y'all, make sure you like the video. It's the button shaped like a thumb. You can't miss it. Also, check out the Patreon. I promise, patrons, I will get that Gruel Tifa video out this week for you. We'll get more deck techs before Edge of Eternity spoilers drop. I have to promise you that, and I mean it. But in any case, the Magic world moves fast, and I appreciate the support. If you're already a patron, if you're considering becoming one, it would mean a lot to me. It just takes $1 a month to support the channel, and it helps out a lot. But that's all I've got for now, y'all. Just hit me up with your opinions and thoughts, and especially the cards you want to play now in Standard, down there in the comments, and I will catch you cats later. I'm Dev from the Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love, and be kind. What up, Wizards? It's Dev from the Place. Still feeling that old-time jubilation because we just had 7 cards banned in Standard yesterday, and although it seems kind of counterintuitive, losing 7 cards actually gives us a lot more cards to play with in Standard. It feels like half the rares in the format were just unlocked because we lost all these cards, and now them brew juices are flowing. Gross, I know, but at this point I'm doing more work than an oyster shucker at a Joe's Crab Shack. I have been all over the format in the last 24 hours, looking at cards that I kind of always wanted to play, but never really got the chance to play. I know everyone's kind of scrambling for the best new deck in Standard because that's just human nature, I guess, or at the very least the nature of Magic players for sure, but instead I've been combing over, looking at some spicy cards that I think might actually have a place in the format for the first time. I could be doing like the top 8 best decks to play after the bans and stuff like that. I think there's some pretty obvious answers here. If you want that list right now, it's stuff like Jeskai Oculus. That's awesome. I guess Founding the Third Path rotates, but whatever. You've got stuff like Caretaker's Talent that you might want to play again. Not too much rotates from that thing. I'm going to look at my notebook, don't mind me. Enduring Curiosity. We get to resolve that card again. It costs a whole 4 mana, but we don't have to worry about playing 4 drops so much anymore without all the mice and the omniscience combos running around. There's stuff like Insidious Roots that seems to be doing really well in the format even before the bannings, but do beware because Tyvar rotates and it's one of the best cards in the deck. If you wanted to play Unholy Annex, I guess you could do that, but again, I guess Archfiend of the Dross rotates. I don't know how much it's going to hurt the deck, but that is a thing that's going to happen, so play it while you can. Simulacrum Synthesizer doesn't seem to lose a whole lot of much. These big scorecards aren't going to rotate or anything, so if you want to play a solid artifact deck, that's probably the one. Collector's Cage is still available in the format. Not too much rotates out of that pile either. That's another one that was doing surprisingly well just a couple of months ago before Is It Cutter started to wield its ugly head. And then Agatha's Soul Cauldron. There's a build with Vivi that was doing really well even all the way up until the World Championships, or the Pro Tour rather. So these are all decks. All the ones that I've named, there they are right there in writing. Those are all decks that I think you should probably be playing right now. They're really, really good. But that said, there's cards that I want to focus on above these decks. And I want to focus specifically on cards that aren't rotating in this video. There's a lot of good stuff that does rotate. If you wanted to play Phyrexian Obliterator for the next month, I guess you could do that. Jace the Perfected Mind Mill is great, but it's gone very soon, I guess, to the happiness of a lot of folks out there. Venerated Rod Priest. I can't wait for this card to get out of my Standard, but I haven't seen it in forever. kind of worried that I will be seeing it a little bit more over the next month. It's actually a really good deck, but there's also stuff like Vraska, Innkeeper's Talent. If you've never seen this combo before, then good for you, man. Innkeeper's Talent leveled all the way up basically makes it to where Vraska comes into play with enough counters to ultimate, and then when you do ultimate her, Innkeeper's Talent makes sure they get enough poison counters to kill them right then and there. It's a dumb combo, and I haven't seen it in months, but could be back for another 30 days. Apart from that, maybe it's just a race to see who can ramp out Atraxa or reanimate Atraxa the most efficiently. Could be a thing. She's still in the format for a while. Urabrass Forge is still in the format. Maybe we see a return to the red-white sweeper-based Urabrass Forge deck. And finally, Goblins. Kind of a weird pick, but Goblins was doing surprisingly well on MTGO a few months back after it got a couple of pieces. It's still going to have Krenko and a couple of other important Goblins, but it does lose, I think it's called Runvelt or Rebel Belt Horde Master to the upcoming rotation, and that's going to hurt that deck a good bit. So get them Goblins in while you can. Again, there are cards that I could focus on that rotate, but we just don't have long to play them. Instead, in this video, we're going to talk about 10 cards that aren't going anywhere anytime soon that I think we should give another chance to. Let's talk about 10 cards you should be playing in post-ban standard.
And I'm your favorite Magic Channel's favorite Magic Channel. Best believe that the professor go bananas for my deck tech.
And we're back. Wouldn't that be crazy if we were actually back the whole time, gained a couple of pounds, lost a little bit of hair, still a loser, baby? Anyway, we got 10 cards to talk about today with surprisingly no honorable mention. I guess if you want an honorable mention, it's all that stuff I just talked about a second ago. Rotating cards. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get to it here because kind of got a lot to cover today, and I've kind of already covered a lot. So with that in mind, let's check out number 10. Kind of on the same tip as Goblins, dovetailing from that. I think another creature type that's underserved and did really well earlier in the format is Lizards, represented here by Gev's Scaled Scorch. But, you know, there's also Hired Claw. That's a really good one-drop that kind of still sees play even before the bannings in mono red decks. So try that out. Iridescent Vine Lash is a cool card. They've got the thing that's kind of like a Burning Tree Emissary. I forget what it's called, but like the 2-drop Lizard that makes black-red as long as they've lost life this turn. That guy's awesome too. They've got card advantage Lizard too, man. Like Lizards is really good. So if you're looking for the top of the line best aggro deck in standard, maybe look no further than this now. It was definitely never a weak deck, and I don't think anything's changed. Actually, I do think a lot's changed since the banning. You know, maybe we go from mice being the best creature type in standard to suddenly Lizards takes the crown. It's like a Mario Kart finishing podium. Anyway, number 9. Let's go ahead and get to that. Is Ugin. You remember that Ugin that came out in like Tarkir Dragonstorm that kind of was quickly forgotten about? You know, but I do think the card is actually pretty good, and there's multiple ways to make this build. If you want to, you can make it mono green and do kind of a ramp thing. If you wanted, you could go mono white and play a bunch of sweepers in the deck. That tends to be fairly effective. If you wanted, you could go Selesnya, just do both. Porque no less dos. But there's even like a oops all colorless kind of build in standard right now to really take advantage of his ultimate, right? If you want, you can play things like Heateron Archive and the Iron Crag, which will ramp you a little bit into the Ugin. You can play Karn Silex and Filigree Silex to blow stuff up if you want to. Some of those will rotate, but you know, it's still a good idea if you want to do that. And then finally, Bahamut just dropped in Final Fantasy, and that seems like a pretty fun card to either ramp into in the Ugin deck or just go get a bunch of free copies of Bahamut and win the game off Ugin's ultimate, which was not necessarily that easy before, you know, but with a bunch of Bahamuts now, I'm pretty sure you'll force scoops with that. So altogether, I think that Ugin probably did get better. If mid-range is viable in standard again, right, then I think that Ugin might be the best sort of top-end mid-range engine that we currently have access to, especially considering we're about to lose the 7-mana Nissa that was completed, the 7-mana Kaya that's just really hard to get through. You know, typically, those are really good late-game plays for a mid-range deck to kind of just hold the line with, but I think that especially upon rotation, Ugin instantly becomes like the best expensive walker in standard, and there are plenty of cards you can play that are relatively high card quality that can support him. And don't you sit there and try to tell me a Hedron Archive is not a quality card. That card's awesome. Anyway, let's move on to number 8, which is Raise the Pass. Now, this does lose a somewhat important card coming up. It loses Elysil Core. We all, myself included, and maybe I'm the most affected in this, lose Elysil Core. My fiance, we haven't gotten married yet. Maybe we will right before rotation just to solidify things. We're still in love. Anyway, the Helical Core is gone very, very soon. That's going to make me a very emo boy, but the deck still has a bunch of really good cards, if you want things that like trigger life gain when creatures come into play, it's still got Hinterland Sanctifier. It's still got the 2-mana Bat. That thing's pretty good. Life Creed Duo, that's its name. Thank you, brain. It's got Case of the Uneaten Feast. That's a good card, even though it's not a creature. Still awesome and particularly good in Raise the Past as like a 2-of. It's like, a secondary. If you don't find your Raise the Past, I guess it could work, But yeah, either way, the Starscape Cleric deck is really, really good. Even before rotation, it kind of folds to control decks and some graveyard manipulation. But with everyone talking about how good graveyard decks might be now, which I kind of don't get their argument, not really, but still, everyone talking about how good graveyard decks might be right now, from Reanimation to Agatha Soul Cauldron to the Insidious Roots and onward. I haven't really heard many people talk about Raise the Past, and I think you need to take a second look at it. This is another deck that can effectively just win the game on turn 4. And even if you don't win the game on turn 4, you got a bunch of pretty cool, really fun creatures. You're gaining a bunch of life, so if people are trying to find the best aggro deck, kind of helps against that, right? You've got removal against the Screaming Nemesis, so you don't really have to worry about them as much. There might be something to Raise the Past. It was already kind of a solid deck in terms of I'm going to win the game now on turn 5 or whatever. It was already kind of okay at that, and it's got some decent resiliency going for it. It can win the game by attacking sometimes. I've always liked this deck. Obviously, the kind of guy I am. I like this deck. And I just wanted to shine a special spotlight on it because I think that it might be real now. But let's move on to number 7. I spent way too long on that entry. I really like Raise the Past. Number 7 is Outcaster Trailblazer. If you're looking for something to replace Up the Beanstalk, there's not only Trailblazer, but I guess you could try Garruk's Uprising. I've actually seen it as a 1 and even a 2 of in certain MTGO builds as copies 5 and 6 of Up the Beanstalk, right? Especially when you're playing a bunch of big creatures anyway. But Trailblazer makes mana. It's really good in multiple copies especially. And, you can basically play it for free on some turns. It will provide a lot of card draw throughout the game. And for what it's worth, ramping into large threats, Terror of the Peaks and other 5-drops, and even all the way up to Vaultborn Tyrant might be a slightly more viable strategy nowadays, considering that mice aren't breathing down your neck on turn 3 and Omniscience isn't killing you on turn 4. So again, maybe this opens up a ramp, and things like Outcaster Trailblazer are really, really good in ramp decks. You can play this as early as turn 2 off of Alana War Elves, and then start getting real advantage off of it as early as turn 3. So I think it's a pretty dangerous card, and I think Garruk's Uprising is too, but for my money, I think I like Trailblazer a little bit more in this slot. Let's move on to number 6, which is yet another attempt to find a spicy new aggro deck, one that didn't even exist last month, and in this case it's Tifa Lockhart, the newest card in the entire video, actually. This thing just came out and hasn't had much time to really do anything in Standard, but that said, if you're a patron, that this deck just won the most recent Patreon poll. Problem with that is that poll was 8 days ago. And I've been waiting. The reason for that is I've been waiting for the ban announcement to put out a Tifa deck. Basically, I wanted to see how many cards we lost. Turns out we lost not just Monstrous Rage, which you might have assumed was in the deck, but also Heartfire Hero, which I'm not sure you would have assumed is in the deck. We're playing Self-Destruct in there, just in case Tifa's power gets huge enough to kill them on turn 3. Sometimes it happens. But, Self-Destruct really helps with just throwing a Tifa at them. It was also really good with Heartfire Hero, but now we have to play Cacophony Scamp, which I guess is fine. But either way, I was trying to figure out what Standard would look like before I put the Tifa deck out. But now that we have a better idea, there's still a lot of tricks with Tifa. Things like Turn Inside Out and especially Wild Ride are incredible with Tifa. It takes a couple of turns, but starting relatively early in the game, you can play a Tifa into a Wild Ride into a land drop, and that is crazy. Suddenly she's 8 power or whatever, and tramples and swings that turn because Wild Ride gives haste. There's still plenty of pump spells that are really, really good with Tifa, and considering that we're not all just trying to beat mice on turn 2 or 3 now, maybe people will lay off some of the main deck removal and give Tifa a little bit more breathing room. But even if they don't, we got stuff like Snakeskin Veil and many other cards in Standard to protect her, make sure we can hit those big turns. So maybe some kind of red-green landfall deck, or at the very least a very low to the ground Tifa build, could be a reality in Standard now. This is a very powerful card. Now, my number 5, I keep talking about aggro decks, and I haven't really put a 1-drop on the list yet, surprisingly, so I guess let's fix that, because Paw Patch Recruit was already a really, really, really good Magic card. Unlike a lot of the other cards on the list, you're not necessarily going to build a deck around Paw Patch Recruit, but now that we've lost Heartfire Hero, I think this is one of the better options in Standard, for real, for 1-drop creatures in a really aggressive deck. Despite what I've just said in that Tifa entry, I'm just not sure that all the aggro, all the removal is going anywhere. People, until rotation at least, will still play the, Torch the Towers and the cut downs and the go for the throats and all the small ball removal spells that we're relatively used to. So with that in mind, I think that Paw Patch Recruit gets much, much better than a lot of other 1-drops, because even though this doesn't have any sort of protective aspect to it, if you are going somewhat wide, or even if you just have one other creature out, then Paw Patch is going to put some counters on stuff whenever any of your other creatures get targeted, and I think that's actually kind of a big deal, especially in a Tifa deck. That's kind of cool, but it could also work well in, weirdly, a mice deck. It's not a mouse itself, but still, putting counters on stuff like Emberheart Challenger is relatively important. So, I don't know. I think this card is quite good, and if you want to try rabbits, you can. We actually just lost to rabbits on stream the other night, but I guess if you know me, you also know that me losing on stream isn't anything special, but that was like one of the only games we lost all night. We were playing with Naya, Sarah, Farron Legends. That deck was so good. We won like 6 in a row. It was awesome, but we did lose to rabbits, mostly because Beauregard Mentor is really good, but also because Paw Patch is really, really good. I really think this is among the best 1-drops in Standard right now. I hate to repeat myself, but I think it bears repeating. My number 4 is Doppelgang for sure, and I think this is off of a lot of people's lists because like Invasion of Arcavios rotates. That's a lot of the reason why people thought Omniscience might not get banned, is because Invasion of Arcavios rotates, but neither one of these decks, Doppelgang or Omniscience, really needs Invasion to win the game, much less Doppelgang. You're not always copying Invasion. Sometimes you're copying any other thing on the entire table, Roxanne, Ancient Cornucopia, whatever, and you're winning the game effectively that way. Or maybe you play the 1 Vault board in your deck. Some people are playing Dragonback Assault in these teamer decks, so you can copy it, or you can copy a bunch of the dragons or whatever. It's just, again, the deck does not need any of the cards that rotate to stay a thing. And again, if we're talking about like long ball kind of slow burn mid-range decks in Standard, this one might actually have an even better like late game plan than an Ugin deck. And I would say that that's actually not a very controversial statement. Doppelgang is an extremely powerful card that once it gets the time, once it gets rolling, is almost undefeatable once it gets itself into position. And even though it might need a few more turns after it gets into position, those turns feel more or less fruitless, for the opponent that's playing against it. So just don't forget that Doppelgang exists. The card isn't going anywhere, and it's always been powerful. Every time a new set comes out, you got to be thinking if a thing is a good target for Doppelgang. We got a lot of stuff that is. My number 3 is, in a lot of ways, the card that I am most scared of moving forward in the Standard, and that is Reenact the Crime. And I think that's exactly what the card is going to do. Very fitting name, because even though we've lost Abuelo's Awakening, this is a 4-mana way that does not rotate to get that Omniscience out of your graveyard on turn 4. And in case you're not familiar, the turn count's very important when it comes to the Omniscience deck. If we back it up to, say, turn 5 for Yuna or something, then that's a little bit more breathing room in the format, but Reenact only costs 4 mana, so it's effectively the same thing as Abuelo's Awakening in some ways, and it is not too hard to make sure that you discard the Omniscience that turn, and it's not too hard to make sure that you discard it for effectively no mana, so, or mill it or whatever, so I think that Reenact is actually a really dangerous card moving forward, and if people keep trying to make the Omniscience deck a thing, it won't be Yuna, it won't be Repair and Recharge, I assume it will be Reenact the Crime that is the likely culprit here. But if number 3 is the card that scares me the most, I think that number 2, let me word this perfectly, is the card that is the most newly powerful card in Standard, right? This card was already really strong, showing up in a couple of different lists, but now I think it's all the way powered up, and it doesn't have all these other aggro decks getting in the way of it. Fear of Missing Out is a ridiculous Magic card, ladies and gentlemen, especially paired with some other cards in the format, but kind of solos some of the time just by itself, but this makes the Gruul Delirium deck kind of tick in and of itself. It's the strongest card in Gruul Delirium, which just picked up some pieces. It's playing Terra from Final Fantasy now, but it's got Patchwork Beastie and stuff too, Wildfire Wicker Folk. It's a really strong aggro deck, even though it's kind of a fair aggro deck, and I've always kind of liked that about it. But it now doesn't lose anything, but it was playing a sort of pump spell that is in this deck on the level of Monstrous Rage. It's the one that can give their creatures double strike if they have Delirium, and that can be a serious spell in the Delirium deck. It wins the game a lot of the time when the deck is just kind of curving out and going aggro mode. So this might be, in some ways, now the actual best aggro deck in Standard. There's a bunch that are vying for that title, but Gruul Delirium was already doing fairly well even a week or two before the bans in MTGO leagues and challenges and stuff. So just because of fear of missing out, I expect this deck to do a lot even better nowadays. And for what it's worth, fear of missing out is also amazing in the Jeskai Oculus decks, which kind of moved from a Control-y package into a Jeskai package that plays Tursa Light Shatter. Now it can play Joshua if it wants to. It was playing Inti a lot of the time, and fear of missing out, a lot of sort of aggro-y cards that let you discard the Abhorrent Oculus and then helping hand it back. So I think that fear of missing out plays a pivotal role in two of the most, again, newly powerful decks in Standard that were already strong before, and we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of now. But I guess the last thing I'll say about this is, even though it's a part of two such powerful decks that I think will be popular now, it could still be the backbone of a lot of decks that we necessarily don't have access to right this second, right? Again, a Tifa deck could maybe leverage this card well, and a bunch of other aggro decks too. So Fear of Missing Out is an incredible piece that has not quite gotten its due, but it's been in the background of Standard since it was released, and I think now it's ready to finally step on stage. But if number 3 is the one that I'm most scared of, and number 2 is the one that I think just got the biggest power boost, number 1 is the one that I think is maybe the spiciest, which of course has to be number 1 on my list at least. It is Prof's Eidetic Memory. It doesn't necessarily replace Up the Beanstalk, but you know, it does do that thing Up the Beanstalk does that we're talking about in the ban announcement, where even if it's answered, it's still got some value. And in this case, it can not only provide the drawn card the turn it comes into play, but it can also provide counters the turn it comes into play. And that has been especially good in specifically this like Vivi Agatha Soul Cauldron combo deck that's trying to, you know, give other creatures Vivi's activated ability, but also passes around counters so it can make Vivi's power higher, thus getting you more mana. Card works in a couple of axes with Vivi. You know, it's a non-creature spell, so it triggers Vivi. That's very sick. Draws cards. That's awesome. No maximum hand size is great in Izzet decks. This does a lot just in the Vivi Soul Cauldron deck, but in general, I think that in kind of a, this is going to sound weird, but a blue-based aggro deck, or even maybe like a Dimir Tempo deck, the likes of which we've seen fairly recently, I think Profs could be a pretty, you know, key card. And yes, 3 out of the last 4 cards have been from Murders at Karlov Manor. That is an undervalued, underappreciated set, and I think I'm trying to show that here, but Profs is one of the most undervalued, underlooked at cards from an undervalued set. So again, I think we maybe need to go back now that we've lost incredible card advantage, you know, mid-range engines like Up the Beanstalk, and take a look at this one, which is not necessarily similar to Beans, but it's a 2-mana enchantment that draws a card when it comes into play and provides value for the rest of the game. And in this case, that value can be easily gamed in such a way where you're putting, you know, 2-3 counters on a creature more or less every turn, and that is big stuff. So I've always really liked this card. I think it's relatively cheap to get set up, and especially now without such a really fast aggro deck in Standard, again, maybe you have some breathing room to play a 2-mana enchantment, thus sacrificing your turn too, right? So I don't know. I just think there's a lot to this. You could also play a 2-drop, a 3-drop, wait till turn 4 to play Profs, and then, you know, double spell. There's a lot of ways to leverage this card that I think are actually really good in a Standard where you can actually get to turn 4. You know? So again, I've got some hopes for this one, and even though it might not be the spiciest card in Standard, I do think that it's one that people don't look at enough. But that's basically Itzky Lewitsky. Make sure to let me know what cards you're excited to be playing now. I know that my list may be not as spicy as you would have thought it would be, but there's a lot to talk about in Standard right now, and I'm sure we'll get to some spicier picks. You know, I talked about some cards that might be on your list, like Dragonback Assault just came up. Is that card good now? I don't know. Let's find out together. I've been kind of looking at the initial results for the first couple of days of the new Standard on MTGO, and The results are really, really neat. We'll talk about some of those tomorrow in Wednesday's video. So make sure you're subscribed if you want that content. Trying to get to the next 1,000. We just got to, I believe, 137,000 subscribers, guys. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. But trying to get to 150. I need the 12,000 of you watching this who aren't subscribed to get in there and give it a shot. But anyway, y'all, make sure you like the video. It's the button shaped like a thumb. You can't miss it. Also, check out the Patreon. I promise, patrons, I will get that Gruel Tifa video out this week for you. We'll get more deck techs before Edge of Eternity spoilers drop. I have to promise you that, and I mean it. But in any case, the Magic world moves fast, and I appreciate the support. If you're already a patron, if you're considering becoming one, it would mean a lot to me. It just takes $1 a month to support the channel, and it helps out a lot. But that's all I've got for now, y'all. Just hit me up with your opinions and thoughts, and especially the cards you want to play now in Standard, down there in the comments, and I will catch you cats later. I'm Dev from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love, and be kind. What up, Wizards? It's Dev from The Place. Still feeling that old-time jubilation because we just had 7 cards banned in Standard yesterday, and although it seems kind of counterintuitive, losing 7 cards actually gives us a lot more cards to play with in Standard. It feels like half the rares in the format were just
Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb, and today we are continuing the series where we look at some cards that are now budget that used to be super expensive. Again, we will start with the disclaimer. This is not to speculate, buy hundreds of copies and then make a huge buck, right? Because if they reprint any of these cards, you're going to be screwed. What I am going to say is these are going to be amazing cards that give you a ton of value. They give you your bang for buck for what they do, and they're just really efficient cards that are now a lot cheaper than they used to be, so now's a great time to pick them up. So let's get right into it after you click on that whatnot link and claim your free $15. That can even buy the majority of the list, and for all of the cards that are too expensive that you want to try proxying, you guys can use Tillarian Library to proxy those cards and get 10% off whenever you use code DT4D. Additionally, you guys can like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and to show my appreciation, I will be replying to all the comments down below. So without further ado, let's get into 10 black cards that you should pick up right now, EDH staples, all the goodness. We're going to kick it off with one of my favorite cards, Cataract Parasite. This is a 1 CMC creature horror that says whenever an opponent draws a card, if you control a red permanent, you may have Cataract Parasite deal 1 damage to that player. Amazing in wheel strategies. This card has gotten to be over $14, and right now you can pick it up for $3.75. Amazing for any deck that's trying to trigger off of 1 damage being dealt. There's a plethora of those. Throw these in your wheels, or throw this guy in your wheel deck. He is not going to disappoint. The next one I want to talk about is Bloodghast. This one's incredibly useful for a different reason. This is a 2 CMC creature vampire spirit that says this creature can't block. This creature has haste as long as an opponent has 10 or less life, and additionally, whenever a land you control enters the battlefield, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I love this here because this is a sack outlet that comes around consistently every single turn, ready to be sacrificed again. Amazing in your Sephiroth decks because he has that attack trigger that allows you to sacrifice a creature and then get some card advantage. You want to trigger that every single turn, so just being able to drop a land and know that you always have a creature to trigger him is extremely powerful, and there's a ton of decks that want this effect. I've seen this card consistently climb to over $10 time after time after time. It recently got reprinted in Ether Drift, so go ahead and pick this guy up. The next one I want to talk about is Bloodline Keeper. This guy doesn't get reprinted often, but he's amazing in these vampire strategies. He's 4 CMC, a creature vampire with flying, and then you can tap him to create a 2/2 black vampire creature token with flying, and then you can play 1 black to transform this creature, activate only if you control 5 or more vampires. Then this guy is going to give other vampires +2/+2, and he's going to maintain that ability to create a 2/2 black vampire creature token with flying. Again, I've seen this card over $15. Sorry, I just lost that. But right now, you can pick this guy up for $1.75 if you pick up the right printing, which is absolutely insane. Another one of my pet cards that has recently gone from budget to not budget to budget again is Emperor of Bones. This is a 2 CMC skeleton noble that says at the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Then it has an adaptability for 1 and a black to adapt 2. And then it says whenever you put 1 or more counters on Emperor of Bones, put a creature card exiled with Emperor of Bones into the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. It gains haste, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So not not only do you get graveyard hate because you're exiling something at the beginning of your combat, additionally, you get to reanimate the cards that you're hating out of people's graveyard. It's powerful in reanimation strategies. It's powerful as a graveyard hate piece. I've just had this card do a lot. It went as high as $8 this year, and it's now only $1.50. So again, an amazing pickup right now. Another amazing pickup right now is Gix Yawgmoth Praetor. It's a 3 CMC legendary creature Phyrexian Praetor that says whenever a creature deals combat damage to one or more of your opponents, you may pay 1 life. If you do, they draw a card. Notably, this kind of works for everybody, so you have to play in the right strategy, and there's some strategies that just want this effect. Some black decks, I don't know if you guys have played against them, but they just keep creatures off the battlefield, and this is going to be amazing in decks like that, because not only do your opponents have no creatures to block your creatures, additionally, they have no creatures to take the benefit that Gix is giving out. Then he also has another ability. For 7 mana, you can discard X cards, exile the top X cards of target opponent's library, and then you may play lands and cast spells from among them exiled cards without paying their mana cost. Extremely powerful with all of the cards you just drew off of Gix, right? So this guy feeds himself and just kind of lends himself to being a broken strategy. This guy was as much as $14, and he's now only $2.65. So definitely an amazing pickup right now. Another card that I see consistently climb in price again and again and again is Gravecrawler. This is a 1 CMC creature zombie that says this creature can't block. You may cast this card from your graveyard as long as you control a zombie. So this goes infinite with a plethora of things. Notably, Warren Soul Trader is the newest addition. Since Warren Soul Trader is also a zombie, all you need is Warren Soul Trader and the Gravecrawler, and then a Blood Artist effect to gain the life from the life we lose from the Warren Soul Trader, and you just generate infinite pings and infinite ETBs and death triggers. Extremely powerful. This is really good in those reanimation decks that want to keep casting things from the graveyard that plays also a lot of zombies. It's also just good in your zombie kindred decks as a solid zombie to sacrifice and recast consistently. Moving on to the sorceries, we have Buried Alive. I am a fan of this card. This card has consistently climbed every time it gets reprinted. It slowly starts to ease up, so I do recommend picking one up. It's 3 CMC. You can search your library for up to 3 creature cards and just put them directly into your graveyard. That's going to be a straight up tutor that grabs 3 creatures. In the decks that you're playing with this, have a lot of ways to cast creatures from the graveyard or straight up just reanimate those creatures. Buried Alive has been as much as $6, and you can now pick it up for 77 cents. So it's essentially just a budget card now, which is amazing. Another budget card is Dark Petition. I remember spending like 12 to 14 bucks for my Dark Petition, and now it's just a straight up budget card at around $1.60, which is insane to me. It's a 5 CMC spell, but really it's only a 2 CMC spell, but we'll get to that. It says search your library for a card and then put that card into your hand. So straight up demonic tutor. And then it has Spell Mastery, which means if there are 2 or more instant sorcery cards in your graveyard, you get to add 3 mana to your mana pool. So this is essentially just another demonic tutor, but you do have to have at least 2 spells in your graveyard, which is not hard to hit. If you put this in the right deck, you get another copy of demonic tutor, which again, one of the best cards ever printed in Magic. So we're going to definitely take that. This card, Cover of Darkness, used to be $50. Now, notably, it was because it just had never gotten reprinted, but that still doesn't mean it's a bad card. It's a very good card, and you can pick it up for like $4 right now. It's 2 CMC, and it says, as Cover of Darkness enters the battlefield, you get to choose a creature type. Creatures of that chosen type have fear. Fear means they can't be blocked except by artifact creatures and or black creatures. So straight up, if you're playing against a non-black deck, they're basically unblockable creatures. Really good in your Yoriko kind of style decks, or just your decks that don't want to have any blockers. Relentless Rats probably wants to run this because they're not always the biggest creatures, but they have a lot of power to them, right? Waste Not, another one of my favorites. This card has been as high as $25. Notably kind of to the same reprint thing, but this is still an amazing card. You can pick one up for less than $3 right now, and it's a 2 CMC enchantment that says whenever an opponent discards a card, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Sorry, whenever an opponent discards a creature card, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Whenever an opponent discards a land card, add 2 black to your mana pool. And whenever an opponent discards a non-creature, non-land card, you get to draw draw a card. This is an amazing card in your wheel strategies. I have won the game off of this card countless times, especially with the card Dark Deal. This is a card that's 3 mana and allows you to cast it and makes everybody discard their entire hand, and then you draw cards equal to that -1. The thing is, whenever you pair that with Waste Not, you're always going to be drawing into a little bit more just because of that ability. Whenever an opponent discards a non-creature, non-land card, you get to draw a card. So you always end up plus positive and then add Underworld Breach into the mix, and you can kind of just make your opponents discard their entire hand. It's really messed up in those wheel strategies, and I just love this card. That's going to do it for today's video, guys. If you guys are enjoying these budget, or I guess I wouldn't even call them budget, these are just Magic the Gathering EDH staples. They used to be super expensive, and now you can pick them up really cheap. If you're loving the videos, let me know in the comments section down below. I do think I am going to do all colors. As always, I hope this helped you in your deck building endeavors, and I will see you guys in the next one.
The Magic the Gathering market is literally always in flux, and much like the stock market, it can be hard to keep track of what's what with so many variables flying around all the time. But never fear, because that's why the Jank Center is here, to showcase 10 cards that are currently dropping in price. Should you buy them? I don't know, man. I'm not a doctor, but hopefully after this video, you will be much more equipped with knowledge to make your purchases. But before we get into the meat and potatoes of the video, I've got to first let you know that this video is brought to you by the EDH Jank Center, your source for everything Commander and everything Jank, and your EDH safe space. And I'm your host, Jordan. Now, let's dive in. First up on the docket is Kirik? I don't know. Tell me in the comments. Son of Yawgmoth, 4 and 3 Phyrexian or black mana. It says legendary creature Phyrexian horror minion. This copy is from Modern Horizons 3. It says Phyrexian mana can be paid with either a black mana or 2 life. It has lifelink, and for each black in a mana cost, you may pay 2 life rather than pay that mana. Whenever you cast a black spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Kirik, Son of Yawgmoth, and it's a 2/2. So a select group of friends and I play Magic over text. Please feel free to roast in the comments. We know it's ridiculous, but it's a leftover thing from COVID, and I think it's cute, so. And this was one of the first commanders I played against in that group chat we have, and let me just say, this card is very good, even when the game takes 20+ days to complete. Basically, this costs 4 mana and 6 life to get out onto the field, which is already bonkers, but then you can really start to get the ball rolling once you start casting your black spells for a discounted rate and getting Kirik jacked in the process. Oh, and all that life loss? Yeah, brother, that gets offset by Kirik's built-in lifelink, as well as any other life gain effects in black, of which there are plenty. An all-around great card, and I'm so glad to see it now sitting at under $1, folks. Big dubs for the budget builders out there. Also, please tell me how to pronounce Kirik in the comments below, because I feel like I'm doing it wrong. But while you do that, let's check out our next card, which is Screaming Nemesis, 2 and a red creature spirit. This is from Duskmourn, and it says haste, and whenever Screaming Nemesis is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any other target. If a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game, and it's a 3/3. I opened this sweet baby up in a few packs of Duskmourn and traded them away, which initially made me super sad since this card was very pricey when the set first came out. And now I'm less mad because it's less pricey. I wish my emotions weren't intrinsically linked to card prices, but alas, here we are. A 3/3 Hasty Boy is super cool, but that second ability is the money, baby. Not only is this a better stuffy doll effect, but being able to prevent a player from gaining life for the rest of the game can be debilitating. Getting all this for 3 mana is just so juicy, and I don't know whether or not to snag this now, or hope that it goes down even further and ends up like our mono black friend from the first selection. Either way, now is better than yesterday, and I am happy to see such an awesome card and insane ability heading downwards so us plebeians can afford it. Alright, next up we've got Overlord of the Hauntwoods, 3 green enchantment creature avatar horror, also from Duskmourn. It says impending 4. You can pay 1 in green. If you cast this spell for its impending cost, it enters with 4 time counters and isn't a creature until the last is removed. At the beginning of your end step, remove a time counter from it. Whenever Overlord of the Hauntwoods enters or attacks, create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere that is every basic land type, and it's a 6/5. We are going back to Duskmourn cards here, kiddos, and this former pricey baby is also heading downwards in price. In my research, I am seeing that this has to do more with modern or limited formats than than it does with commanders. So if you know more about that, feel free to drop it in the comments, since my brain usually stays commander pilled these days. But nonetheless, we have a decline for a very cool card, and that makes me a happy boy. Alrighty, next up on the docket is Orcish Bowmasters. 1 in a black creature, Orc Archer from the Lord of the Rings set. It has flash, and when this creature enters the battlefield and whenever an opponent draws a card except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps, Orcish Bowmasters deals 1 damage to any target, then amass Orcs 1, and it's a 1/1. And here we have a staple of CDH decks splashing black, and good God, before making this video I had no idea how expensive this thing actually was. CDH is no joke, dude, and so far away from this channel's ethos, but hey, we don't exclude here at the Jank Center, so we had to show this one off. The effect here is just brutal. There are so many ways in MTG right now to draw more than 1 card per turn, so this thing will be going off like crazy in most mid to high powered games. And what's crazy is that this thing doesn't even need a mass, but hey, we got it anyways. So while it's throwing damage around and punishing players for drawing more, you are also getting a giant jacked army token to boot. Nothing not to love here, and while the decline is slight, we are going to hope it stays on that downward trend so that it's more affordable for everyone. All right, next up we're doing Leyline of the Guild Pact. Hybrid green-white, hybrid green-blue, hybrid black-green, hybrid red-green. Jesus Christ, mana. It's an enchantment. It's from Murders at Karlov Manor, and it says, if Leyline of the Guild Pact is in your opening hand, you may begin the game with it on the battlefield. It also says each non-land permanent you control is all colors. Lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types. When Murders at Karlov Manor first came out, I opened this in a pack and thought, huh, that's really cool, I'll probably never use it, and proceeded to keep it anyway? My judgment was off in the fall and winter, man, because I gave away my Screaming Nemesis and kept this when I'm defo not a big 5-color player. Poor judgment aside, if you are a 5-color player, then boy oh boy, you must be squealing like a little cute pig, because this thing is going down, baby. Mana fixing is always great, and having the added bonus of every once in a while playing this for free, if it's in your opening hand, is an amazing cherry on top. Not much else to say, but go snag it right now, kiddos. Okay, next up, let's look at Veyran, Voice of Duality. 1 in a blue-red legendary creature, Efreet Wizard from Tarkir Dragonstorm. It says, Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, Veyran gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And it also says, if you casting or copying an instant or sorcery spell causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time, and it's a 2/2. The reprint gods came through for us boys with this card, because the full art borderless original printing of this card from Commander 2021 is still decently pricey, but after having been printed in both the Thunder Junction and Tarkir Dragonstorm precons, we now have copies available at just under $4, which for me is way more doable and justifiable than 11. Nothing much else to say here other than Spellslingers rejoice and get you a copy of Veyran while they're hot. And now we've got Snapcaster Mage next. 1 in a blue creature human wizard. This is from the original Innistrad set. It has flash, and when Snapcaster Mage enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. You may cast that card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it, and it's a 2/1. This original printing is from before my time, but I know from my many games of Magic with other older players as well as context clues that this card was an absolute icon back in its day. I know for a while it was huge in Standard because having 4 copies of this in a build has obvious benefits. Blinking this could also be pretty cool in Commander. Now, I'm not usually a Spellslinger kind of guy, but even I can get behind a card like this, dude. Especially as it comes down in price over time. The more accessible, the better, I say. Do you have to run things like this all the time? No, but it's nice to have if you are the kind of player who wants to play with power, but maybe doesn't have the funds to keep up with the people running Orcish Bowmasters in every deck. And by the way, there's also proxying, guys, but shh, don't tell anyone I said that. Tell everyone it's proxying is good and cool. All right, degenerates unite. Let's talk about Ygra, Eater of All next. 3 in a black-green legendary creature, elemental cat from Bloomburrow. It has ward, sacrifice a food. It also has other creatures are food artifacts in addition to their other types and have 2 tap. Sacrifice this permanent, you gain 3 life. Whenever a food is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put 2+1/+1 counters on Yigra, Eater of All, and it's a 6/6. I was a bit upset when Yigra came out. Usually I'm the big eater in my family and friend circles, and unfortunately I stayed upset when someone played this in front of me for the first time and I got board wiped with it on the field. Ouchies. Absolutely disgusting and such a busted card. I mean, pretty simple tech here, kiddos. If you're a meanie butt or enjoy watching your friends' faces twist into sorrow but you're on a budget, now's a good time to get in on the action. That's kind of all I gotta say about it. And now let's have a chat about 4th Aerlingus. X and a red-white sorcery from the Lord of the Rings set. It says, create X 2/2 red human knight creature tokens with trample and haste. And it also says, whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to one or more players this turn, you become the monarch. Feels weird saying Aerlingus. I don't know, man. That aside though, I think this is a really cool card that may be more popular in limited formats, question mark. It's decently narrow and Commander, that's why I'm saying that, but also very cool in human builds. Not knocking it at all. I love the idea of being able to dump a bunch of mana into this and snag a bunch of tokens with trample and haste. That is right up my alley, man, and reminds me that once upon a time, I really wanted to build an AON humans deck, which might be time to bring that idea back, actually. And on top of that cool X spell ability, we also get to snag the Monarch if we connect to an opponent's life total. You know what? I take this back. I love this card now, and the name doesn't even weird me out. It definitely does still weird me out, but I still think it's great, and you should snag it now while it's petering down. And now we are going to move on to our final card, which is Final Showdown. 1 white mana instant from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. It has Spree, which means we can choose 1 or more additional costs. We can add 1 mana to make all creatures lose all abilities until end of turn. We can add another mana to choose a creature we control. It gains indestructible until end of turn, and we can add 3 and a white to destroy all creatures. I mean, it's quite a fitting name for our final card of the day. The Spree cards from Thunder Junction are arguably the best cards from the set, in my opinion. The utility they provide is just fantastic, and this card is one of the best we've got. Very happy to see this taking a dive. All right, and just like that, we have made it to the end of this week's video, kiddos. What cards are you loving right now that have dropped in price? What should I or other people be on the lookout for next? Did I miss anything? I'm always down there in the comments, so come on down and have a chat with me.
What up, Wizards? It's Dev from The Place. As a matter of fact, today you're getting Tooth Infection Dev. Kind of a rare Dev, but don't worry. I'm on way more Tylenol than a person should consume in one day, at least according to the label, so maybe I'm a little bit goofy for this one, which is good, I think. It's probably best that I be able to put a positive spin on this. And I guess I'm in the right headspace for that, because I regret to inform some of you, and I guess I'm thrilled to inform others, that we got a Sonic Secret Lair yesterday. I would have covered it yesterday, but, you know, Squid Game Season 3 came on. Just watched that entire thing all day with my wife. But anyway, today we're going to talk about this Sonic Secret Lair, which normally wouldn't be a big deal. I didn't even talk at all about the SpongeBob Secret Lair, but in this case, we're getting the same kind of like reskinned Secret Lairs that we often get with these like one-off properties, but we're also getting, just so you know, 7 brand new cards that have never been printed in any form before. And that would actually be okay with me if they all weren't like amazing. Almost all 7 of these cards are really, really good. And they're going to be legal in Commander and Legacy and Vintage. Which again would be fine if the cards weren't as broken as the first water level in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. These cards just look really, really good to me, man. At least half of them. Again, there's 7 brand new Sonic the Hedgehog Magic cards we got to look at. Sentence I was sure I would utter one day. I was just hoping it was a little bit farther down the road, and at least half of them, 3.5 of these 7 cards, look absolutely cracked to me. So let's get to it, man. I think the best way to approach this video today is the same way I would a preview video, right? Let's read off these cards to you, talk about what cards work well with them, and just how good they are in the scheme of things. And again, spoiler alert, I think a lot of these cards are very good. First of all, there's Tails. Miles Tails Prower over here is 3 mana, 1 a white and a blue for a 3/1 legendary Fox Artificer with both flash and flying. Whenever a vehicle you control enters, draw a card if the vehicle has flying. Otherwise, put a flying counter on it. So I guess this draws you a card off of a lot of vehicles that you might play in Commander already, like big nasty vehicles like Parhelion 2 and maybe like Valor's Flagship is there. Those are good cards to be able to draw a card off of, but you know, all the way down to like Unidentified Hover Ship and Thopter Fabricator and Cargo Ship. That's a brand new one from Final Fantasy, actually. So if you want to play your Final Fantasy cards with your Sonic cards that have a whole video game thing going on, that might be fun. But yeah, drawing a card off of Cargo Ship might actually be pretty good because it only costs a couple of mana and helps ramp you into more vehicles. And back to Unidentified Hovership for a second. I like that a lot. You get a removal spell that draws you a card. It's only 3 mana. Like it's pretty all right, man. The Pridewin, I guess. I think that's another one that I had planned to mention. That should be in the big vehicles category, but that's actually a really sweet one. Again, you want to play your Fallout cards with your Final Fantasy cards and your Sonic cards. But anyway, there's a lot of vehicles, I guess is what I should be saying, that Miles works really, really well with, either as your commander or, again, in the 99, now that vehicles can just be your commander. But at the end of the day, Miles is definitely not, like, the most exciting of these new cards. We'll reserve that for the last, 3 cards we look at, but with that in mind, let's move on to Dr. Eggman here. We got a true Sega-respecting nerd over at Wizards of the Coast that was like, oh, we're not going to call him Dr. Robotnik. His name is Dr. Eggman. Dr. Eggman is 5 mana, 2 a blue, a black, and a red for a 3/6 legendary human scientist with flying. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Then each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player discards a card, or you may put a construct, robot, or vehicle from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay, so just kind of on a base level, like every turn you draw a card, everybody else discards a card is kind of okay. That's not bad on a 3/6 flyer in and of itself, but this works with a lot of really, really cool artifacts. For one, a lot of Gear Hulks, oh, you don't want to discard a card? I guess I'll drop my noxious Gear Hulk. Seems great. Combustible Gear Hulk. Now you have to face another choice, or I draw the 3 cards or whatever. You could do Oil Deep Gear Hulk from the newer sets. I guess there's also Coal Stoked Gear Hulk from the newer sets, fits within this color identity. And that's really neat because, the way Coal Stoke is worded, if I'm not mistaken, it's already your end step when this ability triggers. So you'll be able to reanimate something and keep it until your next end step, which should be an entire turn cycle. So that's also sick. You could just grab a Metalwork Colossus though if you wanted to. That is also a construct. Cityscape Leveler, just drop that. You have to actually cast it to get the bonus off of it, but you'll attack with it next turn. It'll be fine. But I guess the other thing I wanted to point out is Mirror Battlesphere with this. Interestingly enough, I believe there's a mirror token in one of these 3 secret layers. One of the ones with reskins, I think, has a mirror token in it. So that really points you in the direction of Mirror Battlesphere with Dr. Eggman here, or whatever his name is. It is Doctor. I was going to call him Professor Eggman for a second. There's a lot of different construct options that you can choose. And there's even a few robots. I imagine with Edge of Eternities, there's going to be more robots too, likely. So, he'll have even more stuff that he can throw onto the table before too long. This is a neat commander, but again, not the most busted thing we'll look at today. We're getting there. So let's look at an unassuming, but probably extremely powerful magic card. Here's Amy Rose right here. 4 mana, 2 a red and a white for a 3/3 legendary hedgehog warrior with haste. Whenever Amy Rose attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment to her. Sick. Then up to 1 other target attacking creature gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is Amy Rose's power. I like this better than any cloud that we saw in the Final Fantasy set. And that's saying a lot. I really liked all 3 clouds, but were there more? I think there's just 3. Anyway, where are we in Magic at this point? How many clouds were in the last set? So we're looking at the Sonic the Hedgehog card, but how many were in the Final Fantasy set? What is happening? But anyway, does this, I've just now noticed this reading this card. I hadn't really seen this before, but this just says attach an equipment to her. It does not say an equipment you control. It doesn't say that. It just says attach an equipment to her. That's insane. I guess what you're supposed to do with this is put a Colossus hammer on her, especially considering that her weapon is a giant hammer. So it only makes sense. Just slide the Colossus hammer onto her. Turn 4. She's got haste. It's insane she has haste. It makes sense she has haste because hedgehogs are fast in this universe, but not in most, but in this one, yes. But anyway, she has haste. So the turn she comes down, she just bolts any equipment to her for free and gets to swing in that turn. Your opponent never knew to solve that. Oh, I didn't expect Amy Rose, the hedgehog from Sonic the Hedgehog. I didn't expect them to play that on turn 3. Things get so crazy so fast with this card. I think that a lot of people are just going to look at this and be like, oh, equipment lady. Who cares? I think it's actually like way nuttier than it looks. But speaking of exactly that sentiment here, we're going to look at Super State. 7 mana for a legendary aura. It's an enchantment. It enchants a creature that you control. Enchanted creature has base power and toughness 9/9 and has flying, first strike, trample, and haste. Jeez. Whenever enchanted creature deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent. Why wouldn't it? I can't wait for this to get reskinned as Super Saiyan when the Dragon Ball Z Universes Beyond comes out. It will. It's coming. I honestly will buy it. It's probably going to be pretty hype, really. But I just don't... I feel like this is almost a signal that we're not doing a Dragon Ball Z Universes Beyond. Like, we wanted to save this for Super Saiyan, but here it is now in the freaking Sonic set. This card is wild. Any deck can play this card. It's 7 mana of any color. Why? Why is it 7 mana of any color? It's nuts, dude. This is Commander. Like, Soul Rings and such. Mana Rocks. We all play like 13 Mana Rocks in our deck. We can get to this. It's ain't that big of a deal. We got ritual effects. Oh my goodness. Why is it 7 mana seems like a lot, right? I really don't think that it is. It's an aura, so you have to stick it to your creatures, right? But put it on an indestructible or hexproof guy, bada bing. You know, there's already plenty of commanders that you want to be, to staple hex.
This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. Use the links in the description to visit their store. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and it's Saturday. That means it's time for Nitsa Notes, my weekly vlog series about limited Magic. We're talking about Final Fantasy Limited some more. This week, I want to take a look at some cards that are overrated, and many of them that we're going to talk about really aren't worth playing, like 99% of the time, but people are playing them. And not only are they playing them, but they're taking them way too early. Like even in the cases on this list where a card is like fine or playable, it's being taken way too early. So we'll be looking at 17 Lands data to discuss each of these cards. 17lands.com is a website you can go to have it track your limited data. And it has hundreds of thousands of drafts worth of information, so we can get a better feel for like the big picture in limited, more than just based on like how a pre-release and a couple of drafts have gone so far. It gives you a lot more information than that. And as I always say, data is not the end-all, be-all. It doesn't tell you everything, but it is a useful tool. And I think in a case like this, where we look at cards that are being taken too early and cards that are being taken too late, it's particularly valuable. And we'll be looking at late cards actually in next week's video. And this one will be looking at the cards that are overrated rather than underrated. But it's useful because we can look at what the win rates are of other cards that are being taken at a comparable time in the same limited format, and that gives us a lot of information. So let's go ahead and jump in. I always like to start with a baseline card to, first introduce us to the data, but also it's a card that we can look at and consider as we look at the other cards we'll be seeing that are overrated. So the baseline card this time around is Fight On. So this has a 54.7% win rate. That is exactly the same as the set average is for Final Fantasy. So it is like the very definition of solid. And that's the kind of card it looks like too. You'll take one of these in your black decks for sure. You don't really prioritize it though. And you aren't upset when your deck doesn't have one. It's just a useful card, like as a late game card, especially because it helps you get a 2-for-1 late. But because it's as situational as it doesn't have an insane win rate and you don't want to play a ton of it. But like I said, you're playing one of these in a lot of black decks, especially the graveyard-oriented decks in the format. It's just not exciting. So, and I think, the win rate of 54.7% and the average pick of 9.09, that's probably about when you should be taking a card like this, which isn't one you need to prioritize. However, every single card on this list is being taken earlier than this is. And with one exception, they all have lower win rates. So, that's what I mean when I say baseline card. This card's not that good, right? And it's being taken as if it's not that good. So people are where they should be. But the rest of the cards we're going to see, people do think are pretty good based on where they're being taken. So let's go ahead and dive in with the actual list now. So I want to start with a card that always creates controversy somehow when I give it an F in set reviews, and that is Stroke of Midnight. And, I don't just mean Stroke of Midnight, I mean cards like it. And by that I mean spells that are removal, but then give your opponent something very real in return, in this case a 1/1 token. This is being taken around pick 7 for some reason, and it has a win rate of 48.7%. That is absolutely dismal. I mean, anything below like 52 is pretty bad. Even below 53 is bad, but below 52 is real bad in this set. And being this far in the negative of 48.7% is really bad. I mean, that means this card is unplayable. Like, sometimes people have a hard time thinking of a card that way, because we used to see a lot of worse limited cards where you could look at it and you're like, yeah, that's just going to make me lose. It's going to hurt me more than it helps me. And that's not entirely true of Stroke of Midnight, but that's because limited cards are stronger these days. This can be useful, and oftentimes you can use it to at least downgrade a creature, but it turns out that's just not good enough in limited. If you're spending 3 mana to kill their 3-drop with this, which you have to do a lot, and you give them back a 1/1, you're just way far behind. You had to be destroying bombs with this every time for this to be a card that's worthwhile, because otherwise you're actually going down on resources. You spend 3 mana to kill whatever it is and hand your opponent a body. Sure, you took one away as well, but we've seen time and time again with cards like Stroke of Midnight, which obviously this is a reprint, but also Bovine Intervention. There was one that gave your opponent angels. There was one that manifested. They're all terrible. They all have some of the lowest win rates in their respective sets, because it's just not, flexibility is cool, efficiency is kind of cool, but the reality is it's not that efficient, because most of the time you're just killing a medium creature, because this is limited, and giving your opponent something back. So they don't quite get a 2-for-1 on you, but it's closer than you'd think to 2-for-1ing yourself when you're killing a generic 3 or 4-drop creature with Stroke of Midnight. It's just awful. Stop playing it. Certainly don't take it around pick 7. All right, let's look at one now that has really disappointed me the more the format has gone on, and it's a card I am wrong about, and that is Summon Chocomog. So it has a win rate of 53.6%. So, we just saw Stroke of Midnight. That sounds pretty great, 53.6%. But remember, Fight On was 54.7, and that's Fight On. Not a great card, right? Well, so Summon Chocomog is like a full percentage point lower, but it's being taken almost a full pick earlier, around pick 8.18. So this card, especially early in the format and in my set review, I had it as like White's 3rd best common. I just thought a 3-mana 3/3, even though it has an expiration date that will also buff your board a few turns in a row, would be pretty good. And it turns out it's not really. 3-mana 3/3 is not that great, and there are enough boards where the buffs just don't matter. Like, you kind of have to be in a spot where you and your opponent are in like a straight up race, or you're ahead, or it doesn't really do anything. And that's why, the win rate is what it is. Because oftentimes if you draw this when you're already behind, it doesn't really do anything other than give you a creature that you hope you can trade off with, and there's a good chance you can't. Now, this isn't one of these cards on this list that is unplayable. It's fine, especially if you're in like a green-white deck that can go wide. You're going to play this card, but it's in the same kind of category as Fight On. You don't really care if you don't get it. You don't prioritize it, and it's not a card that you really are leaning on when you're building your deck in any way, shape, or form. So, it's like a C-, maybe a C level card, rather than like one of the best white commons. It's just a card that you play sometimes, not a really good one. Certainly not one that you should be taking around pick 8. It's the kind of card that you should be taking even later than that. All right, let's look now at the card on this list that's being taken the highest, and it also has the highest win rate, to its credit, of all the cards on the list, and that is Sir Conrad the Grim, which is being taken around pick 3.35, and it has a win rate of 55%. So this is the one card on the list that's higher than Fight On, but it's just barely higher, right? So that already tells you something, especially when the two cards are in the same color. In the set review for the bonus sheet with Sir Conrad, I was like, this card was amazing in Dominaria, and it was. Like, that format, it was an amazing uncommon. It might have been Black's best uncommon. It's been a while. Sir Conrad the Grim, in the set review, I specifically said his stat line these days is way worse. 5 mana, 5/4 was still kind of acceptable with upside back then. It's not really anymore, like, at all. And I was worried that would impact this card, but I did still give it, like, at least a B, I think, because the idea of milling things or things dying, or, it just makes your opponent lose life in so many different ways, seemed really appealing to me. And again, this is a card that's not bad, and you shouldn't feel bad for playing this card, but you absolutely should not be taking it around pick 3.35. Like, that's really high. You know, you probably don't need me to tell you that. Like, taking this as your third pick is just not what you want to do in this format. You know, it's a serviceable 5-drop if you've got a deck that is good at milling itself. Like if you're black-green and you have the 2-mana 1/1 that mills 4 and gets a land back, or the 3-mana 2/3 that mills 3 and you gain 3. Like if you have a few copies of those, this can do some work. But it just doesn't do enough, especially on its own. You know, the mill ability can occasionally make your opponent lose some life. But this thing can also be attacked into by a whole lot of 3-drops in this format. And it can be killed very efficiently, and you end up really overpaying and coming out behind on mana. All right, next let's look at Quina Coup Gourmet. This is at 52.3%, and it has it's being taken around pick 6.4. So this card interested me in the set review, and I have seen it go crazy a few times. You know, none of these cards have a 0% win rate after all. We're just seeing that on the whole, they're not good for your win rate. But this did look like it could be a legit build around because of all of the job select equipment, and sometimes it goes off, you know, if you have a bunch of Chocobo generation, like this becomes a playable build around card when you have enough cards that make tokens, like obviously enough. But it takes a lot for this to be worth it, and even then it's not great. And it's another card where it really comes down to that stat line. A 3-mana 2/3 is just so inefficient these days. There are 2-drops that can attack into it. There are lots of cheap evasive creatures that don't even care that this is on the board. There's just so much that this can't do because it's a horrible attacker and blocker. And once you get one token out of it, you feel kind of okay, but you don't feel great. And you often don't ever get that token just because you end up having to block ugly with it, or your opponent kills it for very little mana. So you end up not getting to do the thing with Quina. I do think, you know, if people were only playing Quina in decks, you know, and that's one of the flaws of data, if they're only playing it in decks that can have like 10 ways to make tokens, it's probably like a solid C at least as a build around. But in most green decks, you probably shouldn't be playing it. All right, let's look now at Queen Brane. I did not like this card in the set review, and it's been even worse than I expected. And I didn't realize people would value it as highly as they do, because it's being taken around pick 5.5 with its 52.8% win rate. I think people get excited when they see prowess on a card, and prowess is a strong ability, and this has an attack trigger that's nice too. Like, just the text box on this card is good. But we're once again talking about a stat line that just isn't. Like, this one's really dismal. And part of what makes it bad, even with prowess, is when you think about how much you need to buff this thing for it to be able to survive combat with a 2-drop. And the answer is you need to buff it twice most of the time. And you just can't do that. Like, your typical turn in limited, you're going to be able to buff this once. And sometimes you won't be able to buff it at all. And sure, you do at least get a 0/1 when it attacks, but you have to go into some really ugly attacks to make that mage token, and it's just not worth it. Like, this card just plays really badly most of the time. Just because, again, your opponent, I mean, if they have 1-drops and you don't have spells, they can trade for it for even less. And with their 2-drops, it's really easy for them to trade. And you might be saying, well, it's still a trade. It's still a 1-for-1, and that's true. But mana equity is such a big deal in Limited, especially the more we play these formats these days, where if you play a more expensive card than your opponent does, and then they kill it for 1/3 or 2/3 of the mana, that usually means they can also play something else. And you spent your whole turn playing a thing they killed. So they end up coming out way ahead because they can take more advantage of their mana. They're doing more with their mana than you did. And that's why a card like this really lags behind with its very mediocre win rate. Next, let's look at a card that I talked about last week, as I think it's one of my biggest misses in the format, and that is Summon Anima. So this is one, Queen Brane, I'm like, why would anybody ever want to value her as highly? With Summon Anima, I get it, because it looks sweet. 6 mana, 4/4 menace, draws you 3 cards, then kills something, makes your opponent sacrifice something anyway. That sounds pretty sweet. And it does. But like I talked about last week, where, I gave this a B in the set review. So I thought it was going to be really good and certainly worth a 5th pick or so, right? But it has a 53% win rate. So it's not performing that way. Fight On, substantially better, right? And nobody would guess that in the set review. I mean, maybe some would. I know I didn't. And that's because you just see so much card advantage on this card, and it seems so exciting. But like I said last week, I've literally never seen anybody get to Chapter 4 still, and I'm like, I don't know, 50 drafts in at this point, and that tells you a lot about this card. So the problem being, you slam this 6-drop on the board, but it's only a 4/4, and you do draw a card. So you can get a 2-for-1, but it's not a very efficient one. And that ends up mattering because your opponent's just like, okay, attack with all my stuff. Because 4 power isn't that hard to get to overall, especially by this stage of the game. And you end up having to block really ugly. Hopefully you get to trade with something, and then you at least get that 2-for-1. But it's yet another example on this list of just being an inefficient stat-lined creature is a huge liability, even on a card like this. But the problem is, like if we could see the data for how good what your win rate is if this actually stays in play and draws you all 3 cards, I bet it's really good. But it just never does. You know, it's a card that puts you too far behind when you cast it for that to ever be the case. And sometimes it can really lead to you dying. Like if you're behind and you draw this, it is a particularly miserable card to draw. So this isn't one that's entirely unplayable. You know, if you have a pretty good grindy deck, you could do worse. You know, I think that's what the 53.0% win rate is telling us, but it's not a good uncommon. It's not a card that should be getting taken somewhere between a 5th and 6th pick. It's just a card that you play, you know, same category as Fight On, except even a notch below that. All right, let's look at another one that has been a little bit disappointing overall from the set review, and that is Gisal Greens. So this has a 54.1% win rate, so looks pretty good compared to most of the stuff we saw. Still below Fight On, though, and it's being taken around pick 7.74. So this card looked like it was going to be better than it is, obviously, at least to me. I think I gave it a C+ in the set review. Green's pretty deep at common. It didn't make my best commons, but I certainly thought this would be more of a quality 2-drop than it is. And there are a few things going on that make it not amazing. One of them is just getting a Chocobo token out of a card has proven to not be that good in this format. It's not bad, but the cards that do stuff with Chocobo tokens that are really good are all cards that do something else. You know, like Summon Fat Chocobo, I thought that was going to be great. It has been. Call the Mountain Chocobo, I thought that was going to be a great common. It has been. But both of those generate 2-for-1s up front and then also give you a Chocobo, right? And then give you all kinds of other value. Just getting a Chocobo, like a Chocobo token alone, is not the most valuable thing. It feels okay on turn 2, right? And then sometimes you get in with it for 3. And then later in the game, you can flash this back and get some value out of it. You know, you do get a 2-for-1 in the really long run here, but it's just not enough. The body is pretty insignificant. You know, it doesn't help that there are a lot of cheap creatures in the format that can block it, especially without landfall. You know, there are a lot of, you know, X3s and X4s in this format that have made, you know, decks that can be sort of grindy early, like the blue-red decks and blue-green decks want to be. They can kind of do their thing, and they don't care about Chocobo tokens very much. Basically, if you look at any card in the set where the main thing it does is give you a Chocobo, even the side quest, like, they're all just okay. And that's what Gisal Greens is, too. It doesn't really give you enough to feel great, especially after, like, turn 2. And even on turn 2, you can often feel like you're in a spot where you have the Chocobo on the board, but it doesn't really do anything. And that's not a great place to be. Next, let's look at Fang, Fearless Lassie. So Vanille is really good. That was kind of easy to tell in the set review. Fang, not so much. It's got a 52.0% win rate, and it's being taken around pick 6. So I didn't think this was going to be that good. I gave it a build-around grade in the set review, unlike Vanille, who's just obviously really good. But I did think it was going to be better than this. Like, the idea being that you can build around this, and I thought that you would be able to draw a card with this often enough for it to overcome its pretty bad stat line, like in the right deck. And, you know, there are black decks in this format that run Fight On. They run the reanimation spell. They have flashback. Like, it seemed like there was enough in the format to get it going, but there's really not. Like, most black decks probably have 3 or 4 cards that trigger this. And that's not really enough for a 3-mana 2/3 that occasionally draws you a card. Most of the time, it just doesn't. Most of the time, it's a body on the board that isn't very good. You know, I was talking about how chocobos can feel not that good. Well, they feel a lot better when your opponent plays Fang, because you can just play a land and attack into it. You know, all of the 2/3s in the format, if they're bad against chocobos, you know, that's a problem. And that is what we're looking at here, because your opponent usually either they're not paying very much mana for a chocobo, or they already got a 2-for-1, and you know, you can't block it, so you just end up taking 3. So yeah, I mean, Fang is hard to generate value with. I mean, we've all done it. I've done it. You know, sometimes people watch a video like this and they think that means like no one's ever drawn a card with Fang. They have, but they don't do it often enough, and it's not meaningful enough on a 3-mana 2/3 for it to be a card that's worth playing most of the time. So, speaking of chocobos, let's look at another chocobo card that has really underwhelmed. This one is less surprising to me, and that is Chocobo Racetrack. It has a win rate of 51.7%, and it's being taken around pick 5.56. So, I didn't like this that much in this set review. I think I did give it a C in the end, but I did talk about how awkward a card like this is too. Namely, that if you have a turn where this is your only play and you can't play a land that turn, it's terrible, right? You don't get a chocobo right away. You don't add to the board. If there's anything we should have learned from Limited over the last several years, generally, you can't spend 5 mana and not add to the board, even when the effect that the card generates can be really powerful. Like, you just can't do it. And that's how most cards have panned out like that. And you know, you can generate a bunch of bodies with the Racetrack, but you kind of need like 3 before your investment feels good. And in most games of Limited, by the time you get to your 5th land and play this, there's not going to be enough time for you to get 3. And in fact, it's even less likely because you're more likely to die in the near future because you cast Chocobo Racetrack. It's also bad as a top deck. Like, it's less of a problem with Ride the Shoopoof, but they both have the same awkward problem where you don't really want to play them on curve because you want to get something out of them right away. But then they're also bad to draw it like as a top deck because you don't have any lands. So, you know, you're going to draw lands and you're going to get some value, but you're going to have to wait a turn in most cases. And, you know, like I said, Ride the Shoopoof is a little better maybe than I expected. Like, it's like a C, and Chocobo Racetrack is basically just an F. But they have the same problem where landfall cards that don't also come with a body or something are just super awkward, even if they have this potential to generate tons of value over the course of a game. And Chocobo Racetrack is just too slow, too awkward. Generally, if somebody drops this against me, I'm pretty happy about it because it means I'm probably just going to run them over because of the turn they just spent casting this very mediocre enchantment. Let's look now at Thief's Knife. So this card has a 53% win rate, and it's being taken around pick 5.77. This card, I kind of went back and forth on for me in the set review. I think in the early part, I was really low on it, like in the notes that I put on Patreon before I put the set review together, like my first thoughts about all the cards. But the more I thought about it, I thought it would be easier to move this around to things and take advantage of the buff, because I didn't love the idea, no matter what, of 3 mana 2/2. If this hits your opponent, you draw a card. Like, I didn't love that idea. Mostly because you're not going to get a 2/2 win at that stage of the game. But then I started to think about, well, I can move it to something with flying, I can move it to something evasive, and then things are going to be sweet, right? And you can do that. You know, I've seen a few Thieves' Knives on Sahagins be pretty gross in this format, but it's a little too expensive to move to be great. So a lot of the time it just does feel, and this is true of a lot of the job select equipment, if it's not already a pretty good creature, like straight up when it comes into play, like what Dragoon's Lance gives you, or White Mage's Staff, or Samurai's Katana, like if it's not already a solid creature, basically all of the equipment all the job select equipment is pretty mediocre, because there are a lot of games where you just never have time to move your equipment. Even, you know, this isn't even one of the most expensive ones, but it's expensive enough that if you have to spend a turn moving this thing, it's usually not good. It means you're flooding out, you don't have anything else to do, and it can potentially draw you a card, but if you can't set up a way to do it, it feels really bad. So, you know, it ends up being really mediocre, not a card you should take with your 6th pick at all. So, you know, you can play this for sure. You know, it's kind of a funny card too, because if you think about the blue-red deck, which just loves cards that cost 4 because you generate so much value with them, it makes me wonder if Thief's Knife was 4 mana for the exact same card, if it would be better. That's kind of a funny thought experiment. I sort of feel like it would be, at least in the blue-red deck, it would be like a better build around because it would trigger your Sahagins and stuff. But as is, it's not a very good card, and you can play it sometimes, but you're better off cutting it more often than playing it. And the last card I want to look at is Garaha Tia, which has a win rate of 53.5%, and it's being taken around pick 4.76. So this has pretty mediocre stats. You know, they're like okay defensive stats, 5 mana, 3/5 reach. And the ability can be nice. One cool thing about it is that it does also trigger during your opponent's turn. So you can trigger it once per turn, basically, whether it's your turn or your opponent's. And that comes up sometimes because it can make chump blocks into better deals. But you're still spending a bunch of mana on a creature that really needs you to have good ways of cashing your creatures in. And overall, like that theme in black-white, like most of the themes in this set have delivered in one way or another. But the black-white sort of sacrifice, recurse small things theme is super underwhelming for the most part. You can get there sometimes, and Garaha Tia can be good in that deck sometimes. But basically all the cards that do something when one of your creatures dies have been pretty medium or worse. And Garaha Tia is an example of that, because I think there are formats where you have a better sort of black-white sacrifice deck around where this card would be better. Because the stats, they're not unsalvageable like some stats. It's not like Queen Brane's 3 mana 2/1. Like a 5 mana 3/5 reach, you don't have to do a ton to make that card like good in limited. But they needed to do a little bit more or make the synergy work out a little bit better for you to actually generate value with this. Because otherwise, it's just a creature that is mostly only good at blocking. And that's generally not a great place to be in limited.
Alright, before we get into actually showing you guys what I bought, I feel like I need to be honest with you guys, because I did lie to you guys with the thumbnail and title of this video. I said that I spent $2,000 on these Final Fantasy cards, and that's not true. I actually spent 2,000 Canadian dollars. So that ends up being about 1,400 US. I am in Canada, obviously, but just want to make it clear that I actually only spent 1,400 US / $2,000 Canadian on these cards. And I actually have to tell you guys, I also lied, because I didn't actually spend 2,000 Canadian dollars, because I sold every single thing that I own Magic the Gathering related so that I can have these cards. So I have nothing except for 3 commander decks that I'll talk about in the future as well. I kept 3 of my favorite decks, but outside of that, every single booster that I opened, I've sold every single. I have no commons, no uncommons, no storage boxes. I've got nothing. All I have left now are these Final Fantasy cards, and I have a couple more that I need to buy, and then I'm going to be basically collection complete. But I wanted to say that now because I know someone's going to click on this video, not watch the video at all, and then go right into the comments and say, how come you spent that much? I actually only spent about 200 of my own money in total to get all of this. But yes, I basically have decided that I'm done buying Magic the Gathering stuff. I just wanted the Final Fantasy stuff because I'm much more of a bigger Final Fantasy fan than a Magic the Gathering fan. Anyways, welcome guys. If you have been on the channel for a while, you know all the stuff that I've been going through with this. I made 2 or 3 videos talking about everything that happened with the cancellation of my previous order and all that stuff. I'm not going to repeat it all. You guys can go back and watch it. If you're new to the channel, thank you guys for clicking on this video. Make sure to subscribe. Comment down below. Are you a bigger Final Fantasy fan or Magic the Gathering fan? What got you to click on this video? And now let's get right into it. So yes, I have here almost every single Final Fantasy card that I want. I am missing a couple, and the ones that I am missing, I will tell you guys at the end, but I have them in my wish list. I'm basically just now waiting for them to show up in stock at the local stores near me so that I could just order them. But I did sell everything to get these cards. So let's get right into it. I organized them by game. So we're going from the oldest games all the way up to the newest game, and I'll show you guys what we got. So the first thing I want to talk to you guys about are the crystals. So as you guys can see here, I got one of each of these showcase crystals. First one being the water crystal, we got the wind crystal, the fire crystal, the earth crystal, sorry, and the darkness crystal. So obviously, if you guys have played Final Fantasy, you guys know all about the crystals. They're like very important to the story and of all the original games, and they still come up every once in a while. Each of them have a very similar ability of making spells cast one less. So obviously the black, the red, the green, the blue, and the white, but they all have an additional secondary ability there too that just makes it that they are just really strong cards. But after all of the crystals over here, the next one we're talking about is the one and only character from Final Fantasy 2. There's no character showcase cards from Final Fantasy 1. The showcase card I have over here is Firion from Final Fantasy 2. He is basically like, I guess, the first named character in Final Fantasy, because in the first game you just play as 4 characters and you get to name them all. In Final Fantasy 2 you do get Firion and a couple other named characters, so he would basically be the first named character in the series. So that's why I wanted to get him. I also basically try to get every single character that has the number in the back, so you'll see as we go we're going to have a lot of those. Skipping 3 for whatever reason, we get right into Final Fantasy 4, and obviously we have Cecil or Cecil, I don't know exactly how to say the name, who is the main character of Final Fantasy 4. So obviously I had to get this version of him, and obviously this is the Dark Knight version, but on the other side we have the redeemed Paladin version of him, which I obviously really like. So he has the ability to swap from one side to another. Whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and he transforms, and then he becomes the redeemed Paladin.
I want to build something iconic.
It's a brand new day.
Anyone who's ever accomplished anything iconic has had to do some questionable things. What will you do, Riri?
With lifelink, and he has protect. Whenever Cecil attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible as well. So a really, really strong card that I feel like a lot of people are going to be missing out on just because of all the other really well-known characters. So there you go. Then we got Golbez, who is basically one of the main villains of Final Fantasy IV. So there he is, the Crystal Collector. Whenever an artifact you control enters, survey 1. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, return a target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Then if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card power. So again, really good card, not double-sided on this end. Then I had to get this absolutely gorgeous card of Kain, the Treacherous Dragoon. So Kain is one of the characters of Final Fantasy IV who betrays the main character Cecil, which is why the whole treacherous thing. And I really like, I think it's the second one here. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kain. And if they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tapped treasure tokens, then lose that much life. So really like the ability that he's kind of like switching sides. Really thematic right over there with Final Fantasy IV. From there, we again skip Final Fantasy V and we go right into Final Fantasy VI. A lot of people's favorite games. It's definitely up there for me. I feel like I need to replay it soon because I haven't played it in a very long time. But the first one we have here is Gogo, who is, if I remember correctly, he's like an optional character that you can have join the team. Like you could technically miss him. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure you can miss getting him. And his whole thing is that he can like copy other people's abilities, which is why he's the master of mimicry. I think it's actually he mimics the abilities and all that. So double X and tap, copy the target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. So very, very thematic once again. Then we get into Celeste, I hope is how you say her name. The Rune Knight, which is again another of the main characters of Final Fantasy VI. Absolutely love this character. When she enters, discard any number of cards and draw that many cards +1. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on each of them. Very, very cool. Then we got Terra, who is obviously one of the commanders of one of the commander decks, but I obviously wanted to get the special showcase art. You're going to see that one of the reasons why these cost a lot, I went with a lot of the expensive looking fancy cards. I didn't go with any basic because again, my goal is not to play with any of these. As you can see, I already sleeved all of them. I've got the top loaders, so I'm going to put them in there, and my goal is to frame all of them. I want to put them all in one big beautiful frame and probably have it like with my other posters in the back. So no intention of playing these cards. When I bought them, I actually didn't read any of the abilities. This is my first time reading most of them, so very interesting to see what they do. But yeah, here we go. So Terra's obviously the next one over here. Then, of course, I had to get a card from Kefka, the main villain of Final Fantasy VI. And here's another question for the comments. If you've played Final Fantasy, do you think Kefka or Sephiroth is a better villain? They're obviously very different, but both very iconic. Kefka being the crazy clown who loses his mind, and for a lot of different reasons. I don't want to spoil anything in case people have never played. Final Fantasy VI, I'd say 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, are like, and then obviously the newer ones are all must plays. I skipped 8 for a reason, and then the 1, 2, and 3 are really old. If you like them, you obviously can, but I feel like 4 is a really good starting point. But 6 is again a classic. So we got Kefka. Obviously, when he flips, boom, he becomes the god version of him. Love that. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. Absolutely fantastic. And obviously on this side, when he enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. And then you can spend 8. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice, and then you transform him. So there you go. I love, love, love the art on both sides of this Kefka card. Then we get into my favorite Final Fantasy game, which is Final Fantasy VII. So you're going to see a lot of cards from this set. Obviously, the first one here is Cloud Stripe, the OG art style. I said in the video, I'm not the biggest fan of this art. I want the newer one, but they didn't have it in stores yet. So part of one of the cards I want to get is the like the numbered version of Cloud that I don't have yet. So that's one of them to expect in a future video. But in the meantime, we at least got this version right over here. Whenever a warrior attacks, you may have its controller create a 1/1 white warrior creature token that's tapped and attacking. And then you can spend 1 of each color, untap all your attacking creatures. They gain trample, lifelink, and haste until the end of turn. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase, activate only during combat. So that's insane. That is a really strong card in my opinion. Then, of course, I gotta get Tifa. So fun little fact, Tifa and a couple other the cards, but this is the first one I'm seeing in so far. A friend of mine opened up a booster and he pulled this card. So I was actually able to just trade a couple of the cards I had to get this one. So this one I didn't actually spend any money at all on. I just traded up with one of my buddies. And there's 5 of the cards that I traded. So I'll tell you as we go. But obviously Tifa, Martial Artist, is the first one. Whenever 1 or more creature you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If it's the first combat phase of your turn, there is an additional combat phase after this. Awesome. Then, of course, we need to get Aerith. As you guys know, one of the most important characters and has a very big moment that most people who haven't even played the game know about this character and what happens with them as well. Then we got Vincent Valentine, another optional character from Final Fantasy VII. He's a lot more important in the remakes, but in the original, he is an optional character that you can find or you can totally miss out on, but really, really badass. And he got his own game on the PS2, which was like a side game, which not a lot of people liked. Being a fan, I had fun with it, but I can see why it's not like the best game ever. And then obviously he can become the Galleon Beast on the other side too. Very, very cool. Then I obviously had to get some of the special art cards for this one. So obviously the first one being Memories of Nibelheim. Just again, beautiful art on this one. I don't even know what it does. It's an uncommon. Destroy a target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a 1/1 white human creature token. So there you go. Then obviously I had to get the Masamune, which is Sephiroth, the main villain, his special weapon. So obviously there is a Buster Sword card that is also on my list that I'm going to hopefully try and pick up at one point. But in the meantime, I was able to pick up the Masamune, which is awesome as well. Then we got Jenova, the best mommy in Final Fantasy history. Jenova, Ancient Calamity. Obviously, again, a beautiful art here. This character, Jenova, obviously being the mother of Final Fantasy. I don't want to say too much more than that in case, again, you're planning on playing it. And then we get into Final Fantasy VIII. Now, I got to tell you guys, Final Fantasy VIII, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It has a lot of flaws. The whole point of Final Fantasy VIII, if you guys don't know, when they released it, they were really, really trying to focus on telling a love story. And it didn't work for me. They tried, but it doesn't work, in my opinion. There's a lot of stuff about Final Fantasy VIII that I like, but man, there's a lot of really bad things. But obviously, if you guys have ever seen like any videos or trailers at the time, they were really promoting this as the love story between these two. And it doesn't work because the main character is kind of a turd. I mean, I like Squall, but he's obviously not like the best character. But obviously, me saying that, he's here. Of course, I had to get the card of Squall. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of the character himself, I had to pick him up. And obviously, I had to get Cypher, who is his rival in the game. One of the main villains / the rival of him. And you can even see that they have like scars across their forehead that are opposing. Again, part of the story, so I won't say too much more. But there you go. Had to pick him up. We got both of them. The Jumbo Cactar obviously falls under the Final Fantasy VIII, but you see the Cactar in a lot of the games. This card we obviously talked about multiple times and they promoted a lot. He has the 10,000 needle ability. So whenever this creature attacks, it gets plus 9,999 attack until the end of turn. You give this bad boy a trample and oh man, that's game. Or I think it's Myriad, that where you can like make a dupe of him and have him multiple attack. This card can be really, really insane. It's a rare. I'm surprised it's not a mythic at that ability. And then we get into, Final Fantasy IX. Now, speaking about Final Fantasy IX, there are rumors that Final Fantasy IX is getting an actual full-on remake soon-ish. So I'm not going to spend too much time telling the lore about this because there's a chance you guys will actually be able to play a remake version of this. Now, if you haven't, obviously, go back and play the original. But obviously, the first one here is Kuja, who is the main villain of Final Fantasy IX. There you go. I'm not going to say too much more, just again, in case you guys are planning on playing or expecting the new one. Zidane is the next one. Now you'll see here, he's the only Surge foil card that I have in the number one. I went with non-foil, all basic. The reason why this one is Surge foil is because, again, this is another one of the cards that my friend pulled from his collector booster, so I just traded this one. Figured I might as well just get it while I can. I was able to get the Surge foil instead of having to pay for the non-foil one. And then we got probably everyone's favorite character from Final Fantasy IX, which is Vivi, the Black Mage. And you can see over here, it's already come in this top loader. So when I bought it, they actually gave it to me in this. So I didn't even have to take it out or unsleeve it. I guess they already know how important this character and how expensive this card is. So I got it as is. Then we get into my second favorite Final Fantasy game of all time, Final Fantasy X. So obviously I had to pick up this first one, Tidus Zanarkand Faith. I'm still missing the Tidus with him with the number in the back, so that's another one that I'm planning on picking up. But again, I had to get this one, which is the cover of the game as well. I don't even know what this guy does. Spend 4 to scry 1, then reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto battlefield tapped. Otherwise, draw a card, and he has partner. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. Then we got Sin Spira's Punishment. Again, the villain of Final Fantasy X. Had to pick it up. And then we got Jet. As I was talking before earlier, Genova being the mommy of Final Fantasy, Jet is the daddy of Final Fantasy. So once again, I'm not going to say too much in case you decide to play it, but Jet becomes Braska's final Aeon right over here. Again, so cool. Such a good art. Ooh, I just hit the camera. My bad. Really, really cool art there. Just had to pick up the daddy of the whole thing. And of course, we had to get the Commander Yuna Grand Summoner. This is just, again, beautiful art style for this one. And you can't really see it, but the X is in the background, so I had to pick this one up. So the other main character. And then the next card that I got that has also come in the top loader is Stay With Me. This is an iconic moment from the Final Fantasy X game / Final Fantasy series of all time. So I had to pick this one up. This was a very expensive card, but I obviously really, really wanted it. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may draw a card unless that player pays 1. Very cheap for an enchantment and with that ability, and it's a mythic, but man, that art is something else. And now we get into Final Fantasy XII. Now I'm going to say I don't have a lot to say about Final Fantasy XII. I haven't played it in full. I've talked about this in before. But first is Vaughn, the main character. And then I have 2 cards of Balthier and Fran, the space pirates. So Balthier and Fran, boom. I got both of them. This is the one that has the number in the back that you obviously can't see, and this is just another showcase card of it. So I got both of them. Again, these were the other 2 cards that my friend picked up in one collector booster, so I just traded for both of these. And that's why I have 2 of them. And then we get into Final Fantasy 13. A lot of people's most hated Final Fantasy game. I haven't played it since the PS3 era, and I never actually finished it, so I don't have a lot to say. But the first one we're going to look at is Fang, Fearless Lassie, and then Vanille. Now, I actually made a mistake last time I talked about this. I thought Vanille was Lightning's sister, but I'm actually wrong. That's just a very, very annoying character. I do remember her now. She is horrible in the game, very annoying. But the cool thing is that you can see at the bottom melds together. So when you actually flip them, I got it upside down. They meld into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. Very cool right there. So if you decide to pick these up, these were actually fairly cheap. I think I paid like $1, maybe at most $1 for both these cards. Really, really cheap cards right over here for Fang and Vanille. But again, had to get them for the collection. Then we get into Hope. I do remember this character. I remember also really liking this character. Another side character slash companion in Final Fantasy 13. And then we get Lightning, which is the main character of Final Fantasy 13, the series itself. Now, this card was actually really expensive, and I didn't read why. So let's look at it together to understand why she's this expensive. So she's a 3/2, white, red, and 1 cost. She has First Strike, Trample, and Lifelink, and she has Stagger. Whenever she deals damage to a player, until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or permanent that player controls, it deals double damage. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So First Strike, Trample, Lifelink, and you could deal double damage. I can see why, and if you buff this card up, that can be really, really strong. So really cool art once again. There's another version of her that has just her like more in showcase. Really expensive, so I just decided to go with my numbered version for that one. Then we get into Final Fantasy 14, which again, I've talked multiple times about how I can't play this game even if I wanted to because of all the shenanigans. So if you guys don't know, Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO. So you have to pay monthly to pay when it came out. Now they have a free model of it that you can play up to level 60 for free, and then you can start paying and has a bunch of DLC and all that. Because I played this game one time for 1 month when it was a monthly membership, I cannot play the free version. They got to fix this. Basically, my email address is connected directly to the monthly membership version, and the free-to-play version is only for new players. So every time I log in, it says, no, you need to pay to play. It's horrible. They need to fix that thing. So anyways, I actually don't know much about this game outside of obviously all these characters being companions, because in Final Fantasy 14, it's an MMO. You create your own character. So we got Graha, Tia Scion Reborn, which is the first one. We got Emmett Selch, the Unsundered, who also transforms into Hades, Sorcerer of El. So this actually could be a villain for all I know. I'm not too sure. Then we got Xenos, Galvez. This one also transforms into Shinru, Transcendent Rival. Just there. And then we obviously had to get Ishola, another expensive. I think this is probably the most expensive card I was able to pick up for $270. I don't know why. So let's read to it together and see. At the beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 or more life this turn, you draw a card. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, she deals 2 damage to every opponent and you gain 2 life. Pretty strong. $270 strong is kind of insane, but there you go. And then I obviously had to get these special Endwalker and Shadowbringers. These are just a DLC of Final Fantasy 14, so just look really, really like the art where it has all the characters on it. Again, don't know what to do, and honestly, don't care, because we're not going to play with them. Then we get into Final Fantasy 15, which my wife is currently playing for her first time. I convinced her to give Final Fantasy 15 a try. Arden is one of the main villains of Final Fantasy 15. Very, really cool art once again. Prompto, one of the 3 best friends of the main character, which is right over here, Mr. Noctis. Now, I will say, really upset that we got Noctis, we got Prompto, but we didn't get Ignis or Gladio, the other 2. The whole point of Final Fantasy 15 is a road trip between 4 best friends, and they only give us 2 of the 4 as like the special art. Kind of lame. I don't want to spend to get the like Gladio and Ignis basic cards because they just don't match with these guys. They gave us Arden, which is the villain, which is cool, but where are the others? You know, like that kind of sucks. Anyways, then I got this other really special card.
John is there.
Lucis
Marlon.
This is him as an adult.
And then you get,
My voice talk about Final Fantasy. So this is just him much, much older with a huge amount of different abilities. So if you spend red, all creatures gain trample and haste until end of turn. If you spend 1 in green, put a +1/+1 counter. 2 in a white, target player gains 5 life. 3 in a blue, target player draws a card, or 4 in a black, put a target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under its owner's control. Really, really cool. Then we get into the newest game, and I think underrated. If you're not the biggest fan of Final Fantasy, this is definitely one of the best ones to get into. A lot of Final Fantasy fans don't like this one because it's not an RPG, but this is my favorite. I think it's in my top 3. I had like 7, 10, and then the number 3 always like changes, but I think it's 16 now. I definitely want to put that up there. Obviously, I have to get Clive. This one I got in foil because I just absolutely love this character with his Ifrit version at the back. and like I said, I got the foil version of Clive. Then we got Jill right here, non-foil, who becomes Shiva at the back. And then we had Joshua, which is Clive's brother / one of the main characters as well of the game. This one's also foil because this is another one I traded with one of my friends who transforms into the Phoenix. Then we just got a couple special fun cards from Final Fantasy 16. First one being the Clash of the Icons. Just beautiful art once again. We had to get his buddy Torgal, the pet, the best friend for Clive, who follows you around, and you can tell him to do stuff, and he just helps you fight. So I had to get the special art for him. Then I just really like these special art cards right over here. So I got Barnabas, which is one of the main villains. Hugo Kupka, another one. I just love it. So basically, if you guys can tell, it's the character and their transformation summon on the side there. So Barnabas with, I think it's Odin, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure. Then we've got Hugo with Titan, Benedicta, and I always forget the name. It was something with a G. I don't remember. Clive with Ifrit. And then the last card I got was probably the one I wanted the most. I talked about it. Absolutely needed the Clive Ifrit Dominant, the showcase in foil. This is going right after this video is done into its own top loader, and I'm hiding this bad boy forever. And there you have it, everybody. Those are all of the Final Fantasy cards that I bought. Yes, I spent $2,000. Again, I sold everything. So I have 3 commander decks left. I kept the Squirreled Away from Bloomborough. I kept the Lord of Pain commander deck from Duskborn. And I kept the Abzan Armor Defender deck from Dragonstorm. But outside of that, I have sold everything that I own. I don't have anything. There's a couple boxes behind me here. You can see all these boxes fully empty. They just have sleeves from all the cards. I had to unsleeve every single card. So everything that you saw there, empty boxes with just sleeves so that I can use them for like my board games or anything like that. Will I be buying more Magic the Gathering stuff? Final Fantasy, yes. Future stuff, probably not. I think this is the last time I'm going to be spending money because I cannot feel comfortable spending money on more Magic the Gathering stuff, especially because I don't play the game as much as I used to. But yes, so what am I missing? I have here my wish list. I'm going to let you guys know what we're missing just in case you're wondering. I am still missing Tidus, like I said, with the number in the back. Cloud, there are 2 versions of him. There's his ex-soldier one and the Midgar mercenary. I'm going to pick up one of the 2. We're missing Sephiroth, of course, and Kefka for the numbered one. With Sephiroth, I'm also missing
Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you've all been enjoying the post-ban standard, kind of getting a rotation kind of experience a month early. And Celestine Rabbits has been looking like it's been doing pretty well. Same with the 4-color dinosaurs. We'll be curious to see how things kind of settle out by the next Best of 1, Best of 3 meta review on Monday. But what we're doing here today is the community deck tech. So every once in a while, I put out a post requesting you guys to submit some decks that you've been working on, and so that we can work on them together as a community. So I only had 2 submissions this week, so I'm going to throw in one of my brews just to hear back from you guys as well. So remember, this is a friendly discussion. I'm just going to try to give you some pointers from the things that I've learned after playing a ridiculous amount of Magic the Gathering. So first up here, we've got the submission by Jay Sather. And this is an Esper Oculus deck. So we've got Jeskai Oculus, which is the kind of red version, and this one is ditching the red to bring in black. And the payoffs for that is that we get the Emmett Selch.
So recently, I bought another Magic collection from eBay. It was 20 pounds of Magic cards for $220, but all I ended up with was free chips and cookies, and I didn't actually even get the free chips and cookies. If you're confused, that's okay. Let's crack open this huge collection, and I'll explain along the way. So the other day I was at Walmart, and I came across a couple of the Bloomborough tins, and I was curious. Are they actually worth opening? What's inside? Let's crack a couple open and find out. All right, let's crack open these Bloomborough tins. Let's start with old Skunky. Start with old Skunky here. So these are $25 at Walmart. It says You get 2 promo cards, 5 play boosters. Also, interesting, I noticed on here, these are actually made by MJ Holdings. If you know any of the like random cubes and like repacky stuff at Walmart, like the mystery boxes, mystery cubes, those are all MJ Holdings. Although I think these are a little different because I think this is an official Wizards product because WotC actually announced it on their website. So anyway, let's see. I will say 5 boosters for $25 means you're paying $5 a booster, which is basically market rate, I think, roughly market rate for play boosters. So to get extra value out of these, I think we're looking at 2 things. First, we get this tin, and I'm curious what you all think of this tin. Like, it's not super heavy duty, but it's also like not super flimsy. There's the inside. It looks cool. The Bloomberg art's just so good. Like, if you are going to do something with this tin, I don't know what you do with it. I don't know if you could, I wonder if you can put a deck in here. Could you carry, I don't know if you'd want to carry a deck around in here. Let's see. I don't think you could fit a commander deck, but I have, I have half of a commander deck here. Yeah, so you're not going to fit a whole commander deck that's sleeved, but you can certainly fit like, you'd probably fit a 60 card deck. Although, honestly, I'm not sure I could imagine loading up my backpack with this tin and carrying it around. It seems a little bit clunkier than a deck box. But all this to say, if you can do something with the cool tin and you put some value on that, then I think the value of this product goes up quite a bit. As far as what we get inside, let's see. So we get our 2 promos. We get this nice padding, beautiful padding. So we get our 2 promos and then booster packs. The promos I think are the same in every pack. So it's a Liliana of the Dark Realms Patchwork banner, same art. We get the promo swoosh for the set symbol. Liliana, I imagine not worth anything. Patchwork banner was actually worth a few bucks. I think this reprinting might keep the promo from being worth too much, but at least like Patchwork Banner, it's a card you'll play. Like this is a card you'll actually use in commander decks. Liliana, you might use in a very specific mono black deck, but I don't know, they look nice. Booster wise, we get Murders of Karlov Manor, Foundations, Outlaws of Thunder Junction, Bloomborough, and Bloomborough. A little weird. I mean, I guess this is why it's the Bloomborough 10. I feel like it should be Duskmorn, right? If you had Murders of Karlov Manor, Outlaws of Thunder Junction, Bloomborough, Duskmorn, and then Foundations, we'd actually just have kind of the entire standard year of Magic in the box, which would be neat. I don't know why they went with double Bloomborough. Maybe because, I don't know. I know Wizards was very high on Bloomborough, and Bloomborough was awesome. We'll just go in order for this one. We got 2 of these to open. Let's start with Murders of Karlov Manor. Murders of Karlov Manor, pretty much, I think Surveillant or bust if we're going to get value out of it. Well, let's see. Not going to pay any attention to these commons. They're not worth anything. Rubbo Maverick, you see playing the Teamer Analyst deck on the job. Knife. Pretty straightforward there. It's just a knife. Buried in the garden.
क्या आपको पता है सिर्फ ₹3000 पर मंथ इन्वेस्ट करने से रिटायरमेंट के बाद आपको आराम से लाख
Living Conundrum. Oh, we played an against odds deck around this. That was actually pretty sweet. This with Angel of Suffering. And just make it so if you hit us, Angel of Suffering turns the damage into mill. And then this keeps us from dying to milling out and eventually becomes huge and kills you. Rare. Ooh, Prophylatic Memory. I don't know if Prophylatic Memory is worth anything, but this card's really good. We played it in Standard. We played it in Pioneer. It's actually a very, very strong card. I feel like I should play it more in Commander too. The promo swoosh black deck. Get value out of it. It's the Bloomborough 10. I feel like it should be Duskmorn, right? If you had Murders of Karlov Manor, Outlaws of Thunder Junction, Bloomborough for this one. We got 2 of these to open. Let's start with Murders of Bloomborough. And Bloomborough was maybe because, I don't know. I know Wizards was very high. Bite Down on Crime and Mountain. All right. I don't think Prophylatic Memory has much value to it. We'll see. I'll have to look it up. It could be worth like $1 or $2, but what is the best of these packs value-wise? It might be Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Dance of the Tumbleweeds. Play that in our Simic Burn deck. Good at getting deserts. Gold Rush. So many cowboy hats. Ooh, okay. Inspiring Advantage. I mean, I will always take a land. At least it's playable. I think Inspiring Advantage probably worth $3 or something would be my guess. But I will use it. Fast lands. Good in Standard, good in Pioneer, even play him in some modern decks. And, Collective Defiance. All right. Was hoping for a bigger hit there, but Collective Defiance and Prosperity Tycoon. I kind of forgot that was a card. And an island and a bird. Look at that bird. What is this? Voted most likely to bring back banding. What is this advertising? Oh, what were you voted most likely for during high school? Was it bringing back banding? All right, Bloomborough 1. We get 2 Bloomborough packs. Bloomborough, what are we looking for? 3 Tree City, I think, is the biggest hit, perhaps. Perhaps. Pawn Profit. Good frog card. I miss frogs. We're going to have to play frogs again. Huskbusker Swarm. Wolverine. Patchwork Banner. That's our promo. Okay. Well, I don't know if this is going to be worth anything because of that promo or not, but rare. Ooh, Valley Rot Collar. All right, Valley Rot Collar sees a little bit of play in like lizards. I've seen it in lizards decks before, but not super high end. Mountain and Mind Spiral and a snail. I do like that snail. I think if I was going to be reincarnated in something, it might be that snail. Or Slippery Boggle. It might just be Slippery Boggle. Slippery Boggle looks like he's living the good life. Bloomborough 2. What do we get? Pollywallop. Runaway Together. It's so funny to see This Town Ain't Big Enough be like busted and Runaway Together not see play. I guess the difference is being able to hit permanents rather than just creatures. But look at that art. Frog and Otter love. Rock-based Village. That's he's playing standard. Not really worth anything. Burning Tree Gecko. Oh, Scavenger's Talent. Okay, I think that's a hit. Scavenger's Talent. All the talents are so good. The rare talents from Bloomborough are all really good. I don't think this is the highest end one at the moment, but I think this is worth at least a few bucks. See, he's playing sack decks. Do we get a second rare? Oh, we get a Mythic. Season of the Bold. Unfortunately, maybe the worst of the season cycle. 5 paws. Not enough for this one. Not enough. And Schwamp. Winter Swamp. I think the Winter Swamps are the rare of the swamps. And a Tangled Tumbler. Ooh, and look at that art card. Not signed, though. Wait, what direction? Ah, there we go. Is it Kitsa? That's an otter. All right. Well, last pack of Bloomborough tin number 1. So are these worth buying? And I think the answer is sort of. Tolarian Terror. That's a card. It's a card that sees play. Heartfire Emulator, Micromancer, Resembling Skeleton, Mild Manner Librarian, Ashroot Anabist. This card doesn't seem that far away from kind of being playable. Just cards like this are not very good in standard right now. You just get Sunfalled into Oblivion. Dwynnian's Elite. Used to be a good elf card, although I think it's been power crept a little bit. Elf decks don't usually play it anymore. And Tranquil Cove and an art card. Well, value-wise, that wasn't insane. We still have one more tin to go. Maybe our second one is the insane tin. So for 25 bucks, I feel like you're essentially paying full retail for the booster packs, right? $5 for a play booster sounds about right to me, especially for a recent like imprint one. So that sounds about right. So essentially, you get the promos in the tins, and then you buy the packs for full price. I feel like it's not a bad deal, but also not like a great deal. Like I said, unless you really want a Mableton. If you can do something with the Mableton, then it goes up in value. All right, what do we got inside number 2? I think it should be, I think, exactly the same. That's the other thing. There's no variance, right? There's no, you could get a Super Chase Master Set booster or something. Yeah, Foundations, Merge the Carlo Manor, OTJ, Bloomborough. Let's go opposite day, opposite order. The first order didn't work that well, so now we'll just run it back. Promos, Liliana and Banner, yeah, exactly the same. All right, well, hopefully we get something good out of these packs. So far, I would say Scavenger's Talents are best open, but we haven't hit anything super high end. All right, Foundations. What do we get? I do love Foundations. Ooh, Bolt Wave. Bolt Wave might be worth a few bucks. Well, maybe not a few bucks. Maybe a couple of bucks. But as far as uncommons go, it is a good one. Sees play outside of standard. Fishing Pole. Mischievous Mystic. Resolute Reinforcements. And Consuming Aberration. Pretty bulky for our rare. Filatere Savior in foil and a plains. Ooh, well, I mean, the risk of opening packs is a gamble, right? You never know you can't control what's inside. You can't control it, so you never know. You never know if it's going to be good or bad. So far, we have not run especially hot, I don't think, but such is life opening booster. Hey, we're very good at opening this card. It is cute. Bloombrew it's got to be the cutest set Wizards has ever done. Cash grab, playable card. It's got to be the cutest card, or the cutest set. Maybe not the best. Crustacean Mage, Curious Foragers, Coiling Rebirth. Coiling Rebirth isn't horrible reanimation. It seemed like very fringe play, not really worth anything. Mountain and Night Whirl Hermit and Hugs. He's hugging that skull there, very tight. Bloombrew number 4. It is funny once you get used to opening collector boosters, play boosters. They don't feel the same. Cash grab again. Cachet grab. Blacksmiths. The uncommon talents not as good or as valuable as the rare ones. The rare ones are real good. Wix Patrol, good limited card. Star Charter. Ooh, okay. Emberheart Challenger. At least that's playable. Like, this is legit standard staple and fringe play outside of standard. So it might be worth a little something, even though it's a rare. Do we get a bonus? No, it's a mountain and Corpseberry Cultivator. Look at those glowing berries. Well, Emberheart Challenger, that's like a pseudo hit. Man, we really need... Oh, we spent $50 on these, $25 a pop. We really need to hit like a $20 card or something. Wait, what's this one? Photo most likely to bring... They're all the same. They should be more than one. All right, here we go. So Duskmorn. Let's count the cowboy hats. Is there one cowboy hat? How many cowboy hats do you get per pack? 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, where's your hat, Baron? Oh, I guess he's a Baron, not a cowboy. 6. That's definitely one. Is there a hat? Hellspire Brew. I don't know if that counts as is that a cowboy hat? It might be 7. That's definitely one. 8. Where's the hat? Is it falling off? Does the newt wear a hat? Is that? No, that's a saddle. Okay. No hat on the newt. Back for more. Red Rock Sun. Wait, would I go past the rare? What was our rare? Oh. Oh, the silly newt was our rare. Yeah, that's disappointing. Didn't even have a cowboy hat. I might have to return this pack, Wizards. I was promised cowboy hats, and there were only 7 in this pack. Only half of my cards had cowboy hats. What about detective hats in MKM? Does it beat Outlaws of Thunder Junction? Please give us a surveil, lad. Do we have some detective set? No. No. Yes, okay, 1. 2, that's 2. Pick your poison. That might be worth $1 or $2. Let's use modern play. Fedora? Is there a fedora? Candlestick, some clue action. Essence of Antiquity. Lumbering Laundry. Rare is Steam Core Scholar. I mean, it goes well with the Prophytic Memory we opened earlier, but not especially valuable. And got the hat though. Definitely got the hat. Rot Farm Mortipede, Plains, and an Ooze. Well, we didn't open many valuable cards, but we did learn conclusively and scientifically that there's more cowboy hats in Outlaws of Thunder Junction than there are fedoras in Murders at Karlov Manor. So the real question is, will racing helmets beat both of them once we get to Ether Drift in the near future? All right, Future Seth here. You can tell Future Seth doesn't like hats. He's got the hair thing going on. To wrap up our Bloombrew tids, and the question for these tins is pretty simple. If you're in Walmart and you see one of these in the checkout line, are they worth buying? Should you spend your $25 on them? And surprisingly, I think the answer is actually yes. I'm going to explain why in just a minute. So first I should say, are these such a good deal that you should like get in your car and drive to Walmart and buy all of them and try to make a profit? No, you should not do that. But I think if you're in the booster opening mood and you're at Walmart anyway, the price is actually fair on these. So why do I think it's a fair price? Well, first, I actually added up how much it would cost if we wanted to buy the same 5 booster packs that we get in the tin on the secondary market. And it turns out that if we wanted to get a booster Murders of Carlisle Manor, Outlaws of Thunder Junction, 2 Bloomborough, 1 Foundations, it would cost us $23.50. And remember, we paid $25 for these, so a little bit more than we could get them on the secondary market. So you're probably thinking, wait, that's pretty bad, right? If I could just buy these online for $23.50, why would I go to Walmart and buy them for $25? And the answer, shockingly, is actually these 2 promos. So my assumption, based on getting a lot of products with these promos in them, is that the promos would be worth $0 because
want to prove you're the best, that you've mastered the ins and outs of the competitive scene, then the Store Championship is the event for you. You'll get to duke it out for the title of Store Champion and win fabulous prizes like these.
Demon of Catastrophes. A real nice demon. Well, except if you're the guy he's sacrificing.
Store Championships let you show off your skills in not 1, not 2, but 3 formats. Sealed, Draft, and Standard. Personally, my favorite is...
Sealed? No, actually draft? Changes from day to day.
You'll want to head to locator.wizards.com to find a Wizards Play Network store near you. You can check with them to see what format is running. Trust me, you don't want to miss out on this one. So start preparing today.
I think we're going to need a training montage.
Welcome back, MTG Joe here. We are going to be testing today for the upcoming Standard Store Championship. So this is a Magic the Gathering in-store paper tournament. Store Championships are basically mini tournaments at your LGS where you can play for promos. These promos this go around is like a full art Monastery Swiftspear, which I love playing that card. It's a Shark Typhoon with really cool art, and then it's a textless Urza Saga, which is probably at least $100 as a promo. So I'm definitely excited to try it out. There's 2 decks that I have kind of pretty much all the cards for, and just seeing which ones I want to play. That's either Mono Red Aggro and Best of 3 Standard, or Gruul kind of all-in aggro. We'll probably start off with the Gruul aggro list for comparison purposes. This is a Mono Red list I've shared a couple times. Moved off the cases in the main. Instead, we are going to be playing Forge's main, but both the decks are kind of prowessy aggro style shells. So this would be the mono red deck. I'll link them both, but we're going to start off today with some Gruul. I'm leaning more mono red just because I like the cleaner mana, but there's this Gruul list, some variations of it that have been going around MTGO. It's a little bit more all in. I do like this version because it's not playing Thran Portal. I don't ever want to play a deck with Thran Portal. I think that card is terrible. This one's on Restless Ridgevines. The mana in Gruul is pretty bad, but this one is a little bit more all in. So you're using your prowess creatures, Heartfire Hero kind of effects, Swift Spears, you have Emberheart Challenger, Slick Shot, and Questing Druid for card advantage, very similar to the Pioneer version we were playing a little bit ago. A Two-Headed Hunter as a way to double strike your creature, give them kind of the Teamer Battle Rage special with like Monstrous Rage. This version's on the Rages. It's on the full set of Demonic Ruckus. I haven't loved this card because it's kind of telegraphed. I like the instant speed stuff better, but we'll give this a shot. The one thing I did was they were playing Twinferno. I think that card's a little too all-in. I want to try Innkeeper's Talent as a one-of. For the Valiant creatures, it triggers it every turn, which gives us some card advantage. It just naturally gets our creatures potentially out of cut-down range, and the ward can be relevant just in terms of screwing up opponents' math. A couple Witch Stalkers in the main. And then our sideboard today, we have 2 Tectonic Hazards, basically the new End the Festivities card for like the Convoke decks, like Bats, stuff like that. Pick your poison for big attracts the kind of threats, enchantments, stuff like that. Forge, as well as Case of the Crimson Pulse, will be our grind elements. Forge will come in pretty much all the mid-range control decks. Case I'll probably bring in against all the decks other than Golgari, because I feel like with Terra Sunder and stuff they'll probably have enough, but I might bring this in as well. The only other change I made in the sideboard was they were on a full set of Blooming Blast. While this card is reasonable because it deals damage as well to a creature and a player by giving them the treasure gift, I think with so much Golgari going around, I do like Obliterating Bolt. Getting rid of Preacher the Schism, getting rid of Aklazot, just things that exile as well can be relevant, I think, in the games that we're going to be playing. So we're going to give this a go. This is very much a testing stream, so I am going to be trying things out. I don't really care about my record at the end of the day. What I care about is finding a deck that I like to play, and which I think is the most consistent between the two. So we'll give Gruul probably 2 or 3 matches, see how it plays out, get a feel for it. The biggest thing I want to see with it is the mana.
Exit lag powered by AI. The world's first game optimization platform.
This episode is brought to you by Raycon. You never know where life is going to take you, but Raycon's everyday earbuds offer premium audio that goes wherever you go. And their latest model is better than ever with a 32-hour battery life, active noise cancellation, and multi-point connectivity to pair with 2 devices at once. Raycons bring you top-tier audio quality at just half the price of other premium brands. And they even offer a 30-day happiness guarantee. No questions asked. Get 15% off Raycon's everyday earbuds at buyraycon.com/command.
Greetings, humans. You have entered the command zone, your destination for all aspects of Elder Dragon Highlander. Enjoy your stay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the Command Zone podcast. I'm your host, Rachel Weeks.
I'm Jimmy Wong, your commander.
And today we are building the most powerful token commanders of all time. We're going to be going through the ones that we think are the absolute best if you're a token fan, and exactly how we'd build them if we were building them. And there's even full deck lists for each of the decks that we will go through today.
Decks by Rachel Weeks for your consumption?
Absolutely, with my stamp on them.
Wow, Christmas came early.
Let's get into it. We're going to start with the most popular token commander of all time.
Yeah, on the EDH it is, if you can guess it, Chatterfang. Squirrel.
Chatterfang.
I didn't even know squirrels had generals. It's kind of like Redwall. They have a whole...
I don't really care about... Welcome back, MTG Joe here. Happy Canada Day to my fellow Canadians. We are going to look today at the day 1 results post-ban of Standard. So we had one MTGO league, so we can start seeing some deck lists of kind of folks playing new strats, updated strats, revisiting old strats kind of way. This video will be for Standard best of 3. We do need to wait for some of the data to come in on the latter data, like from Untapped, to get more of a wholesome kind of view. So small sample size, but some folks were already asking yesterday for some deck lists. So this will give you an idea, just things to get started as you kind of go through. Notably, there is rotation in a month as well. So some cards like Shieldred and others will be planned to rotate. But we will look to kind of give you a view, see what's happening, stuff like that.
Yesterday I played Rakdos Lizards in best of 1, had a clean 5-0, just kind of messing around. Deck felt pretty solid. I don't know how it translates to best of 3 just yet, but something I wanted to explore a little bit more, but seems to have a lot of tools now and is not getting kind of outpaced. But we'll be back for best of 1 video and then the other formats as we kind of move forward. So looking at Untapped, we're still getting some of the solid information. Like the Boros deck is just a classification for the mono red deck that was playing the like Boros Dragon Omen card that was skewing it being Boros, but there's no other white cards. You can't cast the dragons just for the deal 5. Still seeing Is It Prowess Corey kind of come into here, but notable cards that we're seeing like Demir's kind of probably the top dog looking at it right now, but we'll see a couple other decks. So from the MTGO challenge, all these deck lists I'll link in the video. I know MTG Decks isn't the most visually stimulating look, but until we get the information on Untapped, like the visual view of this is not the nicest either, in terms of just hovering over cards. When you don't have 4 ofs, it kind of gets over and we can't hover over. So gonna kind of go from the list view here. So Dimir mid-range won it. They went 10-0. This is Azza, and this is a deck that didn't get hit. Card that potentially could have been on like the radar for potential ban, just to kind of even it out. Wasn't during Curiosity, but this is probably the safest go-to bet in terms of decks to pick up, just given the strength of the deck. We're seeing Cecil being played in some numbers in the deck here. Just gives you another nice 1-drop. Generally, folks don't necessarily want to block this given the death touch. So it's a great target to cheat into play Kaido, which the deck is playing a full 4 of. We have the usual things: Tashana's Tidebinder, Fairy Mastermind, Spyglass Siren, the Drowner. But an interesting card here is Saiba Cryptomancer, 2 mana 0/1. It is a ninja, so it works with Kaido's Plus, one of the few ninjas we have in the format. So backup comes into play. You put a counter on target creature. It gains the ability to end the turn, so hexproof. So it is a protection effect for a creature. You can put a counter on it. In and of itself, it's a hexproof that stacks with Kaido's emblems, which is kind of cool. It also sings a couple of Shieldred's Edict, great in the Kaido mirrors, just being able to hit their Kaido as well. So we have that kind of configuration. Seeing cut downs, go for the throats, 2 Phantom Interference. Mana base, you see 3 Soulstone, 2 Restless Reef as utility lands in the deck. We have Duress for hand hate, some cheap counters in Negate and Disdainful Stroke. Gix Command, just flexible all-around card sweeper, mid-rangey kind of effect. Anoint for cheap removal. Preacher for kind of the mid-rangey battles. If aggressive decks, it kind of blocks well, but seeing more kind of tempo-oriented main. Preachers to kind of grind outside. Tashana's for triggered activated abilities, and Ghost Vacuums for graveyard hate. Another deck that's seeing a return, and I think gets better just given the shift in some of the decks that phased out, was Mono White Tokens. With this deck just kind of auto lost at times to Omniscience,